Transportation Secretary Samuel Skinner and other federal officials say there's no need for the government to take over the cleanup of the oil spill in Alaska. Meanwhile, the slick has spread over 500 square miles of Prince William Sound. Gray's Harbor Group is suing the government over its plan to protect forests where spotted owls live. The group says the plan violates a 40-year-old agreement that was designed to provide a steady supply of timber for Gray's Harbor mills. More news in 1 hour.
Be sure and catch the new midday lineup on King 5.
Look at this studio filled with glamorous prizes. Fabulous and exciting merchandise, including this. Rugged and versatile, this $11,300 pickup truck. If tennis is your game, then this gold with pearl racket pin is just for you. No more wash day blues with this dynamic duo. Over $85,000 just waiting to be won today on Wheel of Fortune. And now, here's your host, Ralph Benershka.
Thank you, Charlie. Thanks for tuning us in. We've got a very good-looking group of contestants here. Kind of takes my breath away. But I'm used to working with a very good-looking lady. Let's bring her out right now. Vanna, are you there? You've got to understand, I'm used to working in a locker room with 50 sweaty guys. This is a real pleasure. Lori, welcome. Lori Pennington.
Hi.
What do you do, Lori?
I'm a student at the Master's College, and I'm majoring in working with youth, with high schoolers.
So you'll counsel them, or?
With senior hires,
Oh, great.
preferably.
And when you're not working at school?
I like to snow ski and water ski and travel.
Great year for snow skiing this year.
Yes.
Have you done a lot?
Yeah, I did.
And you're still surviving, no broken
Yes.
bones or anything?
None yet.
And when you're not skiing, you're a poet?
Yeah, I like to write poetry and short stories.
Oh, great. And share them with the kids.
Yeah, it's exciting.
All right. Welcome to the show. Good luck.
Thank you.
Katie Sinclair, welcome back.
Thank you.
Yesterday, $20,448. A whole bunch of appliances in a car. Refresh our memories, Katie. What do you do?
My husband and I own a bar in Scottsdale, Arizona.
And collect cats, I remember.
And I like to play word games, and right now we're involved in Little League with our sons.
Great.
I'd like to say hi to Ross and Adam. Those are my two boys.
We'll allow you to do that.
And also my three friends, Dawn, Debbie, and Susan, who are taking care of my children so I could come out and do this.
You have to do that.
Yeah,
All right.
so
welcome
that's
to the show.
really special.
Okay. Jerry Applegate from Fresno. How are you?
I'm fine.
Tell us about you and what you do.
I work as a district manager for a major in-home party plan.
Now, explain that. What does that mean?
We go into a home, we show our merchandise, show our samples, give away lots of free things.
How great. And you have a big family?
I have 7 children and 10 2/3 grandchildren.
And I can see here from the card that you have something very much in common with Vanna White. Actually, probably several things, but she crochets a lot.
I just learned how. My goal now is to crochet a blanket for every person I ever met in my life.
Oh, my goodness. Well, that will take a long time. Before you do that, let's get to the game, all right? $7.50 is the top dollar value for this round. Try not to hit bankrupt, because if you do, you lose your cash but not your merchandise, because once you buy a prize, it's yours to keep. Now, our first puzzle is a thing, actually things, plural. Just before the show, we drew numbers to see who would start, and Lori, you got the lucky number. Good luck. It's still early. Katie? $200.
S.
Yes, there's an S. Starts you off.
I'd like to spin. Come on.
100.
N.
Yes, 2 N's. $400 now, Katie.
Spin again. T?
No, sorry, no T's. All right, Jerry.
Money.
200.
R.
2 R's, Jerry.
I'll spin.
Again.
100. Is there an L?
No. Sorry, no L's. All right, Lori.
Okay, come on. Go, big money. Come on, go around.
That's better, Lori. Here you go. Hold on to that. Let me know when you want to use it, and give the wheel another spin.
Okay, come on.
Well, Lori, you kind of found everyone. You want to use it? Okay, use it right now. Okay, 250.
I like a C, please.
No, no C's. Katie?
I'll spin. Katie. Oh, no.
350.
Okay, I'd like a D.
Yes, there are 2 D's. Now, $1,100 there, Katie.
I'd like to solve the puzzle. Diamond earring.
That's it. You did it. Yes. Right where you left off yesterday. $1,100 to shop with in what we call our Safari Corner.
Okay. For $360, I'd like the luggage.
Okay, we'll use that for all of your traveling. $740 left.
For $140, I have to have that butterfly box for my mother. She collects butterflies.
What a great daughter.
Oh.
Still $600 left.
Okay. For $600, the lion.
The great lion to go with Safari luggage, huh?
Right.
All right, Charlie, it's on you.
Okay, Rolf. A vibrant, multicolored butterfly motif decorates this lustrous hand-painted lacquer box with removable silk tray, $140. Then Ricardo Beverly Hills features casual sophistication with textured ballistic-grade nylon, fully lined luggage with leather trim furnished by Ricardo Beverly Hills. Retail value $360. And Katie, this regal lion commands attention, adding a significant touch to entryway or garden. Life-size with exact detailing, this lion is $600.
Right. Good for you. Katie, I got to ask you, did your mom tell you that when you came on the show, you had to bring her back something?
No,
She
not
didn't?
at all. I just wanted to get it for her.
Well, you did it. We'll come back, play round 2 in a moment after we put $1,000 space in the wheel. Join us. All right, you guys. It's a good looking one.
I'm Saul Fessman, president of Queen City Home Healthcare. I'd like to tell you about a medical product that is very effective and may be at no cost to you. This is the Lift and Recline chair. It is being used by thousands of people who suffer from severe arthritis as a form of treatment in their homes. Best of all, if you qualify, you could receive this chair at no cost. Here's how. You must have a qualifying condition such as severe arthritis or other diseases which make the chair a medically necessary treatment. You must be enrolled in Medicare Part B and have a Medicare coinsurance policy which covers the Medicare deductible and copayment for this type of equipment. Many people suffer from arthritis and cannot get up from a seated position. This chair will give them the freedom to get around and help them avoid falls and injuries. So if you're a Medicare recipient and meet the previous conditions, you can get this lift chair delivered to your door at no cost. Call now, 1-800-950-9900.
Queen City is commended by the Arthritis Foundation.
All right, we've loaded the puzzle board. We're back for round number 2. We've got $1,000 space in the wheel, and we are looking for a quotation. And Katie, it's your turn to get us started.
Okay, I'll spin. Come on.
400.
T.
You'd think so. 1 T, yes.
I'll spin again.
Okay.
Come on, big money this time.
900.
N.
With all those letters, there has to be one N. Yes, there it is.
Okay, I'll spin again.
300.
H.
Yes, there are 3 H's. Katie. $2,200.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
All right.
An I.
And we have one for you. It keeps it going.
I think I'll buy another vowel.
Okay.
An E.
Yes, there are 4 E's. Good purchase.
Okay, I'll spin.
$900.
G.
Is there a G? Yes, in fact, there are 2 G's. $3,500 now, Katie.
Okay, I'd like to buy another vowel.
All right.
The O.
And we'll sell you not one, not two, but 3 O's. Katie.
I'll spin. How about an S?
How about an S? Yes, we have a couple. Now, $3,750. A lot of money.
Okay, I'll spin again.
All right. $250.
D.
Is there a D? Yes, there's a D up there. There it is.
I'd like to buy a vowel.
All right.
The A.
And we have 4 A's. Wow, you're turning those letters one by one. $3,750.
I'll spin.
All right. Again.
R.
Yes, Katie, there are 4 R's. Now, $7,350.
I'd like to solve the puzzle.
Okay.
Good night, Mrs. Calabash, wherever you are.
That's it. You did it. Yes. Wow. Not bad. Katie, do you know who said that? Jimmy Durante.
Okay, I'll take your word for it.
Believe me, it's Jimmy
Before
Durante.
my time.
No, mine too. But
Okay.
I still new.
Okay.
$7,350 to shop with in our dining room.
Okay, for $2,036, I'd like the love seat.
Okay, we'll start you off with that. That leaves you a bunch of money, well over $5,300.
For $995, the china.
Okay, this is the fun part, isn't it? You get to
Yeah,
spend all that
really.
money.
No kidding.
$4,300 and change left.
Okay, for $1,000, the his and her rings.
Okay, that's a great gift there. $3,300 and something.
Left?
Yes, left to spend. Can you believe it?
Okay, for $995, the crystal.
Okay, that's another neat gift. $2,324 still to spend.
Okay, for $297, the plant stand.
You're going to wipe this whole showcase out here, Katie. Over $2,000 still.
Really, for $1,550, the serograph.
Okay, that leaves $477.
For $413, the microwave.
We'll include the microwave, and that leaves you still some for a gift certificate, $64 for a service merchandise kit. We'll do that,
Okay.
and we'll warn you, Charlie, a lot of prize you got to describe here.
I can do it, Ralph. A charming plant stand, 32 inches high, in thick, solid brass protected by big clear enamel. Wipes clean with a damp cloth furnished by Swan Products. Retail value $297. This Whirlpool microwave oven combines these innovative features to make your cooking easier. Quick defrost, auto sensor, and a keep warm setting keeps foods ready until you're ready to eat. Furnished by Whirlpool, retail value $413. Royal Prestige beautiful crystal set features champagne, wine, and water goblets. Each stem is hand-blown and hand-cut from rim to foot. The marquee furnished by Royal Prestige, retail value $995. A 45-piece service for 8 Royal Prestige fine china. You may enhance your dining pleasure with handcrafted quality, designed to complement almost any occasion. Furnished by Royal Prestige, retail value $995. Just warming up, Katie. Krement's distinctive 14-karat gold signet rings for him and her, featuring your own hand-engraved initials. A beautiful gift furnished by Krement's, retail value $1,000. Then, blue diamonds, a signed and numbered limited edition serograph by artist Eva Mock. A beautiful addition to any home's decor, furnished by Mock Studios, retail value $1,550. Plus, rose flower upholstery adds an inviting touch to this delightful hand-carved love seat with light pickle finish. Furnished by Custom Craft, $2,036.
Wow. Charlie, you did it. Thanks. And you did it. We're going to need to bring in a semi here to cart all that stuff out.
Really?
Congratulations. Over $8,000 so far. We have time for more Wheel of Fortune. We'll put a $2,000 space the wheel and play round 3 in a moment.
Great.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Carpet dandruff. It's the powdery stuff you get lots more of when you use Arm & Hammer Rug & Room Deodorizer. If you hate lots of carpet dandruff, get Love My Carpet. It's lighter than Arm & Hammer. Won't leave all that carpet dandruff. See? Hate lots of carpet dandruff? Get Love My Carpet.
Usually I get things right. I do, but not my perms. Almost right, not quite right. Wrong. So now what? Precisely Right by Ogilvy, the perm you can't get wrong because it shuts itself off so it won't over-perm or frizz. Look, beautiful body and soft, shiny curl. I finally got it right. Precisely Right by Ogilvy. You just can't get it wrong.
Combination skin. It's written all over your face. Dry here, oily there. Physoderm helps bring combination skin back into balance because Physoderm has just what combination skin needs. Its cleansers work on oiliness while its moisturizers work on dryness. Physoderm.
For the natural balance that's written all over your face.
It's a great new morning on NBC. Watch your favorite soap opera stars. Watch Scrabble at its new time, 10 Eastern, 9 Central Pacific weekdays. If you're going to break the rules,
You've got to do what's right.
are you willing to pay the price?
You've got to do what you've got to do.
Are you willing to go all the way?
No matter what anyone thinks.
Generations, weekdays.
All right, we're back for round number 3. We've added more money to the wheel, $2,000 to be exact. And this time we're looking for a place. And Jerry, it's your turn.
Come on, Jerry. Come on,
250.
Like a T.
There ought to be a T up there. There's one T.
I'll stand.
$200.
An N.
Uh-huh, one N.
I'll stand.
$350.
Is there an R?
Yes, there is. In fact, 3 of them. $1,500, Jerry.
Okay. I'd like to buy an E, please.
Okay, we've got 2 E's.
I'll stand.
$500.
Is there an S?
No, I'm sorry, there's not. And we need to take time now for commercial. Can I ask you please to turn around? Look away from the puzzle. Thank you. We'll be back in a moment to see who solves this puzzle. Stay with us.
World champion Jackie Joyner-Kersee has asthma. Jackie relies on Primatene Mist for the fastest kind of relief. In as fast as 15 seconds, Primatene restores free breathing. Primatene Mist, when speed of relief counts.
2 famous moms for Phillips Milk of Magnesia.
We're here to gently remind you how much you can depend upon your mom.
Mom knows best.
When you're feeling
Not yourself.
out of sorts,
We understand, dear.
you need your mom.
Phillips Milk of Magnesia, the laxative for dependable overnight relief.
It helps your body work naturally.
So you know it's gentle, like Mom.
Nobody treats you better than Mom.
You'll feel better.
Leave it to Mom.
Introducing the first water-rinsable cold cream. New Difference from Noxzema. Difference is different. It deep cleans and removes makeup. But unlike ordinary cold creams, Difference simply rinses away with water, leaving soft, cleaner skin. So you can be the beautiful woman you are underneath it all. New Difference from Noxzema, the first water-rinsable cold cream. The rinse makes the difference.
This is a commercial. This is a phone. This is a hand. This is a phone in the hand. This is a finger. This is a button. This is the number. This is the finger dialing the number 1-800-877-4000. This is how easy it is to get 30 minutes of U.S. Sprint fiber optic long-distance calls free. To get your 30 free minutes, just call U.S. Sprint now and talk with the best.
A cheese riddle. Oh, Mrs. Murphy, what do you get when you add melted cheddar cheese to your basic peas? Irish eyes are smiling. That's right. Cheese makes it taste better. So don't forget the cheese.
One of the grand grand prizes available on today's show is the new 1990 Chevrolet Lumina Euro, the sedan with performance the whole family will love. Lumina Euro, furnished by Chevrolet. Some contestants will receive a service merchandise gift certificate. Select top name brands from our catalog or redeem at any one of our many stores furnished by Service Merchandise. Rolf, back to you.
Thanks, Charlie. We're in the middle of round 3. We've got a $2,000 space in the wheel, and we're looking for a place. And Lori, it's your turn to give the wheel a first spin.
Okay, come on. Big money here. Let's go. Big money. Come on. 2,000. Oh.
300.
Like a G?
Yes, 2 G's, Lori. $600.
I like to spin. Come on. Come on.
500.
A D.
Yes, there's 1 D. Just vowels left now, Lori.
Solve the puzzle.
Okay.
Good terrain.
You did it. Great. That always makes us feel good to find 3 different winners on 3 different rounds. You did $1,100, Lori, to go shop with in our patio showcase.
Okay. For $240, the portable TV.
Okay, we'll start you off with the television. $860 left.
Okay, I'd like for $426, the crystal barware.
Okay, $426 crystal barware. $434 still to spend.
For $300, his and her tennis wear.
Okay, matching outfits there. $134 left. Can we put that on a gift certificate?
Yes.
Let's do that. You did it. A big winner. Charlie, tell us about these neat prizes.
Okay, Laurie, Emerson's 5.5-inch black and white TV features stereo AM/FM radio and cassette deck and dual detachable stereo speakers for the best in fully portable entertainment, furnished by Emerson. Retail value $240. Sergio Tacchini's European-designed his and her outfits, activewear, tennis wear, and athletic shoes in the latest fabrics and colors, furnished by Sergio Tacchini. Retail value $300. Plus Astral Crystal's hand-blown and hand-cut full lead crystal decanter, ice bucket, and matching glasses in the elegant peerage design. Furnished by Astral Crystal, retail value $426.
All right. Good for you, Lori. In the final round, you did it. Listen, congratulations. $1,100 worth of neat prizes. Good luck with the kids and work. All right. Thanks for being here. Jerry, I'm mistaken. I thought we had some prizes for you, but we don't have anything from the wheel. But we do have a nice parting gift.
And we've had a lot of fun.
You had some fun?
And I get this.
Oh, my. The hazard of the job. Thank you. Thanks for being here, Jerry. But, Katie, you're our big winner. $8,450 today, but a 2-day total of $28,899. And she has to come back and play the bonus round.
Okay.
We'll see what she plays for right after this.
You need a high-powered hold for styles on the move. So I designed our Alberto European hairspray with ultra-fine mist that sprays on dry to hold under demanding conditions. Get high-powered hold.
Ooh, Alberto. I can really rely on Aspir Cream.
Joan McKee suffers from minor muscle pain.
Rub it in here. Rub it in good. Aspir Cream relieves pain fast. And it's odorless, so you won't smell like a medicine cabinet.
Aspir Cream, fast pain relief without aspirin or odor.
Today, there's a diet pill that can help you lose weight without being hungry.
And with no caffeine to make me nervous.
All my life, I've been struggling with my weight. With Dexatrim, I finally lost weight, and without being hungry.
Dexatrim. Nothing works harder to help you lose weight.
Your latest find, designer color Pine Sol. Pine Sol liquid broad spectrum formula. It's new. Love these stripes. Mom, broad spectrum means a whole lot more clean. Than my Pine Sol? It's got broader cleaning power. 4 detergents. Broader germ-killing power. Kills more germs. Even broader freshening power. Now this is my latest find.
Get new broad spectrum Pine Sol. Get a whole lot more clean.
Can you believe her?
You know, if we ate like that,
We sure wouldn't look like that.
Oscar Mayer's delicious ham and turkey variety pack is just 25 calories a slice. Someone here already knows that. So go ahead. Just 25 calories a slice.
Katie, you really know how to play this game.
Thank you.
Big winner yesterday, a bunch of money, a car and all that. And today, $28,899 so far, and a chance to play for something else. What'll it be?
The onyx and gold chain.
The great chain. Charlie.
It is gorgeous. Sculptured flowers of deep green onyx embellish this 18-karat gold opera-length chain. Yours with your Van Cleef & Arpels gift certificate, $3,500. Katie, good luck.
Okay, Katie, here we go. Our category is an event, and we'll give you the obligatory letters, R, S, T, L, N, and E, and all of them. A little bit of help. Now from you, we need 3 consonants and 1 vowel.
Okay, I'd like a D.
That's 1.
A G.
2.
A C.
3, and a vowel.
And an A.
And an A. Let's see if there's some letters behind those. Not bad. Now we're looking for an event, Katie. You've got some time. Talk it out. Good luck.
Sunday picnic.
That's it. You did it. You didn't meet all the time. Congratulations. Once again, $32,399, a chain, a truck. She's doing it all here on Wheel of Fortune. And I think she's got someone to visit her. Here, a whole crew, actually. Katie, you've got to introduce some people here. Who have you got?
This is my wonderful husband, Gordy.
We met him yesterday, right?
And John.
John, we met yesterday?
And Wendy.
And Wendy.
Yes.
Not bad, huh? She does all right? Great. All of you look in the camera there, wave, and we'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back actually in a moment to wrap this up. Congratulations, you guys.
These high heels, this lipstick. New Slim Elegance lipstick from Maybelline. Beautiful colors, a bevel tip, and a sexy gold case. It's the best dressed lipstick in town. Smart, beautiful, Maybelline.
Introducing Fact Plus Home Pregnancy Test. Now, a sign like this or a sign like this tells you unmistakably if you'll need a sign like this. New Fact Plus. Easy to read, so you know for sure.
Yes, sir. That's my baby. No, sir. Don't mean needy. Yes, sir. That's my baby shampoo. Gold for babies. Pink for kids. Johnson's baby shampoo.
Now you can rent to own an all-in-one home entertainment center with TV, VCR, and stereo as low as $19.95 a week from the champion of rent-to-own, Captain Color Time.
One of our contestants will receive Landis 5-piece silver hostess serving set, part of the Maestri series, crafted from fine Italian silver plate and designed in containers, furnished by Landis, retail value $700.
Thanks, Charlie. You know, Van, I have to apologize. Matt, my good suit, I added wrong. Katie actually won $32,398, not $99, but not bad, huh?
Okay, not bad. I hear you won an award recently. What was that for?
Yeah, I did, actually. We brought it along. I was recently in a ski race, actually a disabled ski race, where blind skiers ski and skiers with one leg. It was fabulous. But I won the prestigious Wipeout Award, and nobody else was close.
Look at that. Wipeout Award.
A major face plant on the second-to-last gate, but I survived.
Thank goodness.
We'll be back tomorrow. Thanks for watching.
Bye-bye.
All contestants get to choose the second edition Wheel of Fortune computer game or the junior edition box game to play at home. The prices of the prizes were furnished to the contestants prior to the show and have been rounded off to the nearest dollar. Gift certificates do not include sales tax. Wheel of Fortune is produced by Merv Griffin Enterprises.
For an unknown, yet older, 1916 Hudson Speedster.
With this car, I think it can climb Pikes Peak in high gear and accelerate all the way up. It's just got a lot more power.
The great race, where finishing is the real victory. For Speed Week, I'm Neil Evans.
All right, thank you, Neil. We'll be following the Great American Race to its conclusion in Norfolk, Virginia on July 10th. And that will do it for another edition of Speed Week. We'll see you next Saturday night at this same time, 7:30 Eastern Saturday night. And we leave you tonight with highlights from the softball game between the IMSA and NASCAR Busch Grand National drivers. So long, everyone.
Speed Week has been brought to you by Budweiser. Fresh, pure, natural, proud to be your Bud. And by Country Time Lemonade Flavor Drink Mix with the taste of good old-fashioned lemonade.
Slow down. Slow down.
Slow down. Slow down. Slow down. Go fast.
That's the six-time U.S. national champion. He's never raced in an oval, and he's out in front. Started outside the second row, got an excellent start. Lorenzen rides in second. Bobby Allison goes third. He almost got Ruttman. He didn't get Ruttman, and Trickle gets into him. Trickle right through victory lane. Hang on. Oh, Ruttman spins. Keep it going. Got the fence. And look at Davey looking on as Dad takes third position after 5 years out of the cockpit. There's a look. Oh, look at the okay. He's waving to somebody, another competitor perhaps. And look at the smile. Look at the grin on Bobby Allison. We look at Bobby Allison, his return after 5 years back in the cockpit. The win will go to Ed, the Ace McCullough. He will win both of our 10-lap heats here. The battle for second. Bob Aiken will take second. Bobby Allison will take third.
The return of Bobby Allison, emotional high point of last week's Fast Masters debut. But whatever happened to brother Donnie, a stock car hero in his own right? Donnie joins the field for Fast Masters Round 2, challenged by a member of the Beatles? Nah, it's ESPN's own David Hobbs, facing among others the 1973 Winston Cup champion Benny Parsons in an on-track battle of the broadcasters. The Senior Tour of Racing. Great stars past and present gathered to race the dream car in the Fast Masters Championship.
Welcome to Saturday Night Thunder, Fast Masters Round 2, and USAC Silver Crown. Hello, everyone. I'm Benny Parsons of NASCAR fame, and with me is
David Hobbs of dubious fame and Friars Hardwick, and a bit of road racing in between.
What? What?
Friars Hardwick.
What's that?
You know what a Hardwick is?
No.
Oh, well, I can't explain it to you now. Carry on with the rest of the program.
Okay. Last week, remember Fast Masters Round 1? Who would have ever thought Ed the Ace McCullough would have won?
Well, that's why they call him the Ace, I guess. They were right all along. He certainly aced those other guys out.
He sure got the right nickname. And Bobby Allison, was that special?
Bobby Allison, I saw him on the Sunday at the Winston Cup race up at Michigan, and he was absolutely smiling from here to here the next day when he arrived back. And, of course, he had a bit of a bad day with Davey, his son. But, boy, he just really enjoyed every minute of that race.
And every fan that I've talked to this week, all they could talk about was a smile on Bobby Allison's face. For the first time in 5 years, he was back in a race car. And David had a little bit of body damage last week.
Just a tad, about $4 million that I gather, but just good for the body shops here in Indiana.
Of course. I mean, at Ford Motor Company, they got plenty of money. This week, we have got some great people. Harry Gant, I mean, the guy's still racing, still winning races. He's going to race against us.
And then, of course, we got Brian Redmond, who won so many road races, it just makes me want to vomit. But he's here again. He last raced, last week.
And Pete Hamilton. Now, this is a guy who last raced when he was 34 years old. So I know he's trying to prove to everyone, hey, guys, I still got it. I can still do this.
The more shady thing is he still looks 34 years old, too.
I know.
Amazing. Donnie Allison, NASCAR driver of old. I remember Donnie Allison, 1962, when I drove in the 12-hour at Daytona. Donnie Allison was on hand to help me. What a great guy he was back in 1962.
You've been around a long time, haven't you?
I've been around a long time. So have you.
And the world's most famous pace car driver, Elmo Langley, back to try to once again duplicate what he did in Charlotte. He won the Legends race in 1991.
Well, I hope he doesn't win tonight, because it's going to be you and I going on to that $100 grand.
That's a lot of money.
Just serious, you know.
There's one more guy, though, Hal. Come on.
Two coots up in the box, but Bob Christie, he's going to be out there, you know, trying to get that $100 grand as well. So it's going to be a really, really exciting evening for everybody here at IRP tonight. And I think we're in for an action-packed evening, not too action-packed, though.
Well, I hope not. You know, first thing we got to how long has it been since you qualified?
well, I usually get on a cheat card, but the last time I qualified was 1990 in a race in France.
Man, it's 1988. Can we still do this, you think?
I don't know. We'll find out, won't we?
Let's go try to find out. Hey, Gary, you and Larry can have it. We're going to qualify.
Hey, thanks, you guys. Hi, everybody. Wouldn't you know it, a couple of hams. We're barely on the air, and they've got a microphone.
What would you expect from a couple guys like that?
I tell you what, they can announce we'll go race.
That'd be fun.
I'm not old enough.
Me either.
All right, now, you have to have a program. Week 2 of the Fast Masters and a format change. Here's the deal tonight. We're going to qualify, run everything on the modified road course. Each driver, 8 in all, will get 2 laps to qualify. The fastest 4 drivers will line up in that order for their 8-lap feature. Those that qualify 5th through the balance of the field will go through a 5-lap semi, and only the winner will transfer to the main event, and that could be the best race of the evening.
Well, sure could. They're going to start them single file to alleviate some of the damage. And by doing that, it's going to make it very important to make some passes early.
Qualifying is at a premium this evening, and our first qualifier is the winner of the 1970 Daytona 500, Pete Hamilton. He's standing by with Dave Despain.
Well, indeed, and I could be a little bit jealous. First, Parsons and Hobbs steal my microphone. The drivers get to drive these $750,000 Jag XJ 220s, and of course Gary and Larry have the best seat in the house, but I get to interview Hamilton, and that's a thrill for me, because down inside here, hidden under that full coverage helmet, is the guy who had this big a smile on his face the last time when he won the 1970 Daytona 500. Welcome back to the Racing Wars, man. How's it feel?
Feels great, Dave. Shoot, I'm glad to be back here. We've had a lot of fun the last couple days.
There's a lot of pressure in this deal because tonight qualifying is for real. Top 4 time trialers are going straight to the main. Are you nervous right now as you get back at the wheel?
I think I was more nervous a couple of weeks ago. Once we got here and got the feel of the cars, we'll just do the best we can. We got going pretty good yesterday, and see if I can duplicate what I did yesterday, I'll be happy.
Speaking of that, one of the things you did out here yesterday was take this beautiful car and spin a couple of donuts down in the road course. Were you looking for the edge and the traction?
I don't know if I've ever been great at this road course stuff. I was a little smoother on the oval. I'll do the best I can down through there, see if I can squirt through there without getting any tires in the dirt.
Did a great job. We're going to let you focus on qualifying. Pete Hamilton, ladies and gentlemen, one of 8 great drivers coming here tonight. Fastmaster qualifying, Silver Crown heat races, Fastmaster main event. It's going to be a thrilling night. You wonder why I like Saturday night. We'll be right back.
The 93 Jaguar XJ6 at $549 a month. It's a dream come true. See your local Jaguar dealer for details. This offer is for a limited time only.
In America, your car doesn't just get you from here to there. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil with not 1 but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
After you shave, now there's comfort to the power of 3. It's new Soothing Edge Aftershave with 3 soothing formulas for 3 specific skin types. An aloe formula that's alcohol-free to soothe sensitive skin. Extra moisturizers to soothe if your skin is dry. And a cool vitamin E splash for normal skin. Soothing better than ever with the power of 3. New Edge Aftershave skincare for men. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
Saturday Night Thunder is brought to you by Jaguar, the spirit of competition and the technology to produce the world's fastest production car. By Budweiser, the king of beers, who reminds you, friends know when to say when. and by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. Pete Hamilton warms the engine. Behind him, Brian Redman and Elmo Langley are strapped in for qualifying events. Most of our great 8 here tonight for Fast Masters are retired drivers, but one stomps the throttle pedal 29 weekends a year. He's standing by waiting for his qualifying attempt with the newest member of our broadcast team. We've taken the rookie stripes off the microphone of Dave Wilson. Dave?
Thanks a lot, Dave Despain. We're down here in the pit area with Harry Gant. And Harry, your first time to race in Indianapolis, but from the sound of that reception, you just received a lot of Harry Gant fans here in town.
Yeah, they really are. I've talked about coming up here a lot, you know, and never have been here, but, you know, I'm sure I'd like to come back. We got a lot of fans in this area, and tonight here we're in something totally different than what I thought I would be the first time I come to RV.
Now, 15 times you've taken the pole position in a Winston Cup race. What are your odds tonight here at the Fast Masters?
Not very good. I've had a little trouble getting into the road course down here. The gear shifter is a little bit shorter in the Jaguars than are in the Winston Cup car, you know, and David Hobbs and Redmond seem to be the quickest last night, but it's, maybe I can pick it up and get a little better. Only thing about it, you got to do it here in 2 laps.
That's true. Well, we hope that you do real well. We know you'll be showing them the fast way around here, although you're going to have to pick up the habit of turning left under that 90-degree turn, right?
Yeah, without sliding the wheels or going in backwards.
Let's go back to Dave Despain.
And the first of our qualifying attempts about to begin. The first 3 drivers, in order to warm up the cars, will take 2 warm-up laps. And the first of those warm-up laps is about complete. We're about ready to go to the green flag with the first qualifying attempt. He'll forever be remembered as the smiling, blonde-haired hero of the 1970 Daytona 500, the New Englander who piloted the winged Petty Enterprises Superbird to 2 more victories that year at Talladega. Not quite 51 years old now, from Norcross, Georgia, Pete Hamilton. Hamilton comes to the green flag, and here to call the lap, the Gerrie and Larry Show.
Well, a guy that has some experience on this track before, he was here in 1972 in an ASA stock car crash, and he's got problems right now on the very first lap. We may see that several times this evening, Larry.
Well, these cars are 2,500-pound race cars, and it's a sharp left-hand corner going in there, and Pete Hamilton just tried a little bit too hard, and he didn't quite make it around the corner.
Yesterday, I talked to Donnie Allison. I said, what advice did your brother give you? He said, one thing, brake before you get to the start-finish line. You'll never make that first turn.
Well, obviously, that's what they have to do. There's no penalty on this lap, Gary, because he did get around back on the road course and back around. If they miss it completely and go around the oval, there's a 45-second penalty. But because he got around there and made the corner, why, he's okay.
A little sheet metal damage. Bob Aiken drove this car last week, and it's showing the effects of that first round of the Fast Master. Let's see now with brake lights added this week. Sharp left-hander. He was very aggressive through this section yesterday, but went off course twice in practice.
Well, Gary, it's very important to get through these little S's and get off of this corner right here real quick. His first lap was a 45.952, Gary, so it was a pretty slow lap compared to what they were running last night.
Once again, with the changed format, the fastest 4 will start straight up in an 8-lap feature. Those that qualify 5th, 6th, 7th, and 8th will have to go through a 5-lap semi, and only the winner will transfer to the main. All right, this lap will be a whole lot faster for Pete Hamilton.
Yes, the other thing that they can do on that second lap, Gary, as you see right here, he doesn't have to make that left-hand turn, so he can stay on the throttle till he gets to the starting line, which makes it very much quicker for him.
Good lap, 34.316. 34.316. That'll be the official time for Pete Hamilton.
That's a pretty good lap. Low 34s were the fastest guys last night. Of course, when they run through that finish line, it's a little bit better, a little bit faster for them.
Our second qualifying attempt getting underway, the warm-up lap for the man who says he shook with fear the first time he sat in a race car. That was at a place called Rufford Airfield in England. But his resume is packed. 16 World Sports Car wins, 3 Formula 5000 championships, and 1 IMSA crown. He now lives in Jacksonville, Florida, and still races vintage cars. 56-year-old road race legend, Brian Redman.
All looking to last night. Every other competitor was watching Brian Redman. He is experienced with the turbo, and he was very quick through this section of the racetrack.
Yes, he was. They were looking to him because of his experience, the fact that he still races a lot of vintage cars. He does have a lot of experience with the turbocharged cars, and he was kind of setting the pace for everybody. They were trying to watch and see what he does. Let's kind of follow him around here, Gary, and kind of talk about the way they enter through this corner. As he comes around 3 and 4, he's way down off of the wall. That's much lower than a lot of the other guys are running. He's in third gear. He's off of the throttle before he gets to the starting line. Hard on the brakes. Now shifts to second, into first. He's going into first down this short straightaway. You can see him gas it, off of it, back on. Now you watch him right there. The turbo kicks in. The turbo kicks into this car at about 4,000 RPM, and that's what caused that big fishtail. Now he's into second, and on into third, and on around.
Now, once again, where you said he was very low on the racetrack down in 3 and 4, that's where the stock car veterans make up their time because they use the banking. They're right up against that outside wall, whereas down in the first and second corners where Redmond's making up his time. All right, let's see now if he can become the fastest qualifier on lap number 1.
He went into that corner all the
Oh,
way.
he smokes it. Did he miss it? No, he got into the corner, but boy, he was on the brakes. 33.902. That's the quick one. 33.902. You can see the back-end fishtail as the turbo kicks in. He's in second gear, quickly goes to third, and heads down the backstretch. Now, if he can only master turns 3 and 4.
These guys are really picking up on this. Last night, they started out in the 36-second bracket, fell into the 35s, then into the 34s, and now he's into the 33-second bracket. So it doesn't take him long to get that feel back.
Once again, he can go on straight into the first corner area. Let's see if he's picked it up on that second lap. They know he is slower on the second circuit at 34.418. So that first lap,
yeah, he got
33.902. That's the quick one.
It cost him getting into turn 1. It cost him getting into turn 1, Gary.
Let's go trackside. Pete Hamilton.
Pete, a 34.316. What do you think? Will that make the top 4?
No, I don't think that'll make the top 4. We got down about 34 flat, 33.90 last night, but I kind of stuck it in a little too far. Mr. Smooth conquered all one more time.
Well, he was smooth and cool, but he's in the show right now anyway.
I love the guy's sense of humor. He's having a ball down here. Pete Hamilton in and on the racetrack. The man who won the first NASCAR Legends race at Charlotte after 8 top 10 rankings in the Winston Cup Championship during his career, 67 to 75. He keeps in practice driving the NASCAR pace car. Out to qualify, 63-year-old Elmo Langley.
And Elmo has one distinction. He's warming up the tires on his warm-up lap. Now, here's a good look inside. He's the only driver with an open-face helmet. Bill Simpson providing all the driving suits and helmets. He tried the full-face jump. He said, I don't like that. But look at this driving style, Larry.
Yeah, the driving style. He's got his elbows on his lap, and he's driving underhanded. I've never seen that before.
63 years of age. And you know, we're not going to laugh too hard because in a few years you're going to be out here. We're going to put a camera in your car, Rice, and we're going to see what you do.
I don't want anybody watching me. I'll tell you what, though, in that Legends race a couple of years ago, he showed him the short way around, and he showed him he wasn't afraid to mix it up a little bit.
He was leaning on some folks then. All right, here's the green flag once again. Braking right at the start-finish line, down to first gear. And now they'll carry this corner in first gear, and some will actually upshift to second right here. There's your time to beat, 33.90, turned in by Redmond. Now remember, he drives all the pace car, or all the NASCAR events in the pace car, but we understand he was practicing just a bit at Sears Point in Sonoma, California, and tore up the pace car?
Well, that was the rumor. We're not sure he
rumor.
did that, but we heard he was trying to get in a little extra practice and did that. Oh, look at how far he was pushing the front end. He had that thing really cranked to the left trying to get through 3 and 4.
All right, that first lap for Elmo Langley is 34.726. 34.726. All right, now here's a good shot from inside the car. There's that sharp left-hander back up onto the oval. They pick up third gear and head down this backstretch at some pretty good speed, really, for a heavy car.
Well, yeah, they're probably reaching, time they get down in here, 115 miles an hour. So it's pretty quick. And look how high he is on the racetrack. He's a little higher than Brian Redmond ran, all the way around. The sun was in his eyes. You can't see very well. That's the problem that a lot of people don't realize in the early evening here.
All right, there is our third qualifier this evening, and the second lap is slower. He slows down at a 35.222, so the first circuit, the quick one, at 34.72, and that's surprising. The first lap was the quickest. Coming up to qualify, guys like David Hobbs, Donnie Ellison, Harry Gant, Bob Christie, and Benny Parsons. We're live from Indianapolis Raceway Park.
This is not a test. It's not even a quiz. But it is an emergency. GSXRs are attacking, wreaking havoc in Daytona, Laguna Seca, and other strategic points around the country. you are instructed to go to your Suzuki dealer and get a GSXR for no money down. Repeat, no money down. But hurry, the end is near.
Why use Valvoline motor oil? It's the #1 choice of Indy 500 chief mechanics, Daytona 500 chief mechanics, NHRA mechanics, and Baja 1000 mechanics. For use in their race cars and in their own cars. Any more questions? People who know use Valvoline.
Baseball was way too boring for me. Way too boring.
Just want to be remembered as a fun guy. You know that every fourth or fifth question is from Mars.
Don't miss the best of Sunday Conversation, Wednesday night at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN. This week, get ready to roll at the Wyoming Valley Open. Then two-time former champion Roger Mayweather slugs it out with USBA champion Carl Griffin on Top Rank Boxing.
Knockdown Thursday, ESPN. Hey!
Brian Redmond, you used to drive these Jaguars, but this one's a little different than the one you used to run, right?
Yeah, it's completely different. The one we used to run was right-hand drive. These are left-hand drive. It had a V12 engine giving 700 horsepower. These have a V6 turbo giving 450. It was all different.
Right now, your competition, David Hobbs, getting her to roll out. You think you'll keep the quick time right now at a 33.9?
Well, I felt I did a really poor job. I locked the brakes under braking on my best lap here and lost about half a second. I think the time would be 33.5 or 33.4.
Well, let's see how Brian Redmond's predictions come true. Back to you, Dave Despain.
Boy, they always know where those precious seconds went. Here is David Hobbs, lifelong friend of Brian Redmond. Listen to the resume. F1, endurance sports cars, Camel GT, Indy cars, stock cars, championships in Formula 5000 and Trans Am. Now he's a member of the ESPN Motorsports team. Good luck to our 54-year-old colleague, David Hobbs. To call the run, Gary and Larry.
All right, some people were picking David to be the fast driver if it were not Brian Redmond. Let's see what happens. There is your time to beat as he comes down and takes the green flag.
They are getting the green flag first time by. The tires are warmed up, the cars are warmed up now, so they're not giving them the extra lap. All three of these cars had to be warmed up. That's the reason they gave them the extra lap to the first three drivers. It's going to be interesting because Hobbs, of course, and Redmond had the most experience on the road courses, and everybody picked them to do well. But David had a little trouble down in 3 and 4 last night. But boy, by the time the evening was over, he was pretty quick down that end of the racetrack.
Well, of course, he finished 5th at the Indianapolis 500 back in 1974 as a teammate to Johnny Rutherford. He knows how to run fast and up close to the wall. Comes off that 4th corner with a little room to spare. There's the white flag. We'll check the time now on lap number 1.
That was a 35.390, Gary. So
he won't be happy with that one.
We thought. No.
So where is he losing the time?
I don't know. It looked like he had a good line through 3 and 4. He gets off of this last dog leg real quick and up and down the back straightaway real good. I'm not sure what happened.
Well, perhaps he is losing some time by not running a little closer and keeping the RPMs up in that 3rd and 4th corner area. That's where the NASCAR guys, the NASCAR veterans, are running so fast through 3 and 4.
But David, like I said, he got much, much quicker down there as the night went on last night. You've got to gain confidence in any race car, and I think this lap will probably much better. And it is. It's a 3.4750, Gary.
3.4750, but still, Hamilton is faster than that. Well, let's go back trackside and talk to Elmo Langley. Dave?
Elmo Langley, now you're having a little problems turning left there, but now tell us if this is true right now. Now, we understand you're, of course, the pace car driver for NASCAR. We understand at Sears Point you were practicing for the Fast Masters and piled up one of the NASCAR pace cars?
When I got away from NASCAR and came up here, I thought I'd get away from that. But now you're bringing it up. See, I took enough riding about that. I was giving some of Davey Allison's crew, they wanted to ride around the course. Now, we were running pretty steamy, and I had a guy waiting quite a bit in the left rear behind me. And as you go into 5, you kind of make a left turn, you make a right turn, it drops off and goes downhill. And we got off the course and got into tires and bent the left side of the car up. They had to work on it a little bit, but we just bounced off the tires and kept on going. It wasn't really training for Fast Masters.
Well, at least you had some fun here at IRP. We wish you luck in the feature tonight or the semi, whatever you get into, Elmo. Right back to Dave Despain as we got more action on the track.
And on the green, the man whose family name is synonymous with stock car racing. His brother so impressive here last week. Let's watch the run for Donnie Allison.
guy who has won 10 Winston Cup races in his career. Works off the corner. Now, he was very, very fast in practice last night. He really gained on it throughout the practice.
Well, he certainly did. You know, he gained on it all night long. As you can see, the way he was kicking that turbocharger and fishtailing that thing through the other end of the racetrack, he caught on pretty quick.
Into the first lap. Younger brother, he's 53 years old. Donnie Allison is the younger brother of Bobby, who raced here last week, and it's a 3.5.796. 3.5796. You talk about a motorsports family tree. His daughter Pam is married to NASCAR Winston Cup driver Hut Strickland.
A lot of Allisons and a lot of relatives, kind of like the Parsons and the Carters up here in this clan.
Here's a guy who was a Rookie of the Year at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He finished 4th back in 1970 as a teammate to A.J. Foyt. And here he comes off the 4th corner to qualify for the Fast Masters. And let's check. Oh, look how close he is to the concrete wall. Second lap is quicker at 3.4.431. 3.4.431. That is the 3rd fastest qualifier right now. And let's hear from David Hobbs.
David Hobbs, are you a little surprised at your time of 34.750?
Well, I am a bit, because I don't know what we did yesterday, because we weren't actually getting times, but I'm sure I did better than that yesterday. The tires are pretty cool, but then, of course, the guy before me had cool tires, too.
Okay, well, we hope that maybe you'll make the feature and that you'll be able to get in the show here. But what do you think? Are you strongest in the corners or in the road course area, or do you think maybe you're slower and a little bit slower than NASCAR guys in the turns 3 and 4?
Well, I thought I felt strong in the road section, but I'm not sure. Through the oval here, I'm not sure what's good and what's not, because, you know, not having done it before much. So it's kind of hard to tell when you're going well, but I was about 250 RPM off what I was doing yesterday. Yesterday I was going to at about 5,200, and today I was just a tick under 5, so I knew I was a bit slow.
Well, a little bit slower for whatever reason. Back to Dave Desplain.
Next up, the driver still very active indeed in Winston Cup stock car racing. Late in '91, he tied the modern record with 4 straight wins, earning a new nickname, Mr. September, to go along with the one he already had, Handsome Harry. Now 53 years old from Taylorsville, North Carolina, Harry Gant.
Oldest driver ever to win a NASCAR Winston Cup event at the age of 52. He takes the green flag. What's amazing to me, Rice, is these guys can actually glance down at the RPMs when they're going through that corner down.
Well, you know, that's all the good race car drivers watch their exit speed off the corner. Oh, look at that, man. He's on the gas. He's not quite used to that turbo. Some of these guys, he was telling me yesterday, they're completely different than stock cars. They steer harder. The power steering isn't the same. They steer a little quicker. It's really different.
Well, these are rack and pinion cars, whereas the stock cars are power steering units, and it's a little more difficult to drive than a Winston Cup car. But watch him come off the corner, how close he is to that wall.
I think Harry Gant gets through 3 and 4, obviously a little better than the rest of them, but I think the reason he does that is because he is so active in the Winston Cup cars off right now.
First lap for Handsome Harry, 34.875. 34.875. Now, he was one of the quick ones last night, so it looks like right now Brian Redmond is still the guy to beat.
Yeah, it looks like Brian Redmond is going to be the man to beat. Did you hear that little blip in the engine? These cars have rev limiters on them, so when these guys try to stay on the throttle too long, over 7,000 RPM, then it starts missing out on them so they don't break the engine.
Oh, good shot off the corner. Slides just a bit. There is the checkered flag for Harry. He'll take her on down on the high side of turn 1. Second lap was quicker. Hey, look at this. Look at this. Fast time. 33.337. Where did he pick up that time?
Well, you know, I said last night I thought he was a little quicker through 3 and 4, and I think that's basically where he picked up the time at, down here in that high bank corner in 3 and 4.
That's almost a second and a half faster than his first lap. Incredible right now. Harry Gant has the quick time. Yet to qualify, Bob Christie and Benny Parsons. We're coming back from Raceway Park.
Hi, this is Jerry Andel, inviting you to join me at the new Ranch Restaurant in Auburn. Turn one way and you'll find a beautiful but casual restaurant. The steaks and seafood are delicious, and the ribs are falling off the bone. There's a down-home cooking section on our menu designed with our senior citizens in mind. It features mouth-watering pot roast and old-fashioned turkey dinner. Turn the other way and you're in one of the Northwest's finest country music clubs, featuring free dance lessons and live country music with the area's top bands. We'll be looking for you at Jerry Andel's Ranch Restaurant, now open in Auburn.
Just in time for hot summer travel, Les Schwab's Hot Tire Values. Wherever your summer adventures take you, look to Les Schwab for great tire buys. like premium all seasons radials. You'll save with Les Schwab's special hot summer prices for small and mid-sized cars. To give you added summer savings, Les Schwab has special on-off-road radials, value price for your pickup, 4x4, or sport utility vehicle. Les Schwab 60-month battery at a special price, too. Hot tire values happening now at Les Schwab.
Plug in there, great performance. Next weekend, I had the split fires in there. Amazing difference. I couldn't believe it.
More complete combustion.
I use the lower octane now. It seems like it runs like I had the premium in there.
5 extra horsepower by merely installing these plugs.
I have them on my motorcycle, my boat, and my car.
America is talking about split fire.
I feel like I have more power. I feel like I have a new engine.
Split fire won a United States patent. It doesn't look like any other spark plug. It doesn't work like any other spark plug.
It saves me $2 or $3 a week. I went from probably 300 miles on a full tank to almost 400.
I love them.
I've saved at least $3 to $4 a week.
Split fire. At $5.99, it only costs more till you use it.
I'm going to stay with split fire forever.
Get guaranteed split fire savings at leading automotive stores from coast to coast.
For those who like to spend lots of time and effort cleaning, shining, and protecting your tires, this is going to be difficult to watch. Because with no-touch tire care, you don't need to rub or wipe your tires to make them look great. It's true. You just spray it on and leave it alone. No touching. Now, we know it's hard, but you've got to fight it. Come on, you can do it. That's good. No-touch tire care. The best touch is no touch.
Got some racing for you this weekend on ESPN. The IndyCars, Budweiser G.I. Joe's Grand Prix from Portland, Oregon, coming up at 4 o'clock live Eastern time tomorrow afternoon, 1 o'clock on the West Coast. Who says Harry can't road race? Check it out. Dan on the pole, Redmond, Hamilton, and Alice of the next 3. And with 2 men still to qualify, Dave Wilson is with our fast qualifier thus far.
Harry Gant, the second lap, you set her on the pole, but that first lap, you had your hands full.
Well, yeah, I did the second lap, too. The cars, you know, got new tires on them and new brake pads, so that's the reason a lot of cars have a little trouble getting in. It's a real fine line. You just can't give it a lot of throttle, you know, through the oval up here. And in the same situation going into the road course here, it'll lock up. You have to just go real easy, and, you know, it seemed like Redmond and Hobbs, you know, they got that down pretty good, but it's tough.
You think your time will hold up to stay on the pole?
No, I don't think so, because Benny run here real fast last night around the upper turn up here, and I don't think so, but I'm just glad I'm in the top 4. I was worried about running a heat race.
Harry Kent, he's in the race, and here comes Bob Christie.
Yeah, we'll see what Benny can do here in a minute, but right now the attention shifts to this man. At age 69, he is the senior member of the Fast Masters Tour, old enough to have won the very last AAA race on the old Carroll Speedway in California. A veteran of 8 straight Indy 500s out of the Pacific Northwest, the man they call Caveman, Bob Caveman Christie. And here's the qualifying run.
At the age of 69, he's never retired. He's a manufacturer's rep now living in Columbus, Ohio. And I said to Bob, when'd you retire? He said it was 1967 at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. I was about 20 feet off the outside wall going backwards. And he said, if I get out of this, that's it. And that was it.
Yeah, you know, he ran third twice at the only IndyCar races they ever ran at the Daytona 500 or Daytona Speedway. So he was no stranger to speed by any stretch of the imagination.
Well, let's see how he negotiates the first corner. Oh, very smooth.
He looked real good through there. Once again, it's been a long time since he's been in a race car, and he's never driven a turbocharged powered car before. So it's a little different for him. He probably had as much trouble adapting as anybody.
I asked him what he did to get in shape. He said, I think you have to be in shape mentally for this type of competition. But he said, I didn't go to Winchester on a modified stock car. He loves the high banks. Of course, we'll be at Winchester next weekend, but I can't imagine 69 years old in the high banks.
Hey, he told me, he said, I think they ought to run this thing over the brickyard. He said, I know I'm fast there.
All right, the time to beat for the top 4 is 34.431. Let's see what the Caveman can do. 37.395. 37.
Well, obviously, Gary, when they put new tires and new brake pads on these race cars, it's giving some of these guys a little trouble. They're having much more difficulty judging their braking points, getting into this hard left-hand turn down here, and it's really fooling some of these guys how far they can drive into that corner.
2 more corners to negotiate for
Bob Christie. There once again is your fast time for Gambit. I think Bob would be happy just to be in the fastest 4 right now and not have to go through that 5-lap semi. There's the checkered flag out close to the concrete wall. Second lap is much better, but it's a 3:5.725. 3:5.725, and I bet Caveman would like to have one more lap to qualify.
They all want just one more. Just give me one more. That's any race car driver wants that.
Look at that, Benny Parsons. Benny will be the next to qualify.
The man of the hour is exactly right.
Well, he is, of course, the lovable buffet Benny in the ESPN stock car booth, but he's also twice ARCA champion, Winston Cup champion 73, Daytona 500 winner in 1975. And again, our colleague, and we wish him well, 51 years old from Charlotte, North Carolina. Here's Benny Parsons.
And old Benny does it pretty well behind the microphone. The 1989 Cable Ace Award winner for his racing commentary. After practice last night, I said, Benny, how'd it go? He said, I think I've had one too many buffets.
I tell you what, Benny looked real good. Oh,
hang on, Benny, hang on.
He got a little sideways there. He got on the brakes. Again, I think those pads are giving him some trouble. They're fooling him, and he turned that thing. Whoa, look out, look out.
That's the first time this weekend we've seen someone spin right there.
Well, that turbocharger kicked on, and I think these new tires are really fooling the guys. That makes it very difficult for Benny because he knows now he's only got one shot because this is going to obviously be a very slow lap.
Let's take a look again as he comes to that tight right-hander, gets back on the throttle and loses it.
He's in first gear right there. He comes through, he kicks it, that turbocharger kicks in, the thing just starts spinning the tires, and he can't get her stopped in time, and she just comes on around.
We only have 3 drivers here this evening that have turbo experience, Hobbs and Redmond and Donnie Allison from his IndyCar experience.
Once again, you can see he gets through that corner, hits the throttle right there, and then when that turbocharger kicks in, you can just see that thing. It started a real nice little slide, and then when the turbocharger kicked in, it went way out, and he was history.
Oh, he's almost history right there. Hang on, Benny.
Wow. I'll tell you what.
That first lap, he'll be impressed with this one, 61.426. All right, let's watch him do this tight right-hander. He's going to lose it again.
I'll tell you what, you got to give him an E for effort. He slid that thing every place on the racetrack, hasn't he?
He kept his foot in it.
Man. And you think these guys don't have their mentality pumped up? I mean, they want to do this so bad. They want to be the best so bad. He is really liking it.
Those competitive juices are flowing right now. Hasn't qualified since 1988. Would like to have a few more laps of practice before he takes his checkered flag.
And now that throttle a little bit. Let's see what happens.
Well, much better, obviously, at a 3:5.394. 3:5.394. So that will not put him in the top 4. He'll have to go through that last chance race, and only the winner will transfer. So that should be a very interesting race. We have so much competition coming your way with the Mellow Yellow 100 and second round competition with the Fastmasters from Raceway Park.
Use Valvoline motor oil. It's the #1 choice of Indy 500 chief mechanics, Daytona 500 chief mechanics, NHRA mechanics, and Baja 1000 mechanics. For use in their race cars and in their own cars. Any more questions? People who know use Valvoline.
It's a round world, genuine and true. It keeps on spinning and you always come through. And you're giving it your best. Proud to be your bud. Budweiser. Proud to be your bud. Proud to be your bud. Ooh, yeah. Proud to be your Proud to be your bud.
Dear Midas, my brakes were making a terrible squeaky noise. I brought my car to your competitor, and without any inspection, he said, "You need new brakes." Then I went to Midas. Your manager...
Hi, I'm Tom Kirshner.
...had a thorough inspection done and said,
"You don't need new brakes. The squeaking noise is caused by brake dust."
Such honesty is refreshing in the time of auto repair rip-offs. Yours truly, Frank J. Ruder.
George Brett and the Royals have turned their season around. Can they keep it up against the Indians? tomorrow night, live on America's Game of the Week, ESPN Sunday Night Baseball.
Well, we're back. Bob Jenkins, crew chief, has just chatted with Benny Parsons, his driver, and we're going to talk to him in a moment here, but first let me just remind you, round 3 of this series coming up on July the 10th and the 17th. We're back in the 24th. Three straight weeks of Fastmasters with the finals on August 21st. Qualifying results. Harry Gant on the pole. Look at those 33s. They peeled him right off the side of his stock car. Redmond, second in the qualifying rundown. These are the guys that are going to run the semi-feature to try to find their way into the main event here tonight. So the big news, of course, is Gant with the surprise pole. And here's the discussion that we mentioned a moment ago. Bob Jenkins, crew chief for Benny Parsons. Benny had his race face on. Jenkins just found some good news. He said, Benny, you're on the pole for the semi. I shouldn't be making fun of you because you were after it out there, weren't you?
What did you do? Invert the semi?
No, you actually, I think, earned that. No. I got to ask you, you were really, I mean, we've seen you all week with your broadcaster face on, the smiles on your face. You really were out there driving the car.
Yeah, I just could not get any grip. I mean, I went in the corner and I just could not get any grip. Even off the 3 and 4, where I felt like I would make up some ground, I got the car pushing up there and just could not get it off the wall. Had to jerk it off, almost spun out coming down for the white flag.
You scared me and all those Jaguar people to death. Yeah. Now you got a race to get into the feature. You going to be able to pass some people out there?
I don't know. I don't know. We just have to see.
Well, I think we should consult with the man who's obviously providing a lot of expert input here tonight.
Oh yeah.
You've done a great job in coaching him so far. What are you going to tell him before the semifinal, Bob Jenkins?
I guess I'll tell him to spin. That way he won't. Is that the way this thing goes?
Yeah, that's right. You told me not to spin, so
yeah,
I did.
I told you to go easy on the first lap, get a good one in, and then take it in for the second one. That's what he did to him. I forgot that. He never listens to me.
Race drivers, they're all alike, and he doesn't listen to you in the booth on Sunday either. All right, the qualifying fun is over. We're going to get to the thunder of the Silver Crown cars when we come back to Indianapolis Raceway Park. Stick around, this is going to be fun.
It's happening. Big O Tires Anniversary Sale. Get huge once-a-year savings at your local Big O Tire store. Get $40, $50, or $60 for your set of used tires. Trade in your tires for a set of 4 premium Big O brand tires, and up to $60 is yours. You've never seen anything like it. Premium Big O brand tires and the best warranty in the tire business, only at Big O Tires. Hurry in today. This once-a-year sale won't last long. Big O Tires, American tires for the American road.
Hi, I'm Greg Olson from Olson Brothers Chevrolet in Gig Harbor. If you're looking for a great buy on a new Chevrolet car, truck, or Geo, why don't you come on in and see us? For example, I've got 28 Geo Metros we've got to get rid of. For $500 down cash or trade, I can keep your payments under $140 a month. That's at Olson Brothers Chevrolet. Hurry while they last. We're off Highway 16, 2 miles west of the Narrows Bridge in beautiful Gig Harbor.
On ESPN, points leader Nigel Mansell has taken the IndyCar circuit by storm.
I'll just try and do my best job I can at every racetrack.
The next stop, a race where past champions have gone on to capture the season's title. The Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200, tomorrow afternoon at 4 Eastern, live on ESPN.
They are the link to USAC's storied past. The Champ Cars, the big cars. The Silver Crown Division comes to Indianapolis Raceway Park, where soft-spoken, hard-driving Jim Keeker is defending champ, and Johnny Parsons, another local hero, won it in 1991, his first Silver Crown victory in 20 years of triumph. The big cars mean big thunder. They have big hearts and a whole lot of horsepower. Brave souls and the will to win. They are the local heroes. And they live for the sound of thunder.
Let's thunder.
I tell you what, John Oates last weekend, Kyle Petty this weekend, Thunder's turning into a guitar Hall of Fame. We're glad you're here tonight. We're going to have some fun with the Silver Crown cars. They're the perfect accompaniment to Fastmasters, and I'll tell you why. They are living history. The division was formed in 1971. The evolution of Indy cars produced these magnificent machines. If you take the roll cages off and put a little narrower tires on these cars, they are the dirt cars of the 1950s. Truly living history. A spectacular show. Witness the huge crowd gathered here tonight at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Their program format will work this way. The top 4 qualifiers in time trials tonight go straight to the championship feature. Jimmy Sills, who just turned 40 and is already thinking Fastmasters, has qualified the fastest here tonight. Now, out of the 2 20-lap qualifying races, we will take the next 12 finishers who will move up, and here are your qualifying results. So it's these 4 directly to the features: Sills, Johnny Parsons, Mike Bliss, and George Snyder, your 4 quick qualifiers. They don't have to race again. The rest of the guys go into 2 heat races, and the top men from then, 10 each, will move up to give us 24 in the feature. A former division champion topside to call the action tonight. You know all about the Gare and Lair show. You've already heard from them about Fastmasters. Let's see what they have to say about the Silver Crown cars.
Dave, I think it's page 15 or 16 of the Motorsports Broadcast Manual says don't play favorites, but you're a 2-time titleist in this division. You love these cars, and this is one of my favorite races. Who do we look for this evening?
Well, I think Jim Keeker is obviously going to be very tough. He won the race last year. He led every single lap. He's qualified well here tonight. He's always tough on this racetrack in that V6 powered car. Another guy is Johnny Parsons. He won in 91. He also has a V6 powered car, and even though they've added 100 pounds to these cars, they're still very fast. But there's another guy named Mike Bliss. He won the Copper Cup Classic. He's really fast here tonight. He's going to be very hard to beat. And there's another guy that I think is going to be tough by the time the night's over, and that's Bob Fry. He's just come back after a couple-year layoff, and he's in Louis Seymour's car. I think time she's all over, he's going to be around the seat.
Now, Dave, we've talked about George Snyder, the 4th fast qualifier. This is his 97th career start in this series. Guess what? Only one driver has more. Know who that is? He has 100. He's standing right here, old Rice-A-Roni.
You acted like you didn't think I knew that. I not only know that, I knew his first race was in 1973, Sedalia, Missouri. 30 laps in, he's running second to Mario Andretti. You know what? He drove her straight in the fence. He'll do better than that tonight as he calls the action as we move to the heat races, 2 of them for the USAC Silver Crown cars at Fastmasters, and have the Thunderheads turned out tonight. This is going to be some kind of show. We'll go racing when we come back.
Got a new taste that's pure delight. New Pringles sour cream and onion light. That's right. Rich sour cream and tangy onion. Mmm, that taste is really something because the dip is in the chips, so delicious on your lips. Look, compare Pringles to regular chips. Pringles have less fat and they're less greasy too. The proof's in front of you. So grab a bunch of this, not that, and get a whole lot of taste and less of the fat. New Pringles sour cream and onion light. That's right. Once you pop, you, and you can't stop.
3 reasons not to buy BF Goodrich TA tires. Being the center of attention makes you uncomfortable. You think a Little Deuce Coupe is a place where tiny chickens are kept. You think Lug Nuts is a high-fiber cereal. BF Goodrich TA tires when you're ready to get serious.
The 93 Jaguar XJ6 at $549 a month. It's a dream come true. See your local Jaguar dealer for details. This offer is for a limited time only.
Independence Day weekend coming up. That means we're going to thunder into Winchester, Indiana to check out the sprint of the high-banked half mile. It's Saturday Night Thunder live, 9 o'clock Eastern, 6 o'clock Pacific, next Saturday night. The Silver Crown cars are out rumbling up to speed. Time to set the starting lineup as we go to the first of the qualifying heat races. Here's our Gary and Larry show.
The Jonathan Byrd Cafeteria qualifying heat races. They will take the top 10. And here is your starting lineup. Wally Pankratz in the 50 car starts alongside Tice Carlson at 84. In the second row, Larry Dixon, a 3-time sprint car champion, alongside Chip Thomas in 80. Well, Thomas's number was 88. Jack Hewitt in 27, Stevie Reeves in 37 in row 3. In the fourth row, Jim Keeker. He won it here last year, led flag to flag, and he starts alongside Tony Stewart in car number 8. In the fifth row on the inside, there's Bob Fry back after a 2-year hiatus because of some business out in Arizona, and Bob Ciccone, a past winner here at Raceway Park. In the sixth row on the inside, Dan Drynan making his Silver Crown debut, and Andy Mitchner. We've seen him in the midgets. And in row 7, Randy Bateman in car 55, Robbie Stanley, the 2-time sprint car champion, in 81. In the 8th row, Gary Cameron alongside Californian Bob Mealy. In row 9, we'll have number 31, Mark Alderson. Now, once again, because of the format, the fastest 8 qualifiers in this race have been inverted. So actually, Tony Stewart is the fastest qualifier in this particular event. And there is a look at Andy Mitchner in car number 22, first time ever in a Silver Crown ride. And Drynan in the red number 5, that's your old race car. He's also making his Silver Crown debut.
Both of these guys qualified fairly far back in the field. They're going to have a long way to go. But these cars are big. They're heavier than a midget. That's the only thing these guys have driven very much on this racetrack. And it's going to take a little getting used to. In 20 laps, they're going to have to get used to it pretty quick, though, and move up a couple spots if they want to make the feature.
Now, I've heard some of you old race, some of you veteran race drivers say, compared to a midget, this is like sitting back in a rocking chair.
Well, these cars are much longer than a midget. They're 96-inch wheelbase cars. Midgets are only 68-inch wheelbase. That makes them not near as twitchy. They're much more stable going through the corners. But they're also heavier, so you have to learn to get that weight through the corners. That's the big thing.
And guess what we have hooked up and working this evening?
The tread cam.
All right. We're going to run right over your heads. So duck as they come. Oh, look at this. Hewitt down on the inside. They get the green flag. And taking the lead at number 50 Aviators car is Wally Pankratz out of Orange, California. There they come and there they go.
Man, I'm just looking out for the counter. I had a duck while the guys
down under the desk here. Look at Hewitt on the inside, that yellow and green number 27.
That was Keeker in the other yellow, number 26 there, smoking the left front tires. He went down in underneath a couple of guys. He's trying to gain some spots real quick early in the going.
Now keep in mind, the rule states you have to run the same compound tire that you qualify on. So if you go too soft and get a good qualifying run, it's going to hurt you in the future.
Well, you have to be very careful on your choice of tires. It's going to be interesting to see come the 60 lapper. Right now, these guys aren't worried about that. They're just worried about making this race. Stevie Reeves, right up on the outside. He couldn't get on the outside. He ducks down to the inside. Can't do it there either.
Well, you're riding there with Tony Stewart. Incidentally, that black number 8 car is the same car that won here in 1988 with Bruce Field driving. There's the car right there. A problem in turn 2, entering turn 2. And there's your old car. There is Dan Drynan. And Drynan's front end just a bit askew. We saw some other cars involved. There's one other car setting down there, and from this vantage point, we can't tell you who it is. Another red car parked inside the second corner. But there's a look at Danny Drynan. In fact, Dan had, it's Randy Bateman. Bateman in the 55 car. Drynan had actually qualified for the mile at Springfield last year, but in the preceding midget race, he was very seriously injured. So this is actually his debut in a Silver Crown car.
Yes, it certainly is, and it's too bad those guys got together back there. Obviously, both of them are going to be out for the evening. Bateman's car's badly got the left front bent up, and so does Danny Drynan. So they're both going to be out. And
Bob Mealy down on the inside looks like he may be headed for the pit area. Now he stays out. Let's take one more look at what happened down there in the first corner. Two cars got right together, and Mealy had to go to the infield grass to go by on the inside.
All right, Mealy was clear down the inside trying to pass those other guys. He's probably wondering if he got any damage. But Drynan just got together with Bateman.
Let's go back 1 week ago. The radical midget of Dan Drynan. There's the white 33. He gets sideways, spins around, and he will get tagged here.
Boy, the same exact place almost as that was Kenneth Nichols in the green car that came along and tagged him, and then everybody else got involved too.
One more look.
I got Danny Drynan.
This is a
Once
different
again,
angle.
Drynan in the white car.
Oh, Kenneth Nichols really hit him hard.
Now we're going to go in car. Now watch this camera angle.
Oh,
right
boy.
there. Oh. Now, you know, he broke some blood vessels in his eye. He had some vision problems this week, and there he's standing by with Dave.
Danny, deja vu, unfortunately. What happened out there?
Just working a little hard. I'm not used to these big cars. Got in a little hot behind Saccone. I was working him for a lap or two there. Was going to make a run on him, and I kind of had a flashback of last week and tucked back in. Car pushed a little, and I just hit the wall there. I must have snapped the tie rod or something off, and no control after that.
Well, good luck to you next time. We'll see you next week. Right now, we'll be back for more Saturday Night Thunder after this.
We feel the best way to advertise a car like Mercury Sable is the direct approach. Mention the car, show the car. Mention the interior, show the interior. Mention the safety features, show the safety features. Mention Sable's commitment to design excellence and leadership, show the car again. All this and the quality of a Mercury.
Here we go again, guys. Wow, I feel good. Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American Orient, boy, we're guaranteed. I feel good. Yeah, 2 years, no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Vegas. I feel good. Yeah. Daytona. I would now. L.A. Wherever we're going. Yeah. And we're not even tired. Wow.
The Suzuki GSXRs. First, they win more road races than any production motorcycle in history. Then, we put a license plate on them. The new liquid-cooled GSXRs, now available in 600, 750, and 1100 octane.
Saturday Night Thunder is being brought to you by Lincoln Mercury and the complete line of 1993 Mercury automobiles. By Allied Signals Auto Light Spark Plugs, guaranteed for 2 years, no matter how far you go. And by Suzuki. Your Suzuki motorcycle dealer has the ride you've been waiting for and the financing to get it.
There's the indication. One more lap before we return to racing, and there's a look at Randy Bateman from Murfreesboro, Illinois. He is out early. Only 2 laps of the 20-lap Jonathan Byrd Cafeteria qualifying heat race have been completed. And leading the way, number 50, Wally Pancratz out of Orange, California. At the back of the pack, there's Bob Mealy. He was involved in that mess down there and had to go to the back of the pack as he slowed down to make sure the car was all right.
Well, this is probably the best that Wally Pancratz has run for quite a while. He's driving for a guy by the name of Bill O'Connor, who actually partly owned the Indy car that I ran in Indianapolis with. So
that
I'm
had
glad
to be
see
scary.
it.
I'm going to talk to you about that. This car is always easy to see on television or doing PA work, brightly colored, and look who's right there in second position. That is 54-year-old Larry Dixon. We have our own Fast Masters in the Silver Crown Series this evening.
Boy, oh boy. Yeah, this is Tony Stewart. We're riding with Tony Stewart. That's Stevie Reeves in a 37 car right in front of him. He was trying to get under him. But look at Wally Pancratz. He looks like he's out there taking a little ride out in front of everybody.
Now 13-degree banking into turn 3 with the black 8 car.
Here we see Dixon and Hewitt. Hewitt obviously is known as a dirt track specialist. He always looks a little rough on the pavement, you know, kind of sliding around, but he always seems to be fast. Right there, he's lifting that left foot, he's sliding a little bit.
Interesting story about Hewitt's car. This actually started the season as Stan Fox's red number 9 that Fox drove in Phoenix. There is the team car of Keefer, the 26 car, but the car that Hewitt is driving is a V8. Fox wanted a V6. The teams just swapped cars after Phoenix.
Keeker's stuck on the bottom. He got down on the bottom. With that extra 100 pounds of weight, that V6 doesn't stick as well on the bottom as it did when it was 100 pounds lighter. Now that he's still stuck down there, Tony Stewart takes advantage of it. Goes right around on the outside.
He's stuck right in behind Stevie Reeves, and he goes on by.
Looks
now,
like
once
NASCAR.
again, that's the V6 power plant, the 26 car, the team car, the 27 car has the V8. Both of the V chassis.
Look at that. My gosh, 2 wheels up, down. Man, oh man.
Don't we always pick the right car to put a camera on?
God, I don't know how he gets that thing under control.
You know, Jeff Gordon did that in the midget here a couple of seasons ago, and guess who's here tonight as a spectator? Jeff Gordon.
I'll tell you what, that'll give anybody a thrill.
There's Bob Fry. Look at Bob Fry in the black 29. Now we're back in the cockpit with Tony Stewart as he works in behind the 37 car and above on the high side.
Look how clever Tony Stewart is. He follows right in line. He stays on the high side. He waits for somebody to move down, and when they move down, just for an instant, he's right alongside them. He never gives them the groove back. If they can't make the pass stick, well, they're in trouble.
Oh, he moved down there and moved right back up as Stevie Reeves goes to the inside of Chip Thomas. Reeves in that black 37, Chip in the yellow and blue 88 car. And look at this. Tice Carlson smokes a tire coming off the corner.
Hewitt in them 27 cars pushing the front end real bad. That's why he's holding that train up. He's pushing the front end real bad. Looks like everybody's going to get around him.
There's third, fourth, and fifth. You ride with fifth position right now down the backstretch, and there goes Stevie Reeves to the inside, the defending USAC midget champion. He takes a position from Carlson, and here comes Tony Stewart. Stewart up to fourth position, and now they can set sail for your leaders who have really opened up a big gap. 9 laps now complete, 11 laps to go.
I tell you what, when Pancratz gets so far up front, we can't even watch him. There's so much action in the back. Dixon's still running second, but look at this battle for third. Stevie Reeves and Tony Stewart right underneath him, really working hard.
Tony Stewart, fresh off a win at Salem in the USAC Loctite Sprint Car Division about 2 weeks ago. He is right now second in the Silver Crown points.
He's working very hard. He's working very hard, Gary, to try to get around Stevie, but he just can't quite do it. He can't find a spot. Look at the sun getting their eyes as they go through 3 and 4.
A lot of glare down there in 3 and 4 as they now complete lap 11. This is the first of 2 20-lap qualifying heat races. Only the top 10 will transfer. Once again, we look at that's Keeker in the 26 car. Keeker won this race last year and led it wire to wire, but he has to fight his way through a qualifier to even make the starting field this year.
Yeah, he does. Like I said, I think that 100 pounds of weight has hurt these V6s a little bit. He's still moving up pretty well, but he's not running nearly as quick as he did here last year.
Well, of course, with the real weight advantage these V6s had last year, they could go to a softer compound tire. This year, they have to go to a little harder compound.
Well, the other thing is, though, Gary, these cars are still 75 pounds lighter, so they're still, as the race goes on, going to have a little bit of an advantage. The longer the race goes, the more advantage they're going to have.
As we take a look at Keeker in that yellow 26, Keeker is the only driver to have won a midget, sprint, and Silver Crown race on this particular oval, so he knows his way around, but still he's battling right now with Carlson. Carlson stays to the high side. Keeker looks low down the backstretch into turn 3. Oh, hang on, they almost get together. Keeker starts to push up just a bit and doesn't have the room to push because Tyson's right in the middle of the corner.
Carlson's very loose, but he just, and right there, as he slid the back end out, he lost enough momentum that Keeker went on around him.
14 laps now complete. Remember, only 20 laps will comprise this, and now 15 laps complete as your leader continues to be Wally Pancratz. There is Keeker in 5th place, Carlson in 6th. We go back to the front of the pack, and there is Wally Pancratz, the veteran out of Orange, California, in the Aviators car. And he has a pretty sizable lead right now over Larry Dixon. And Dixon right now is being challenged for position. There is the battle for second. Dixon is second, that red and white number 73. But look at that battle. Second, third, and fourth are right together on the racetrack. A couple of young lions, and Tony Stewart and Stevie Reeves. Stewart in the black 8. The car that won here in 1988.
Well, look at this. He got a little diamond. He's got up the high diamond right off the corner, right under Dixon, right on around him. I think that kid's doing a great job. Stevie Reeves also is driving a good race, but he just got caught down there by
Keep in mind, because of the inverted start, your fastest qualifier in this race is Stewart in the black number 8 car. He was the fastest qualifier. Reeves was down just a bit. Qualified 9th overall.
Right, he's moved up into 2nd position. He's got a long way to go to catch Wally Pancratz. Already Pancratz is lapping positions number 10 and 11, so he is really quick. He's way out in front. He's got that Bynum Steakhouse car sizzling now, baby.
Well, this may be the best ride we have seen with this car in a long, long time. And, of course, there's nobody with more experience out in California than Wally Pancratz with all kinds of variety in his motorsports.
That's right.
career.
Danny Lockhart's the chief mechanic on this car. He's worked very hard for the last couple of years. Looks like they finally got things going their way, and I'm happy for them.
There's the white flag. Wally Scheer has the white flag out. 1 lap to go.
Keeker is moving up. As the race goes on, the yellow car just went around Larry Dixon. He's moved up. It took him a little longer than it did some of the other races the last couple of years, but he still's moved up to the top 5.
Checkered flag, and there he goes from the pole. Let it wire to wire. Wally Pancratz in the 50 car. Remember, only the top 10 will transfer. The top 4 qualifiers were locked in, and 10 from each qualifying heat race to comprise a 24-car starting field for our 60-lap main event. There's Wally Pancratz in the Aviators racing car, and there's your Danny Lockhart, your chief mechanic. A lot of excitement early in this race with a couple of spin-outs and a couple of wheels-up confrontations.
There's Keeker with our in-car camera. He's going to be pretty happy that he's in this race, but he wasn't too happy about right here as he headed down the back straightaway earlier in the race.
All right, let's watch what happens as cars come together down the backstretch. That's Stewart in the 8 car. There is Keeker, and look how close he came to getting upside down.
Man,
look at that.
I think that outdoes Jeff Gordon. I'm sorry, but I think he just won the height award.
And he finishes 4th. Can you believe that? After that altercation, he was able to maintain his composure. Watch this, over the left front. And he almost got turned upside down and almost collected the wall.
When he touches down, how that wheel didn't dig in and send him on over, I'll never know.
Well, he was turning to the left, and he brought it back down. Some kind of driving by Jim Keeker. He goes on to finish 4th, but there are your top 5. Larry Dixon rounding out the top 5. 10 will transfer. We have more racing from Indianapolis Raceway Park. Stay with us.
Here's how to remodel your kitchen in 4 easy steps. Step 1.
2, go to Builder Square to get advice on how to design your project. 3, pick up what you need. They've got over 4 million cubic feet of project completing stuff. They install too.
Oh, yeah, you do that.
Step 4, enjoy. The play's done.
Builder Square, the warehouse with everything for your house.
Hi, I'm Greg Olson from Olson Brothers Chevrolet in Gig Harbor. If you're looking for a used car or truck, Olson Brothers stocks most makes and models in all price ranges, from BMWs to Volvos and everything in between. Most of our used vehicles have a 90-day warranty included. We have easy financing, and we really need your trade-in, paid for or not. So if you're looking for a great buy, see Olson Brothers Chevrolet 2 miles west of the Narrows Bridge on State Route 16 in Gig Harbor.
Has taken the IndyCar circuit by storm. The next stop, a race where past champions have gone on to capture the season title. The Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200. Tomorrow afternoon on ESPN.
Baseball was way too boring for me. Way too boring. Just want to be remembered as a fun guy.
You know that every 4th or 5th question is from Mars.
Don't miss the best of Sunday Conversation, Wednesday night at 7:30 Eastern on ESPN.
We're back at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Wally Pancratz wins the qualifying race, blitzes away from him. All he wants to talk about is his daughter and wonder how she's doing tonight. What's going on there, man?
Well, she's running Ventura tonight, the USAC TQs, and she nearly won the race at Carson City, but Ventura's her nemesis, so I'm a little worried about her.
So you're thinking about the West Coast, but here you're taking care of business on the East Coast. That was a great run. Looked like the car was perfect.
Oh, the car was great. Everybody did a great job. You know, we're real lucky that we're here, you know, being sponsored by True Value and Jonathan Bird, and we're just happy that we were able to go out there. I learned this trick from Sleepy Trip. You know, I qualified 19th, put me right on the pole. It's a good trick that I learned from my friend.
Good strategy. They're wondering if you're dialing up for Fastmasters now. How far are you away from that?
Well,
you got to be 50 in case you need a reminder.
Well, let's do some math. I guess that's like 3 years.
At least.
Yeah, at least. You know, some people lie about their age to get going racing early, and now you have to lie about your age to go later.
I'll tell you what, Jim Keeker aged at least 10 years back there behind you in that race a moment ago. We want to take a look at the highlight and get his reaction as we go to Dave Wilson.
Jim Keeker, right now we have the monitor down here, and we're going to replay that. Did you in the back of your mind, are you thinking, hey, I know the camera's on the roll cage of my car? Are you thinking that when you're out there driving that thing?
I wasn't thinking that till after I was all done here.
What are you thinking right now?
Right now I'm thinking, let's turn left and try the brakes real hard.
Were you able to look down and see the pavement at all?
Yeah, it was, I saw the fence through the bottom of the car a little bit there, and looking down at the pavement, I'm thinking, oh boy, here we go.
Come on in here, Wally, come on in here.
Joey Chitwood has an opening. I think you're hired.
Well, Wally and everybody's joking with him. A whale of a job of driving that thing. Was that skill or luck?
A lot of it was luck. There might have been a little bit of skill, but I mean just a little bit.
Well, how many more laps do you think before you would have caught Wally?
I don't know. We were catching the cars, Tony Stewart and those guys. I didn't see where Wally was for sure, but car ran real good all through the race. I was just trying to be careful early on, and we were working a guy behind him down low and trying to go up, slide behind him in the corner and come off, and I was probably using a lot of racetrack, and whoever that was behind me was probably getting tired of it.
Well, that was Jim Keeker's version of taking it easy, boys. Back to Dave Despain.
All right, Pankratz and Keeker, two of my heroes tonight for sure. Here's one more look at one of the great moments in Saturday Night Thunder history. We'll be right back.
In America, your car is not just something you own. It's a part of your life. To give your car complete protection, Texaco has developed Haviland Formula 3 motor oil with not one but 3 kinds of protection against heat stress, starting friction, and engine dirt. Haviland Formula 3. Add more life to your car.
Tire foam protectant from Armor All. One spray, and even old tires look great. Kind of makes you wish we made car foam. Tire foam from Armor All.
Hey, is that what I think it is? Yeah, it's my new Wagner Power Painter. Well, can you edge with it? Yeah, you can edge like this, or adjust it to control the paint up close. And when I'm done, I'm gonna switch nozzles and stain my deck. Do a lot of other jobs I've been meaning to do. Well, does it clean up easy? Yeah, it's quicker than you think.
Why am I painting this by hand?
Good question. Get a Wagner.
When it's this hot, don't take chances. Only Armor All Protectant guarantees your new car's dash from cracking. There is a fountain of youth, and we guarantee it. Armor All.
It's called the Grizzly, one of the fiercest, most intimidating Nicklaus design courses. Trevino and Rodriguez challenge it at the Kroger Senior Classic, beginning Friday on ESPN.
We lovingly call him Jasper, the Fast Master, and he is the official mascot of the series, and he's having a fine time. Thank you very much. We call these folks Thunderheads. They gather at Indianapolis Raceway Park on Saturday night to see the kind of thrills that you've enjoyed here thus far. And tonight, they see this, the magnificent Jag XJ220. Jaguar has always been known for magnificent lines. The lines of the cars have always been so distinctive. The line on this car is performance. 6-cylinder, all aluminum alloy, water-cooled inline engine, double overhead cams, 4 valves per cylinder. It'll push this car to 217 miles per hour. Mid-engine rear drive, there are the tech specs, but the bottom line on the car, it is the fastest production automobile in the world. And tonight it is the property of our Fastmasters who will do business with it. Check it out, $750,000 is the price tag. And we bent some up here last week. The car's preparing for the elimination race that will set the last starting spot, the 5th and final starting spot in our Fastmaster main event tonight. And from that main event, the top 2 will go on to the championship finale. We understand there has been a last-minute driver change. This is David Hobbs, who has just climbed into car 7, perhaps because of a problem with car 4. We have radio contact, I believe, with Benny Parsons. Let's go to Gerrie Lee.
Yeah, Benny is no stranger to broadcasting, but not right now from the cockpit. Benny Parsons, Gerrie Lee here in the ESPN broadcast booth. We have you on our CarQuest cage cam right now. How's it feel? Benny, can you copy us? Benny Parsons, this is Gerrie Lee in the ESPN broadcast booth. We have you on camera right now. Can you hear us? Well, he's working real hard, but I don't think he's listening. He may just turned it off, turned the volume down. Well, we had 2 cameras set up with Benny and with David. I don't know if there's a problem with the 4 car that David Hobbs was supposed to be in, but he's taken over the 7 car. So Elmo Langley in the single file start, and a surprising qualifying run. Realistically, it's a 5-lapper, only one will transfer. A lot of folks are surprised that Elmo is starting up there in front. He'll be in that green car. Now starting second will be David Hobbs. He'll take over the silver number 7. Starting third will be Benny Parsons in that green number 3 car, and Bob Christie at the tail of the pack in the black number 8. Once again, all 5 laps on the modified road course. There is Bill Carey now with the furled flag, a single file start. No point system this evening, Larry. It's just the first guy across that finish line. He's going to transfer to the main event.
Well, you've got to believe that there's a lot of pride here. Ziggy's down there wishing that he was out there.
Look at that. There's George. Well, he's old enough. He's going to be one of our fast masters this season.
Well, he will be, not this year, maybe next, but he was ready to do it this year. We just had a little problem. But I tell you, there's a lot of pride at stake here. I mean, Hobbs and Benny and Langley, all these guys, Bob Christie, they all want to come here and do well. They know they're in this semi. They want to make that feature race. It ought to be very interesting. I just hope they don't get a little overexcited.
63-year-old Elmo Langley. He drives the pace car for all the NASCAR Winston Cup races, but he's back in competition tonight. They're looking on as Harry Gant. Gant surprised a few folks this evening in qualifying.
And he sure is happy. He's not in this race, I can tell you that.
Nobody wanted to be in what we call the hooligan. The last chance to semi. There is the green flag. Look at this move on the inside. David Hobbs trying to outbrake. Hang on. Oh, he couldn't get it done.
Well, he almost sawed his nose off there, didn't he?
Elmo Langley continues to lead, but here comes Hobbs again. Right behind Hobbs is Benny Parsons in that dark number 3. They upshift to second. Then the third gear down the backstretch the first time through that third, fourth corner. And look at Hobbs on the inside. David Hobbs out of Milwaukee, Wisconsin, the Honda dealer up there, side by side. He has to be very careful here because these cars tend to push.
Hey, look at that Langley. He says, no way, I'm not giving
look
up.
At Benny. Look at Benny on the high side. On the brakes hard. What's going to happen? 1 lap down. Down to first gear. Hard left-hander, hard on the brakes. Now a hard right-hander, and here comes Hobbs. He takes a look to the right side. A great shot from inside with Benny Parsons. Now Hobbs again looks to the low side coming off that corner, and they head down the backstretch.
Seems to get a real good shot off that dog leg and get right up the side of Langley, but can't quite get around him going in that corner, and Langley just won't give up. He just keeps gassing it and daring.
Langley has the groove. Now remember, it was right there in that corner where Troy Ruttman got in trouble last week and spun and hit the wall, and here comes Benny on the high side.
Almost identical thing. Here goes Hobbs on the inside. Does he make it sick? Yep, he does this time.
Yeah, but look at Benny. Benny to the inside of Hobbs, to the inside of Langley. Hobbs out in front. Here comes Benny on the inside. Benny goes to second. Now it's going to be a shootout between David Hobbs in the silver 7 and Benny Parsons in that green number 3.
That was nice. Once they got Langley hung out there, they both took advantage of it and went around him. It's going to be interesting to see now that if the 3 and 4 corner with maybe Hobbs or Parsons having the advantage. Oh, look at
Parsons
Benny.
Hard on the brakes, negotiates the corner. No, 3 laps now complete. We right on board with Benny.
Yeah, Benny said yesterday, oh, he's right on his tail. He's caught right up with him. Benny's really working hard. He's getting right through.
Really closed in through the road course, through the part of the track that we thought that a Hobbs and a Ripken would have the advantage, but Benny closed in. They're working on lap 4. Now remember, only a 5-lapper, and this is lap number 4. The white flag will be unfurled this time by. It's David Hobbs out in front.
Benny seems to be getting off of 4 real good, but he's and he gains on him getting into this corner right here, this first left-hander. Oh, man.
I think Hobbs is making that car as wide as he possibly can right now, and once again, about a half lap, a little over half lap to go. They come off that tight left-hander. You can see the brake light that we've added this week. He can't be on the brake. That thing must be malfunctioning. He's not riding the brake. Down the backstretch for the final time, David Hobbs. the Englishman that now resides in
Look at Benny.
Milwaukee. And look at this. Our two ESPN announcers are going to run 1-2, but only one will transfer. Brian Redmond looks on. There's the checker flag. Here comes Benny. It's going to be David Hobbs. Hobbs will take the victory. Benny goes second, Langley third, and Bob Christie fourth.
What an effort by Benny Parsons. I'll tell you what, he didn't say die. He didn't quit. He started back there in third position. It was a tough road to get around Langley, but boy, once he got around him, he didn't let that road racing experience of Hobbs intimidate him. He went right after him and took him right
yesterday said, I don't like the idea of Hobbs and Redmond having all that road racing experience. We can't do that kind of stuff. Well, he did pretty doggone well this evening.
Yeah, he sure did. I don't think any of those guys in that race have a thing to be ashamed of. And what's most important, I think they all had a lot of fun.
Now, is he going to head back to the buffet?
Well, I don't know about that. I think he's going to come back and tell everybody how he would have done this if they just gave him one more lap.
All right. Once again, here comes David Hobbs on the inside, the silver number 7, trying to outbreak M.O. Langley, going to that tight left-hander. There's that arrow off to the right that kind of shows them where they're supposed to turn. What a textbook pass.
He took the inside of the racetrack, Ray, and right here, Benny Parsons made a good move. He got inside him, but going around this right-hander, he's on the outside, and he's still... Oh, we're going to see him from another angle.
All right, there's a move to the inside as David Hobbs takes the victory with that move right there. Going by on the inside. Look at that, 2 abreast, the tightest part of the race course. Benny on the inside, Elmo on the outside. They don't even come close to touching.
That was the nicest pass of the day. I'll tell you, that's tough to do on that short corner.
All right, we've got a lot more action coming your way. What a great night for racing in Indianapolis. What a great crowd on hand as David Hobbs wins the Hooligan, and he goes on to the main event.
After you shave, now there's comfort to the power of 3. It's new Soothing Edge Aftershave with 3 soothing formulas for 3 specific skin types. An aloe formula that's alcohol-free to soothe sensitive skin. Extra moisturizers to soothe if your skin is dry. And a cool vitamin E splash for normal skin. Soothing better than ever with the power of 3. New Edge Aftershave skincare for men. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
I'd like to make a simple point about a gasoline additive called ProGuard. You see, without proper care, even new car engines accumulate deposits that can lead to a rough-running engine. Fortunately, there's a ProGuard. Added to a single tank full of gasoline, ProGuard's patented Tecon chemistry begins cleaning deposits not only from fuel injectors, but throughout your engine's intake system for a noticeably smoother performance. ProGuard, for a smoother running engine.
What? Oh, guard dog. Oh, very scary. Finally, the good stuff.
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down, make it a Bud Light.
Take a look at the finish of the Bassmasters qualifier here, the semifinal, as the battle of the broadcasters came right down to the wire. David Hobbs holding off the inspired charge of Benny Parsons as Hobbs' old buddy Brian Redmond looks on and says, way to go, Hobbo. And so David Hobbs joins us in victory lane. They're rushing the Hart machine in. Calm down. That was exciting.
Well, the most exciting thing was on the pace lap in my right car, the engine quit. So by the time I got back to pits, everybody else had done a couple of warm-up laps. I had to sprint across the paddock and jump into another car.
What was wrong with the car?
I don't know, it just stopped. The throttle became disconnected, I think. It just died. So did my heart.
And so you're running all over trying to find a car to race. You get in the car. Had you even sat in that car this weekend?
Yeah, it's one of the cars I used for qualifying, so at least I knew that much about it.
Tell me about the pass. Obviously, you had to move up a spot to make that all-important victory that would put you in the main event.
Well, Elmo surprised the hell out of me. I mean, he went quicker than me in qualifying, which he didn't yesterday, but boy, he got inspired today, and he was holding me off, but he wasn't as good into the infield as I was, which, you know, road racing heritage and all that. And I finally just nailed him, and I thought, oh, now he's going to run at the back of me. And then I looked in the mirror the next lap coming down the straight, and there were clouds of smoke and stuff going for so long. And then I looked in the mirror, thinking it was Elmo still behind me, and hey, presto, it was old BP in number 3. Oh, God, now my days really are numbered.
I want to see if we get BP in here in a moment. Tell me about the oval down here. You're inside Langley a couple of times, and we thought, boy, that's where Rudman lost it. You guys were doorpost to doorpost. Any excitement there?
Well, the engineer had made it very clear to me when we got here yesterday that this car's got a differential as opposed to a spool like these regular guys use. And he said, don't ever back out the throttle in a hurry because the diff breaks down and the car goes from push to loose. So I just made sure at all times I kept some power applied. But it was obvious, too, that I was never going to get past Elmo on the low line. Couldn't go as quick in the low line as I could in the high line, and I wasn't as quick in the high line as old BP.
Yeah.
Mate,
Look at him. Look at him over here. Big frown on his face. Battle of the broadcast. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I lost. I mean, you aren't supposed to jump up and down and dance when you know, he can tell crack jokes and everything else. He won.
Take a look at the action here, BP. You're coming after him to make the pass on Langley. I think this is where we see you go too wide.
Well, this is where Hobbs gets inside Elmo, and I said, what the heck, I might as well follow him, which I did. Elmo and I went through the S's side by side. I really didn't think that would be possible, but watch. Watch this, Hobbs. That's me on the outside, see? We go through.
You knew that line was there, right?
I'm spellbound because it's all muddy out there where other people had spun earlier on. See?
And you stayed right in there.
Well, I mean, I thought I could catch Hobbs. I really felt like up in the oval on 3 and 4 that I could make up some ground, which I did make up a little bit, but he moved up to my line, the dog.
You always talk in the broadcast booth. I heard Gary Lee say it about how wide you can make that car on the last lap. He sure did it to you, didn't he?
He did make it wide. Did a very good job. Hobbs, you did great up there in 3 and 4.
Instead of with you like we did in 1976 for our great triumph at Daytona. 10 out of 11 finishes.
The smile is back on Parsons' face because ultimately they have both won. Gentlemen, your colleagues in the broadcast truck are very, very proud of both of you. We will add our congratulations on a great run. Hobbs wins it, Parsons second. You guys are still our heroes. Way to go.
Thank you very much, Dave. It's great fun to be here at the Fast Master. I think it's a great conceptual idea. It's something I've always, well, not always want to do, but since I've turned 50, I think it's a great idea. But I don't think we need people like Harry Gant in it next time.
You got one more to go, don't you? Remember, the big prize is $100 grand. He's thinking about that. We're about a lap away from green from the Silver Crown action. That wraps it up here from Victory Lane in the Battle of the Broadcasters. Gary and Larry.
Let's quickly squeeze in some starting lineups here as we get ready for 20 laps of racing with the Silver Crown cars. Kenneth Nichols and Stan Fox in the front row. In the second row, Jim Mahoney and Chuck Gurney. Row 3 on the inside, Tony Elliott outside. Defending champion Steve Butler. In the fourth row, Ron Schumann and Eric Gordon. Row 5 will find Gary Heber and Bill Bowie. In the sixth row, Greg Staub and Ronnie Burke. Row 7 on the inside, Roy Carruthers. Outside, 66-year-old Ralph Liguri. In the eighth row, on the inside, Trey House, and outside, F.A. Miller. All right, 20 laps, only 10 will transfer. This will be another of the Jonathan Bird Cafeteria qualifying heat races.
Kenneth Nichols starting on the pole. This is also his very first dirt car race, even though he's done well out here in the midget. So it's going to be interesting to see how he does starting that far up in the pack.
Yeah, he's won 4 times in USAC midget competition. The green flag flies. We are underway for 20 laps. And Stan Fox, we talked earlier about his team swapping cars with the Hewitt team. That's the V6 and the Beast chassis, and he leads the parade down the backstretch. Yellow flag is out.
I think that they threw that yellow flag because it was a little bit of a bad start. I think Kenneth Nichols got kind of a slow start, so I think they're going to bring him back around and restart him.
Yeah, we've explained that several times in the midgets and sprints. They have the option of dropping the green flag, and then the yellow comes on. Now, let's watch again. Yeah, see this good jump by Stan Fox on the outside, big jump. No, that wasn't Stan's fault. Just Nichols didn't pick up the throttle.
Hey, Stan's only got a little OP6. I can't be beating him that much.
That's right.
Man, oh man, look at
That's
Bowie.
That's Bill Bowie. He was, well, slightly injured with a concussion a couple of weeks ago in a midget race down the backstretch. Spent the night in Methodist Hospital, and he's working out the racing rheumatism right now here in the big Silver Crown car. All right, they're lined up side by side. Let's try it again, Rice.
Well, I think it's going to be, again, I talked about Kenneth Nichols not being familiar with these cars. I'm not sure whether the car just coughed a little bit or whether he just wasn't ready for that start that Stan Fox gave him, but I think he'll be more ready this time. Yeah, look at him. He's on the throttle a little bit already.
That's Mahoney and Gurney riding in the second row. There's the green flag. Much better this time, but again, I think it's going to be Stan Fox as they go into that first corner. Yeah, Stan Fox, the red number 9. That's the Hyatt Regency sponsored car, and he leads them off the second corner. Nichols, though, rides in second.
Nichols did a good job. got right in behind Fox going into the thing. He wanted to protect that group. This is Tony Ellis, the yellow, or orange number 18 car, down on the inside. Oh, he got real close. Looked like he moved over.
I am so impressed, though, with the progress Tony Elliott has made on the pavement. He's been recognized as a very fine sprint car driver on dirt. He was second in the midget standings last year, but he's very proficient now on the pavement.
Yeah,
Ralph LaCour was running very slow. Ralph LaCour is very slow after turn 1 and 2.
He's gained an awful lot on the pavement. He's quite proficient now. Look at Fox. This is Nichols in the black car running second. Mahoney in the red number 2 running third, and that's Elliott in the orange car running fourth. All 4 of those guys. And look on the inside. Is that Butler? Sure is.
Butler in the red number 1. He's a 2-time Silver Crown champion, but until last May had never won a Silver Crown race on a mile track. He'd won twice on half miles, but he finally won at the Indiana State Fairgrounds on the dirt in May.
And Butler's trying that inside move back there in 4th spot. Fox in that V6 powered car seems to have a pretty comfortable lead right now. He's not running away from anybody, but he's not being challenged either.
Well, of course, Stan Fox was the one that said to his team, I want a V6 power plant in the Silver Crown Series. That's why the cars were swapped. He has the V6. He said, if I get passed by a V8, it's my fault tonight.
That's Eric Gordon in that white car back there in about 6th position. Now he tucks down to the inside trying to get around Butler. No room.
Well, I saw some smoke off the rear of the 9 car. I think maybe, well, can't imagine smoke in the brakes going in the 1, though.
Well, that was, well, they're just trying. They're pretty tightly bunched, as you can see right here. Everybody's trying to find another group. Remember, they inverted the first 8 cars, so the faster cars are in the back. Uh-oh, look at Fox.
Yeah, there is a problem with Fox. Fox in that 9 car is headed for the pit area, so there's a problem mechanically in that V6, and that beast is going to be, well, it's going to be out of the competition, and Stan Fox will become a spectator. A problem over in turn 2, a car up against the outside wall coming off the second corner.
That's Chuck Gurney. It's Chuck Gurney in the Foxco car, Galen Fox's car. It looks like the right rear torsion arm is slipped, and the whole thing's just dragging on the bottom of the race car.
There will be no yellow, though. He gets out of the path of the other cars, out of the fast lane, and the green stays out. 6 laps now complete. 6 laps complete, and with the demise of Stan Fox, your leader now is Kenneth Nichols.
That's a very unorthodox car that Kenneth Nichols is driving. He's got some springs that are mounted crossways on that race car. But look at Mahoney in that red number 2 car. He's going to give him a shot out of the inside. Can't quite make it stick.
That's the Aristocrat car out of Dayton, Ohio. Johnny Vance owns that car. But look at this. What a great fight coming off the corner, and Mahoney's going to take the lead.
Butler's going to follow him right down to the inside, that red number 1 car. He's going to slide right up in front of him. That's what we call it. Butler started that big slide job here at this place when they first started running it.
If you were not with us a few years ago, Butler would actually go down to the infield grass and slide up. Oh, what a great shot through 1.
He didn't quite get that far down, but he still made that slide job work quite well.
Right now, your first 2 begin to pull away. Number 2 leads, number 1 rides in second. Good-looking Eric Gordon in the Valvoline blue and white car. He tucks in behind Gary Heber in that red and yellow and orange, white, all those colors in the 66 car. They're tucked in behind Elliott in the orange 18.
Yeah, Elliott seems to be, oh,
look at this. Look at the battle for the lead up in front on lap number 10. Only a 20-lap qualifier.
Butler really tries hard. Look how loose
They have him. Yeah, he has him now.
Mahoney is very loose. He saw that. He just went around him and slid right up in front of him. Nice job by Steve Butler.
Third place is Elliott. 4th, Gary Heber. 5th is Gordon. 10 laps now to go, and that is the number 4 car. M&L Plumbing, entry of Flying Shoe Ronnie Shulman, a 3-time CRA champion. I tell you, he knows his way around the track in Silver Crown car.
Yeah, he's won a lot of races in sprint cars and Silver Crown cars. He knows what he's doing.
He's tied with Gary Heber for 3rd place in the point standings. Steve Butler right now leads the point standings. He's a 2-time Silver Crown titleist, the only driver to win a Silver Crown and a sprint car title in the same season. He's out in front right now, leading both this race and also the point standings. Heber to the inside of Elliott. Takes a look, can't make the pass. Heber's come a long way.
Yeah, he started in 9th position, Gary, so he's come all the way from 9th up to 4th. He's really been on the move and didn't really realize he started that far back until I just got to thinking about it.
And he's recognized his expertise on dirt as well. This is the battle for 3rd right here in the waning laps of this 20-lapper. Only 10 will transfer.
Yeah, he just doesn't have, he's not handling quite well enough to go around the outside of Elliott. Elliott's running right in the middle of the racetrack, but look at Eric Gordon.
Well, look at these 4 right here in this pack, closing in on Mahoney. We talked about Mahoney not working. He was not working, and Butler is long gone out in front. But this pack of 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th are starting to close in. on the number 50 car. Uh-oh, we got a problem with Nichols, Kenneth Nichols, slowing down in turn 1 in that number 40. We can have a battle for second shaping up right here because they're closing in on Mahoney, and there's a look at Nichols on the inside.
And this looked like he lost power, pulled to the inside of the racetrack, and he's going to get off. It's too bad. He was running real well for his first time.
We will complete 15 laps this time by 5 laps to go. A straightaway advantage for Steve Butler, and the battle is for second.
Yeah, Mahoney, all of a sudden, it looked like something happened to that race car. He lost the handling on the race car. I'm not sure whether it's pushing real bad or real loose, but one or the other. Something went really badly wrong about 4 or 5 laps in the race.
At this juncture in the race, these guys know they have a transfer position. They'll go to the main event. Do they experiment at this point to see what the track may be like, down a little lower, a little higher?
Well, they're trying to gain every position that they can, because every position they gain, they start farther up in the feature races. They're just racing. They're not really experimenting with anything. They just want to pass as many cars as they can so they don't have far to go come this lap main event.
About 3 different lines coming off the second corner right there, working on lap number 17.
Gary Heber got real brave going into that corner. He started on the outside of Elliott and just didn't quite have enough room. He just doesn't seem very confident up on that very, very top of the racetrack.
They have caught up with Jim Mahoney, but now passing Jim may be a different situation. There's a look at to the inside by Heber. He takes a look at the inside coming off the corner that tucks in behind Elliott. And here comes Gordon. Gordon, the winner of the Little 500 at Anderson back in May, the biggest win of his career, looks to the inside of Heber down the front straightaway as they complete lap 18, 2 laps to go.
Right there, Elliott's on the inside. Everybody's trying a different groove now. Mahoney is really holding up the pack right now. The race car is so loose, he just can't get through the corner as quick as the other guys are. You can see the back end sliding around a little bit.
White flag there for Steve Butler out of Kokomo, Indiana. 4-time USAC Sprint Car champion, 2-time Silver Crown titleist. And look at this. We'll follow this battle off the second corner as they work down the backstretch of the final lap.
Look at Schumann on the outside. Aaron Gordon got real sideways right there. Schumann went around him on the outside. All these guys battling for position. They know this is the last lap.
There's a checkered flag for Steve Butler. He'll take the victory quickly. Who's going to take second? It is Mahoney with Elliott third, and was it Heber in fourth? Heber, I think, by maybe a wheel over Schumann. Then it was Schumann and then Gordon. And then Greg Staub. I tell you, we've seen some very good racing here this evening throughout the pack.
That pack of cars ran side by side for most of the last 10 laps, Gary. One guy would be on the inside, and he couldn't make it stick, so he'd move back up, and somebody else would try the inside. They just didn't quite have the horsepower to go around him on the inside.
Well, of course, we'll take a look once again. That task for the lead as Steve Butler takes the lead away from Jim Mahoney as they dart into turn 3. He makes that patent move down to the inside, and he takes the victory here in the second qualifier. We're coming back with the Fast Masters feature.
Use Valvoline motor oil. It's the #1 choice of Indy 500 chief mechanics, Daytona 500 chief mechanics, NHRA mechanics, and Baja 1000 mechanics. For use in their race cars and in their own cars. Any more questions? People who know use Valvoline.
The 93 Jaguar XJ6 at $549 a month. It's a dream come true. See your local Jaguar dealer for details. This offer is for a limited time only.
IndyCar excitement on ESPN. Points leader Nigel Mansell has taken the IndyCar circuit by storm.
I'll just try and do my best job I can at every racetrack.
The next stop, a race where past champions have gone on to capture the season's title. The Budweiser G.I. Joe's 200, tomorrow afternoon at 4 Eastern, live on ESPN.
I got a new taste that's pure delight. New
New Pringles Sour Cream and Onion Light. That's right. Rich sour cream and tangy onion. Mmm, that taste is really something because the dip is in the chips, so delicious on your lips. Look, compare Pringles to regular chips. Pringles have less fat and they're less greasy too. The proof's in front of you. So grab a bunch of this, not that, and get a whole lot of taste and less of the fat. New Pringles Sour Cream and Onion Light. That's right. Once you pop, you, and you can't stop.
We're back in Victory Lane. Steve Butler is a greedy man. He's just won this Jonathan Butler cafeteria, or Jonathan Bird cafeteria qualifier here. But listen to this. I mean, he's the point leader in the sprints. He's a point leader in Silver Crown. He won the last race at Indy, and you come here and kill him in the qualifier. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. You know, we had to make up for it. We really were worried after not making that top 4 because, you know, the way they had the 8 inverted, and it's usually hard to pass here. So, you know, it was a good break for us to get up there. And, you know, I'd like to thank True Value and Jonathan Bird and then everybody that helps in the car, National Rear Ends, KSC Steering, Sander, Gertie, Phil Poor, the guy that works on it, everybody. You know, they all make it happen for me. So, yeah, it's looking pretty good this year. You know, we're leading both points, and we won both, you know, both the point deals back in '88. So, you know, maybe I can show the boys I got a few years left in me. So I'm looking forward to the rest of the season.
Well, when you're the only man to have won both, you would obviously be the only man to have won them twice. You brought up the question of the pass. Let me ask you about that real quickly. Do you have your patented line over there in turn 3? Are there X's down there that say you're the only man who can go there?
No, actually, you know, I told, you know, everybody was on me to get to the front, and I said, now, guys, you know, we got to make the feature. I said, we'll just take what we can get. And they were all saying, go, go, go. And I said, no, we're going to take what we're going to get. I'm not going to do any of that grass stuff, you know. So, but I dove down there. I didn't go to the grass. You know, I left about a lane between me and the grass. So it was fairly conservative as those things go.
Gary Lee watched the monitor very closely and confirms you were not in the grass. Great run. Congratulations.
Thanks, Dave.
Steve Butler wins the qualifier. He'll be back for the main event. Let's go to Dave Wilson for more of the outcome of this second qualifying race.
Well, right now we're with a man who didn't have to compete in that because he's third quick this year, a man who has won half of the Silver Crown races run already this year in 1993. Mike Bliss is with us. Mike, you're set up fast. You got any left in that car for tonight's race?
Yeah, I think so. My first qualifying lap was actually faster than the second one, and once we put some more fuel in it, the car always seems to run a lot better. So I think we'll be right there.
In these first couple of the Mellow Yellow races here, the Jonathan Bird qualifying races, did you see anything out there with some of the guys that maybe taught you a little something?
Yeah, the tire wear is going to be a big factor tonight. Both brands have came in and they haven't looked too good, so I think it's going to be whoever survives and whoever takes care of their right rear tonight, and I think we got to watch out for the V6s.
All right, well, Mike Bliss, welcome, and we appreciate it taking some time to spend with us. We'll be right back with more Saturday Night Thunder and the Fast Masters when we return after this.
Uncle Tim's remodeling lesson number 1. Go to Builder Square. Yeah, that's where your folks saved on everything to fix up the bathroom. Yeah. Do it yourself is fun, huh?
Yep.
Why don't you go downstairs, ask your mom for some lemonade? Someday I'll tell them about lesson number 2. Builder Square also does installation. Oh, please.
Boy, that was fast.
Yep. Builder Square, the warehouse with everything for your house, even installation.
So, let's say you own a business. How can the U.S. West Direct Yellow Pages help? Because businesses don't come with customers, you gotta go get them. So that's why advertising was invented. Now, ideally, your ad should be in every home and business in the city, in a place customers look the most, in U.S. West Direct. Think of all those people looking at your ad, and 4 out of 5 of them happen to be ready to buy. Right now, money practically burning a hole in their pockets. Beautiful. It's where to sell. U.S. West Direct.
Roll at the Wyoming Valley Open. Then 2-time former champion Roger Mayweather slugs it out with USBA champion Carl Griffin on Top Rank Boxing.
Knockdown Thursday, ESPN. Hey!
Burt Reynolds talks with the Quaker State team.
Hold on. I got to get my name on the car. My fans are getting restless.
No room.
How about on the big Q?
The big Q stands alone. Stands for quality.
You can't get better protection.
No other oil beats Quaker State.
How about right here?
No way. Red doesn't like to be crowded.
My fans are getting demanding.
All right. We'll go get the painter.
I must have had a hard time finding the painter. Nothing beats Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil. At first, we were going to use a lot of glamorous professional models to advertise our cars. Then we considered the famous basketball player. What's his name with the shoes? We also looked at expensive special effects, catchy jingles, and snappy slogans. Then we had the big idea. Why not just show all the cars and mention things like smooth ride and fully equipped comfort and leave the gimmicks to the other guys? Okay, so we used one glamorous professional model. All this and the quality of a Mercury.
Looky there, Jasper's in love. Jasper the Fast Master is ready for tonight's main event for the over 50 stars. Quick calculation. This would be a Fast Master in the year 2042. Would that be right? He's a little thunderhead. We're glad he's here tonight to watch the action. And what action we have. The feature event with the $750,000 a copy XJ220 Jags on the racetrack. 5 of our all-time heroes to drive them. They're warming the tires and getting ready for action, ladies and gentlemen. The top 2 move to the Fast Master Final and a chance to race for $100,000. Harry Gant, your pole sitter, here to call the action, the Gerrie and Larry Show.
That baby was drooling, and so was Jasper. All right. Well, look at the mantle here. 55 NASCAR wins represented here tonight. 16 World Sports Car wins. 14 Indianapolis 500 starts. 2 Daytona 500 victories. 2 victories in the 12 hours of Sebring, 2 victories in the 24 hours of Daytona. A who's who in motorsports here this weekend for round 2 of the Fast Masters. Championships in all these sanctioning bodies. Once again, Harry Gant, the surprise fast qualifier. He starts up front. Brian Redmond second, Pete Hamilton third, number 3. Donnie Allison is fourth in 6. And David Hobbs transferring will start last in 7.
And you know what, Gary? All those championships and all those wins and all that stuff, they don't amount to a hell of beans right now. The only thing that matters is who wins this race.
A whole lot of pride at stake this evening. They will get the green flag, a single file start. Harry Gant, Handsome Harry, the active Winston Cup driver.
Oh, it looks like
he gets a good jump, but here comes, look at the 7 car.
Look at Hobbs.
Look at Hobbs. He's picked up 1 position, tried to pick up a 2nd position, tried to move inside Pete Hamilton. We're going to restart him. They didn't like what Hobbs did. Yellow light will be on coming down the backstretch. Do these guys know this? Do these guys know about this yellow light and this restart business? I'm not sure we covered that in the driver's meeting because they haven't slowed down.
Look out. There goes Hobbs.
There goes Hobbs on the inside, and he's going to try to pick up a position for not because the yellow flag stays out.
Well, I think they'll figure it out here pretty quick if they haven't already, that they're going to have to get another restart.
Well, this event being sanctioned by USAC and Bill Carey, the USAC midget starter, shows the yellow flag. He has the pearl flag pointing right down to David Hobbs saying, don't you dare do that again or I'll black flag you.
Hey, Hobbs had it figured out. He knew how to gain the most spots. If you do it before the green flag comes out, it's lots easier.
It's not cheating if you do it with finesse.
It's not cheating if you don't get caught.
Well, he got caught, though. All right, once again, Harry Gant will lead the parade down the backstretch. Tucked in behind will be Brian Redmond. Pete Hamilton starts 3rd. He's in car number 3, Redmond in car 8. Donnie Allison starts 4th in car 6, and David Hobbs and the silver number 7. Let's see what Hobbs tries this time.
Well, these guys are pretty close to each other. Now, remember, getting into that turn 1, they got to be very careful they don't run into the guy in front of them. And they all get on the
laying back to get on the throttle earlier, maybe getting a run down the front stretch, maybe a little...
Right. Well, there goes the green. I'm not sure everybody was ready right now.
They have to upshift and then downshift again to get into the first corner. Fast qualifier for the evening. Harry Gant, Handsome Harry, Mr. September, is out in front. Oh, he's got a problem. He missed a shift. He missed a shift, and that could cost him a chance to go to the finals on the 21st of August. That could be a very costly mistake.
Well, that's very easy to do in these race cars. I think it's very easy to miss something like that. He's already back to 3rd spot.
Brian Redmond up to the lead. 2nd now is Pete Hamilton. Harry Gant drops to 3rd. Remember, no point system tonight. Throw your computer out, your calculator, because the first 2 guys to cross the finish line are going to go on to the championship round and a shot at $100,000. Well, Harry's had all kinds of trouble. He's smoking.
He missed the corner.
Missed the corner.
He missed the corner. He's going to lose a lap.
He's going to lose a lap, so Harry Gant can head on back to Taylorsville, North Carolina, because he's out of competition.
See, even the best of them can get flustered. He missed that shift, much as Bob Aiken did last week.
Lost his rhythm.
And he just kind of lost his rhythm. He lost everything that he was doing, and it really has cost him his chance to get into the finals, I'll tell you. It's too bad. But that happens to the best of drivers. When a mistake like that happens that you're not really ready for.
2 laps are down. The top 2 have pulled away, but here comes number 7. Here comes David Hobbs. He starts to close in that 3rd position. Now remember, only 2 will transfer. We've added the brake lights this week.
Yeah, Hobbs he got a little bit behind there on that start when I think Gant got kind of in his way. He had to get out of the throttle. He's going to try very hard now. But look at Hamilton. Hamilton's not known for his road racing. He's known as a stock car driver. But Redmond is not pulling away from him one bit. He's right there about 2 car lengths back. And actually seems to gain on him getting into this. Uh-oh. If Redmond makes many mistakes like that, he won't take
Hamilton's going to have him. Hamilton retired from active competition in his mid-30s, and he doesn't look much older than that right now.
Now we see
Hamilton makes a mistake. He loses some ground to Hobbs in that silver 7.
Gary, I think we're going to find as this series goes on that it may not be the fastest driver that wins every week. It's going to be the guy who is the smoothest and makes the least mistakes. I think that's a very big factor with these guys who haven't run very much. They cannot make mistakes. And the guy that makes the least is going to win some races.
4 laps down, 4 laps to go. Almost a half straightaway advantage now between 2nd and 3rd. Your leader, once again, is a guy that we're not surprised to see out in front, Brian Redmond. Maybe a bit of a surprise that Pete Hamilton rides in 3rd, and perhaps a surprise that David Hobbs is not dicing for the lead right now.
Well, I think, David, he started, of course, last. He's gained a couple of spots. He's gaining on Hamilton right now, and it's not a very long race, so he's going to have to kind of get going if he wants to make this feature.
Only 2 will transfer. Remember last week, Ed the Ace McCullough surprised everybody. There's Donnie Allison in 4th. Ed the Ace won both heat races last week. He advances along with Bob Aiken from upstate New York. They'll be back to battle on the 21st of August with the winner taking home $100,000. Keep in mind that the GTE Frontrunner Award will present $1,000 to the driver that beats the most laps this evening.
That's right. Holstetter tonight, I think, Gary, is the one who got the $1,000. The one who had the fastest qualifier. But this is going to be an interesting first 4 to make this race. If it finishes like it does right now with Redmond and Hamilton, along with Aiken and Ace and Collins.
We rode along with Pete Hamilton there. You can see the concentration in his eyes as he was downshifting, headed for that first hard left-hand corner. So out in front, Brian Redmond, really to no one's surprise, a very accomplished road racer, still is very active in vintage racing. Those vintage guys really get the program.
And of course, this is David Hobbs running in 3rd, and Donnie Allison running in 4th. Donnie builds those Legends cars, some of the things that we run once in a while here.
But right now, I think I'd just as soon be in one of these Super Jags to be one of those Legend cars, like I did one time. There's the white flag, and look at the gap between 1st and 2nd. Brian Redmond out there by himself, everything very much under control. There's some information regarding his expertise in the 24 hours of Daytona. Winner twice down there. Uh-oh, number 3, that's Pete Hamilton. Pete Hamilton, David Hobbs is going to advance. David Hobbs may make it. No.
That's too bad. I mean, Hamilton had things well in hand. He was way out in front of Hobbs. But it's just like
ain't over till it's over.
It's not over till it's over, and it's the driver that makes the least mistakes. Those are the guys that are going to win the races. And it just
there is the dual checkered flags. Brian Redmond out of Florida takes the victory, and here comes his buddy. You saw the exuberance when Hobbs won that semi. You saw the exuberance displayed by Redmond, and oh, what a sorry happening.
He's got to be so happy. He'll be saying all kinds of those funny words we can't understand from making
I got to tell you one thing about David Hobbs. I did a race at Sebring with him a couple of years ago, had dinner one night, and the waitress thought he was Crocodile Dundee, and we could not convince her otherwise. Thought he was Paul Hogan. Well, there's a look at Pete, and he has to be disappointed right now. One mistake, look at kind of bounced the hand on the steering wheel. Once again, let's take a look at what cost him a chance at $100,000.
He just got on the brakes too late, Gary. He just didn't get on the brakes in time. He just overshot the corner. And when he did, he had to turn around and come back because he didn't want to be penalized the whole lap. And it really did cost him a chance at that $100,000. And I know he's got to be the most disappointed guy here because he knows it was just one short mistake that made the big difference.
So the road racers, the guys that we thought might have a excellent opportunity here this evening because of that section down through 1 and 2 in the infield. It's Brian Redmond and David Hobbs advancing, so we have now 4 for our championship round on August the 21st. And of course, we come back with Chapter 3 of the Fast Masters in a couple of weeks here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. And there you are, Redmond and Hobbs. They'll transfer. We're coming back. You stay with us.
Watch the magic of Turtle Wax. Turtle Wax Color Magic Color Enriching Car Polish. While the magic of Color Magic helps hide minor scratches and enriches your car's color, the science of Turtle Wax gives you 12 months of unsurpassed protection and beating. Even on old neglected finishes, Color Magic works its magic, while Turtle Wax product science removes years of oxidation and brings back the shine. Get the magic and science of Turtle Wax. Turtle Wax Color Magic Color Enriching Car Polish.
Dear Midas, after getting an outrageous estimate at my dealer, I came back to your shop. Your mechanics,
John, Jim, Ron, Robert,
gave me a free estimate, stayed late to finish the job, and even pointed out that my brake pads were under warranty, saving me a lot. I was so thankful for not being taken advantage of. I bought them all lunch the next day. Thank you, Sarah Acco.
Here we go again, guys. Wow, I feel good. Yeah, this guy really gets around. He's got the auto lights. American or import, we're guaranteed. I feel good. Yeah, 2 years, no matter how far he goes. That's why we've been everywhere. Vegas. I feel good. Yeah. Daytona. I would now. L.A. Wherever we're going. Super! Yeah! And we're not even tired. Wow!
Okay, 3 reasons not to buy BF Goodrich TA tires. The only hairpins you're comfortable with are the ones your grandmother uses. You get white knuckles on a dime store pony. You think 55 miles an hour is quite fast enough, thank you. BF Goodrich TA tires when you're ready to get serious.
Burt Reynolds for Quaker State.
The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will. You know, when it comes to protecting against friction, nothing beats Quaker State. When it comes to protecting against viscosity breakdown, nothing beats Quaker State. When it comes to keeping engines clean, nothing beats Quaker State. Take it from me, for unbeatable protection, nothing beats Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
In 1970, Donnie Allison drove in the Indianapolis 500 as a rookie for A.J. Foyt, and he finished 4th, winning the Rookie of the Year award. The next day, he was down in Charlotte for the World 600, which he won, driving this very car, a Banjo Matthews Ford. 1971, he went back to Indianapolis to drive for Foyt again, and he finished 6th. The next day, down to Charlotte for the World 600 to drive for the Wood Brothers, and he finished 2nd. But did you know about the extra amount of traveling that Donnie had to do on both of those weekends? He had to leave Indianapolis after qualifying, go down to Charlotte to qualify, return to Indianapolis for the 500, and then go back down the next day to Charlotte for the 600. And in both years, out of respect for the people at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, as soon as Charlotte was over, he jumped in his plane and flew back to Indianapolis for the victory banquet. A lot of extra miles, but with 4 good paydays, Donnie made out okay.
Thank you very much, Donald Davidson. I think he worked as hard tonight as he did on that very busy couple of days. Donnie Allison coming home 4th tonight in the feature event for the Fast Masters. Here in Victory Lane, yeah, it turned out the way we expected, I guess. Brian Redmond wins it, David Hobbs 2nd, the road racers on top. But it certainly was a convoluted way by which we got there. You, my friend, were the fastest from the beginning, and my congratulations, Brian Redmond.
Well, thank you very much. It was really a nice event, and congratulations to TWA and to TWR and Past Masters. The cars were really, really beautiful, and it was a great evening. There were no bad incidents, unlike last weekend, and the cars will live to fight again.
Well, indeed, with all of your experience in Jags, I suppose that might have been a help. But it seemed to me that tonight it was the man who was cool, calm, and collected who came home the winner.
Well, it's nice to be cool, calm. Do I look cool and calm?
Well, I want to ask you, though, you race about 9, 10 vintage events a year, but you told me last night was a sleepless night.
A sleepless night. It was reminded me of real racing days. I didn't sleep a wink all night long. I was going round and round the circuit.
Tonight you get the payoff. Terry Lee is the managing partner of Tom Wood Jaguar, and he has the trophy commemorating your victory, and our genuine congratulations here.
Thank you. Thank you.
Would you like to say congratulations to our winner tonight?
Congratulations, Brian. It was a wonderful race, and we look forward to seeing the finals.
Now, there's a gentleman on our left over here. If we can make a 3-shot out of this. These guys date back about 30 years together. Hobbs, as we said, one of the co-favorites, struggled and struggled and struggled, and through brilliant driving and strategy in the final, pulled out the runner-up spot. Congratulations.
You've just described it perfectly. Brilliant driving. And a large dose of luck. Poor old Harry Gant slid into the pylons here in the last lap, and I just absolutely could not believe my racing luck. Where's it been all those 30 years when I really needed it? But anyway, it came back tonight. I thought actually it was Brian going into the pylon, and Harry had been leading all along. But I gradually...
Well, when you're that far behind, it's hard to keep track of what's happening up front.
There's no need to add that. I must say I had a bit of a struggle. I got past the back markers there because I had to start at the back because I did the heat race first. It's just not been, well, I can't say that. It has been my day. I didn't think it was going to be in qualifying, and like Brian said, I slept fine last night, but boy, today, I was really nervous. I was more nervous today than I've been for a race for a long time because it's so, you know, I mean, this is a real white knuckle racing, you know, 5-lap qualifying heat, 2 qualifying laps on a 5/8 of a mile. It's not like 2 laps at Elkhart Lake, you know, this is talking about a mile here and then, of course, an 8-lap final.
In our case, we never sat in before. I mean, we never sat in the car till the final. You know, that's a hard way to do it.
Well, I had another bit of luck because my car broke for the, you know, the heat race. And I had to run across the paddock and jump in the number 7 car that we've been using over the weekend, and so I still had that for the race.
We are duly impressed with both of your efforts. The 2 British lads who 30 years ago launched their careers and wanted to be great champions find their way to victory lane at Indianapolis Raceway Park. They'll go to the finals and race for $100 grand. Congratulations again, Brian Redmond and David Hobbs. Now let's go to Dave Wilson.
We're down here with Pete Hamilton, and Pete, repeat after me. How many laps in the Fast Masters feature are there?
Obviously, I'm clueless. Geez, I made a rookie mistake.
Tell us what happened.
Oh man, I haven't done that in a long time. I thought it was a checkered flag when I come up off the 4th turn, so I just run all the way through I was braking before I got to the flag box. And when I got to it, I said, hell no, that's a white flag. And so by that time, I was so deep down in there, hit the brakes, but there was no stopping it. So it was a rookie mistake. And, geez, it makes me mad, but we had a lot of fun. Car ran great. It was, we had a good time. My wife and I came up here to have a lot of fun, and we did just that. It was great.
Well, thanks a lot, Pete. Pete, disappointed, but he now knows, undoubtedly, how many laps were in the Fast Masters feature. Back to you, Dave.
Well, the Fast Masters obviously loved it. The fans obviously loved it. Pete Hamilton's smile on his face, every bit, I think, as impressive as the one with which we started the show. Here's how it ended with the double checker for Brian Redmond. Hey, Silver Crown feature up and coming. There is your Fast Master class of '93.
Here's how to remodel your kitchen in 4 easy steps. Step 1.
2, go to Builder Square to get advice on how to design your project. 3, pick up what you need. They've got over 4 million cubic feet of project completing stuff. They install, too.
Oh, yeah, you do that.
And step 4, enjoy!
The play's done. Builder Square, the warehouse with everything for your house.
If you're looking for a deal, Birdwell Ford is the home of the unbelievable deal, where you can get 6.9 annual percentage rates on any car or truck in inventory, and rebates up to $2,000. Discounts up to $6,500. Birdwell Ford has the best selection for you to choose from. Ranger pickups, the all-new Probe, the popular Ford Taurus, the adventurous Ford Explorer. With deals like this, you can't afford to wait. Birdwell Ford, the home of the unbelievable deal. 500 North Tower in downtown Centralia.
Do every day. You laugh, you think, and you cry. That's a full day. That's a heck of a day.
The V Foundation for Cancer Research.
Don't give up.
Don't ever give up.
This is not a test.
It's not even a quiz. But it is an emergency. GSXRs are attacking, wreaking havoc in Daytona, Laguna Seca, and other strategic points around the country. You are instructed to go to your Suzuki dealer and get a GSXR for no money down. Repeat, no money down. But hurry, the end is near.
Splitfire earned a United States patent. Splitfire doesn't look like any other spark plug. And the patented Splitfire doesn't work like any other spark plug.
5 extra horsepower by merely installing these plugs. Quicker in the quarter mile. A 4.8% gain in mileage.
There's nothing like a Splitfire. You'll get more power and more mileage, or your money back. Get the guaranteed Splitfire advantage at leading automotive stores from coast to coast.
The Fast Masters come back to Indianapolis Raceway Park. Round 3, July 10th, featuring Parnelli Jones, Paul Newman, Herschel McGriff, all battling to qualify for that $100,000 to win final round. Fast Masters Round 3, live July 10th, 8 o'clock Eastern Time, 5 p.m. Pacific. Can't wait to get back. Here are your Silver Crown feature cars. Going to go 60 green flag laps tonight. They're fired up and ready to move out on their pace lap. Most popular question around Indy here during the summer of '93 is how many years until you're eligible for Fast Masters? We'll ask it of the gas man, Tom Sneva. Will you confess to your age tonight on national television?
Well, I never thought I'd try to exaggerate it on the high side, but I've got 4 or 5 years left before I'm going to qualify for this thing. But it looks like everybody had a great time. I watched the first weekend on TV. I had to come out and see these Jaguars in person, and they're a lot more impressive in person than they're showing up on TV, and it's just fun to watch.
It's a dazzling piece of equipment. What do you think of the concept in general, the idea? It's tough when you just make over 50 the cutoff. You've got active guys. You've got 69-year-old Caveman Christie. It's quite a range of talent and ability. What do you think of the concept in general?
Well, I think it's a great idea. There's a lot of names here that people can identify with, they want to see and hear about, and remember all the good experiences they had with them from the past. So the concept is great. They're going to have to fine-tune it a little bit, obviously, as they go. The cars are awesome, maybe too awesome for these guys, but it's fun to watch, and I'm sure it'll get better as we go.
Obviously, one of the guys we're watching tonight is Mike Bliss, who comes from up in your neck of the woods. The water up there, I guess, contributes to great race drivers. What do you think of this kid?
Well, he's done a great job, and that's what's fun about this thing. You know, you got the old guys that have been there and the young guys that are trying to get there, and so it's fun to watch this double feature.
Well, obviously, Fast Masters has terrific appeal. It brings out all the great personalities. Tom Sneva here tonight to watch. We'll look forward to him in the Fast Masters in a few years, he says. And right now, it's time for that Silver Crown feature. 3 hours of thrills on Saturday night. Here's the starting lineup with Gary and Larry.
Fast qualifier, Jimmy Sill starts on the pole alongside second quick Johnny Parsons. Parsons won this race a couple of years ago. Second row, there's Mike Bliss. We've been talking about him. George Snyder won this race back in 1990. In the third row, Wally Pankratz, the winner of one of our qualifying heat races, and Steve Butler, defending Silver Crown titleist. In the fourth row, young Tony Stewart and Jim Mahoney. Row 5 on the inside, there's Stevie Reeves, defending USAC midget champion, alongside Tony Elliott in number 18. In the sixth row, we have Jim Keeker with a camera on the inside, outside Gary Heber. Row 7. Side by side, 3-time USAC Sprint Car champion Larry Dixon, a 3-time CRA Sprint Car champion Ronnie Schumann. In row 8, on the inside, Tice Carlson, outside Eric Gordon. In the 9th row, side by side, Chip Thomas and Greg Staub. And in row 10, Bob Fry, back after 2 years absence, alongside Ronnie Burke. In the 11th row, Bob Ciccone, and outside Trey House. 24 cars will start this race. The 12th row comprised of Gary Cameron and Bill Bowie.
Yeah, Gary, I think the number 7 car of Gary Cameron has been disqualified already because you have to run the same compound tire in the race that you qualify on. And obviously the USAC officials have spotted that he put on a different compound tire for one reason or another, and they're just not going to allow it. So the word is from downstairs that he has been disqualified already.
He is still out there, and let's see if he heads back to the pit area. The furled flag being displayed, indicating one more lap.
They're pulling
he's going to be pulled in, and probably, well, he has to know why. So
Yeah.
he is behind. And there is Kenny Parsons. There's Johnny Parsons' bride. Just got married, what, about a year ago?
About a year ago.
They only dated for 9 years. I don't know what took him so long to make up his mind. I figure if you're with somebody for 8 or 9 years, you ought to go ahead and get married, right?
If he takes that long to make up his mind and eye, pal, he's in big trouble, let me tell you.
All right, we should get the green this time by Jimmy Sills, a former Silver Crown titleist out of Placerville, California. And Bob Consani, Pioneer Concrete. Entry will start up in front alongside Johnny Parsons in Gene Nolan's Columbus container. And here comes the green flag. 60 laps of green flag racing on the oval here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Over the Trent flag, Cam, the first time by.
Sills beat him into the corner, but Parsons tried right away to get underneath Sills coming off the tube, but couldn't quite pull it off. And he killed a lot of momentum. You can see him really fall back when he tried that.
Mike Bliss rides in third right now as we ride along with Keeker down the backstretch behind Mahoney. Actually off the corner, down the front stretch, we should say. Car slowing down. That is Tony Stewart. Stewart, with another of our cameras, is headed for the pit area. So Stewart, who is second in the point standings, is out early.
Looked
That's
like
the Ben Leva car.
Looked like engine smoke, Gary. Looked like that thing was, oh, look at Mike Bliss going for the lead right away. He's already moved up into second place in that black car trimmed in fuchsia, and he tried real hard to get under Sills and got sideways, and even got Sills a little sideways when he tried it.
That's the Del McClure car that he won with at Phoenix, and he is right on the rear bumper of Sills down the backstretch.
Of course, the danger of doing this early, if you get those tires too hot, I don't know what compound tires they chose, but if they chose too soft a compound and they don't keep that race car straight early in the going, it really is bad later on in the race.
Ziggy, George Snyder's 97th career start, and look at Bliss slide up high, but he gets the lead. Can you believe that? He made that move and made it work.
Boy, oh boy, he was really sideways when he slid up in front of him, but he did make it stick. He didn't hit the fence. I thought he was going to go right into the fence. I really did.
Looking at Mahoney there in the red number 2, and right behind him is Tony Elliott, the orange 18, as they work off the fourth runner, head down the front straightaway.
Yeah, they've got a whole gaggle of cars behind them, all trying to get around. That's Schumann and Eric Gordon in the 6th car, Heber in that 66 car, all trying to get around Jim Mahoney, and they just can't quite get around him.
Right now, Mahoney may be holding them up just a bit.
Yeah, he sure is. There's the whole, everybody trying on the outside, trying on the inside, but nobody can quite. These cars, again, they're carrying a lot of fuel. They're carrying 50 gallons of fuel, probably 350 pounds of weight back there. So it's a lot of weight that they got to be careful driving these things and keep the race car straight so they don't heat up the tires too early in the going.
This is a good battle back in the pack. There is Ronnie Schumann, best known for his exploits on dirt, a 3-time CRA champion out of Arizona. He's holding his own right now. That's the Fred Eads car. That car may look familiar because that's the car that won the 1990 Silver Crown Championship with Jeff Gordon, who has gone on to greater things, I guess, in the Winston Cup wars, running 10th right now in the point standings of Winston Cup. And once again, Schumann on the inside of Mahoney.
And look at him again. He gets down there. He can't make that car stick, and he gets real sideways. Gets real sideways, gets that tire pretty hot trying to do that.
Duck. Look down on the inside, that blue and white number 6, that was Eric Gordon. Eric's trying the low line down the back straightaway on the inside of Heber, but there once again, Ron Schumann tries the low side of Mahoney. And that's the battle for 9th, and he gets it. Picks up 9th position.
Exactly. He made a stick that time. Mahoney made a little bobble just as he got underneath him. It was just enough for Schumann to get up there and take the racetrack away. Look at Heber. He tries to make it 3 wide down there.
Problem over in turn 2. Entering turn 2, it's difficult to pick up the number. The yellow flies. The yellows will not count. 8 laps completed, and that is number 88.
That's Chip Thomas, Gary. Chip Thomas down in the grass, all the smoke. You can see that's from the moisture. The tires are very hot. He's down into the wet grass where the dew and so forth. The grass is wet. That's the reason the tires are steaming like that. All that heat coming off the tires after they got wet.
8 laps are good once again. We have 60 laps of green lap racing, and we're going to come back to Indianapolis Raceway Park and have a chance to visit with the guy who's won his share of gold right here at Raceway Park.
At first, we were going to use a lot of glamorous professional models to advertise our cars. Then we considered the famous basketball player. What's his name with the shoes? We also looked at expensive special effects, catchy jingles, and snappy slogans. Then we had the big idea. Why not just show all the cars and mention things like smooth ride and fully equipped comfort and leave the gimmicks to the other guys? Okay, so we used one glamorous professional model. All this and the quality of a Mercury.
Burt Reynolds talks with the Quaker State team.
Slow down. I gotta get my name on the car. My fans are getting restless.
No room.
How about on the big Q?
The big Q stands alone. Stands for quality. You can't get better protection.
No other oil beats Quaker State.
How about right here?
No way. Red doesn't like to be crowded.
My fans are getting demanding.
All right. We'll go get the painter.
I must have had a hard time finding the painter. Nothing beats Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
For those who like to spend lots of time and effort cleaning, shining, and protecting your tires, this is going to be difficult to watch. Because with no-touch tire care, you don't need to rub or wipe your tires to make them look great. It's true. You just spray it on and leave it alone. No touching. Now, we know it's hard, but you've got to fight it. Come on, you can do it. That's good. No-touch tire care. The best touch is no touch.
After you shave, now there's comfort to the power of 3. It's new Soothing Edge Aftershave with 3 soothing formulas for 3 specific skin types. An aloe formula that's alcohol-free to soothe sensitive skin. Extra moisturizers to soothe if your skin is dry. And a cool vitamin E splash for normal skin. Soothing better than ever with the power of 3. New Edge Aftershave skincare for men. Ultimate comfort. That's the Edge.
Welcome back to Indianapolis Raceway Park, and right here is a guy that gets around pretty well. There he is, Jeff Gordon, who won this event. No, he didn't win this event. He won this series back in '91. A couple of Silver Crown wins to your credit. A midget championship. You move on to stock car racing, do very well in the Busch Series, and now you're leading the rookie standings and in 10th position in the Winston Cup cars. Congratulations.
Thank you. Mouthful there.
I got it out.
A lot of things have happened in the last few years. A lot of great things. So. You know, a lot of exciting things going on right now in my life, especially in Winston Cup racing. But I owe it all right here, Indianapolis Raceway Park. A lot of things happen.
I know you'd like to be out here. Let's talk about this pass right here that Bliss makes for the lead on Jimmy Sills.
I tell you, that's pretty gutsy that early in the race. But I guess he wanted to just get out front and you know, run his own pace.
Well, the green flag flies again as we're starting on lap number 9. Now, once again, the yellows do not count. And, Jeff, I have to believe you'd like to be out here racing this evening.
I tell you, I didn't think I was going to get the inch as much as I did until I got out there in the pit area. And here goes Sills making the move back for first.
Well, this may be too early in the race to be dicing back and forth like this, Larry Rice.
I tell you what, they're racing pretty hard. You know, if I were them, it seems to me I'd take a little bit better care of my tire at this point in the race. Even though the green has just come out and it's not hot yet, it doesn't take very many slide jobs like that to make those things go away. And right here, look at Sills. He's running a little bit sideways right there. Looks to me like, you know, it doesn't take much of that.
Parsons is just sitting back there watching those guys. I'm sure he's just saving his tires. Johnny's such a smart racer. He's won enough races here at IRP that he knows what it takes to win here. I really thought that the guys coming from the qualifying races would be able to figure their cars out probably the best since they had more laps than anybody around here. You might see those guys up front later on.
There's a look at Steve Butler in the second car back behind the number 50 of Pankratz. Those are the 2 guys who transferred through the 20-lap qualifiers. Pankratz in the blue and red number 50. And oh, look at that move by Stevie Reeves to the inside, and he takes a position away from Steve Butler.
And you know what? That's the nice thing about that, Gary. He never slipped a tire. He never got sideways. He let Steve Butler do all the sliding. When Steve got through sliding, he just turned left and went right on around him. That was a very nice pass he just made right there.
You're talking about Johnny Parsons. Obviously, he with that V6 can, with a little weight advantage, conserve the tires. And as you're indicating, Jeff, going to sit back there and let those 2 guys go at it. It's too early to abuse the car.
Well, he knows he's not going to pass him down the straightaway. With that V6, it's all through the corners, and you know, you can really save your tires with those V6s. The V6 almost makes you save the tires. It's really hard to abuse them, and you know, Johnny's a master at it.
Back in the cockpit now with Jim Keeker. Remember, he won this race 1 year ago, led him wire to wire. Last year was a 100-lap event. They changed the format this year to utilize those two 20-lap qualifying races, so it's only 60 laps in the feature, and we're now completing lap number 14. But look at this gaggle of race cars down the front stretch.
Keeker's another V6 back there in the field, too. You know, he's in a big group of cars right now, so it's kind of tough for him to get out on his own, and really you don't know what he's got, but he might be another one of those cars you see up front there at the end.
We just had a quick shot of the number 4 car of Ron Schumann. How's it feel to be up here watching your old team out there?
Well, when I got here, Ronnie was kind of asking me a few things, a few tips, and I just told Ryan, I said, hey, it's been too long since I've been here. These cars have changed too much. This racetrack's changed too much. You don't want to ask me.
Would your contract with Hendrick allow you to come here and race?
It would. You know, I could come here and I could race. I mean, I could basically do a lot more race than what I'm doing, but with my hectic schedule and I'm trying to concentrate as much as I can on Winston Cup racing alone, it just doesn't allow me to run anything else except the Winston Cup car.
Couple of second place finishes. I think you're ready for victory lane with the Cup cars.
We're getting closer and closer.
Pancratz really seems to be slowing down a little bit. Stevie Reeves made one heck of a pass on him just a while ago. Now that Keeker's making a shot at him. He's going in high, trying to diamond off low. Pancratz is running in the middle of the racetrack off of the corner, and it makes it hard for anybody to get underneath him. And they don't seem to have the line to go around on the outside.
Yeah, he's made that car as wide as possible, utilizing that groove.
Yeah, Keeker just got by him there. You know, while he was running right through the middle of the racetrack, obviously having a handling problem, but Keeker made his way around him. So we're going to see what this V6 is going to be able to do here at the end of the race.
You wouldn't be cheering for Keeker, would you, with that DuPont sponsorship?
Well, I tell you, I mean, DuPont is a major sponsor of mine, and they help Jim out a lot. So it's good to see a fellow teammate running good out there.
Well, there's a look at Jimmy Sills out of Placerville, California. A lap car. That is Greg Staub between first and second, and there is Bliss putting a lap on Staub. And there is Parsons right there in the Gene Nolan V6 number 20.
I agree with Jeff. I think that Parsons is running the smartest race of the 3 guys up front, even though the other 2 have settled down a little bit. Parsons is waiting. He's been very patient. He's run that race car very straight all night long. And these guys that are driving the V6s have just a touch softer tire than the V8 guys. So it's going to be interesting to see if that plays a big part later on in the race.
Well, 20 laps are now complete. We had a shot off to the right there behind Parsons, filling perhaps into the frame the Block 11 car of Ziggy. That's George Snyder, his 97th career start. Parsons now in his 83rd career start in Silver Crown competition. Took him 20 years, though, before he finally won a feature. That happened here a couple of years ago, and since then he set quick time and won a Silver Crown race at Des Moines.
Those first 4 cars with Parsons and Snyder being 3rd and 4th. There's Parsons right there running in 3rds. That's Sills leading. They pulled just a little bit out the rest of the guys. Here's Ziggy right here, but Ziggy's right behind him. He's only maybe 8-10 car lengths behind Parsons, so those guys are all still on the same straightaway and still running pretty close together.
I think all 4 of the top 4 cars are Beast chassis. Are they basically all set up the same for this particular racetrack, or is it up to the driver to his liking?
I think every driver sets it up, and obviously with the V6, it can't be set up close to the others. They run a different amount of fuel, they run different tires, so it's got to be a lot different than the other 3, the V8s.
Well, right now, the drivers have to be very gingerly with their effort through traffic, and your leaders are in heavy traffic right now.
This is going to play a big part of this race, is the traffic, and you can see that Bliss is right on Sills' tail. He's caught him here in the traffic, and he's going to try to make a move. This is the easiest place to get around a guy without abusing your tires, and that's what Bliss is going to try to do.
Bliss is from Milwaukee, Oregon, a suburb of Portland, but he's moved back here for the racing season, and certainly he wants to be a full-time race driver with aspirations of going to Indianapolis or perhaps to a NASCAR Winston Cup. He's already won once this season on the mile at Phoenix, and Jeff Gordon, that was a track that you won on a couple of seasons ago, the big mile paved track there in Phoenix for the Copper Classic. And look at Eric Gordon. Oh, 3 abreast. There's not enough room for that, is there?
Well, there was there. I don't know how.
I didn't think there was, so obviously there was.
Did you see that Keeker piece of video we had in that race earlier when he got up on 2 wheels?
I was watching from the grandstands, and it reminded me, it brought back some memories, definitely. Yeah, definitely brought back some memories of the run that we had there in the midget a couple years ago.
Is it really skill, or is it just luck when you get that thing back on all 4 wheels?
Well, I tell you, it scared me watching Jim do what he did. He never lost a position. I believe it's a whole lot more luck than it is skill.
You never lost a position either.
No, we finished second that race and didn't win it, but me and Bob Ciccone were racing real hard, and I got up on 2 wheels and just never lost the momentum.
Here's a look at Steve Butler in the red number 4, the orange and white, blue number 4, 7th and 8th. That is Schumann, and Schumann gets a little chassis upset down there.
Yeah, he's running pretty hard. This race is almost halfway over, Gary, so it's time for these guys to start standing on the button if they're going to go anywhere. They can't afford to wait anymore, and that's what Schumann's doing. He's decided that he's waited long enough. If he has to abuse the tire a little bit, then that's what he's going to have to do.
28 laps now complete. This is a 60-lap feature, the mellow yellow 100 when you count the 2 qualifying heat races. All 60 laps will be raced under green.
Right there, Schumann got Butler caught in behind a slower car and just went right on around him. Butler moved up, Schumann had him pinched in there and went right on around him. That was a good piece of driving.
For young race drivers, it's so important to look off and down the racetrack. Know what's coming up. Know how you can size up the traffic, utilize the traffic. Don't drive over the hood of the car.
Exactly, and that's exactly what Schumann did. He saw that race car up there. Butler thought he could float out and then duck back in. But Schumann closed the door on him, and he didn't have any choice. He had to let Schumann go on by.
If this race just keeps going green like this, lap traffic is going to be the key to possibly winning this race. Is definitely going to be the key to making up some positions, because, like you said, you just got to look ahead. And if you don't have any yellows, you're just going to be in lap traffic all the time on this racetrack.
About a turn now separating the first 2 from 3rd place Johnny Parsons. There is 2nd place Bliss, and right back at the top of the screen, the yellow number 20 is Parsons. Once again, some heavy traffic out in front of both Jimmy Sills and Bliss.
Bliss and Sills both running quicker than anybody on the racetrack at this point. Parsons has fallen back just a little bit. But these 2 guys up in front are really battling each other, and doesn't seem to have slowed down. I thought they might be abusing their tires, but they don't seem to have been doing that at all.
All right, let's take a ride with Jimmy Keeker and look out the back at Stevie Reeves.
You can see right there, less weight in that V6 car let Keeker get into the corner a little harder, got through the corner a little better, but you can see right here coming off that he gets right down underneath him. More horsepower in the V8.
So V8 taking advantage over the V6 and squeezes him just a bit into the corner.
The V8s have about 100 more horsepower than the V6s, and if the V6s aren't handling just perfect, then they don't have the advantage that they really need.
Jeff Gordon, is it scarier right here watching like this than what it is in the cockpit?
Well, I tell you, watching, over the years, the way racing has been progressing, not only in Winston Cup, but even the Silver Crown cars, it's getting more and more competitive every single year, and it's just tougher to win a race. And, I mean, look at the close competition you got out here. It's just getting tougher and tougher to run up front. It's very close racing, and it gets very scary a lot of times when you run wheel-to-wheel like that in these cars.
Look at Parsons. Look how much he's gained on these guys when they got in traffic. This is what we thought might happen. As they come into lap traffic, Parsons may have an advantage with that lighter car. Right there, he was a half straightaway behind. He's caught up to maybe 8-10 car lengths right
now. The lap car, the red number 2 is Mahoney, and there was a look at Bob Fry in the black number 29. We haven't seen Fry for a couple of years. He opened up a mortuary out in Wickenburg, Arizona, and retired from racing, or so he says he retired for a couple of years, but now he's back and going to run some selected races this season.
And of course, that black number 29 car is Boston Louis Seymour's car that Kenny Schrader, another NASCAR driver, has run very well over the past several years.
Won a lot of races in that car. You've seen that car up front several times.
I think Kenny Schrader won 5 races in Boston's car.
He won in that sucker a lot more than I want him to there for a while.
Yeah, because you were racing against him. Well, once again, your leader still working traffic. We've had a lot of NASCAR representation of the Fast Masters. A lot of talk down south about that?
Yeah, quite a bit of talk after that first weekend. When you got cars that cost as much as those do, you don't want to see a donut in the side of the door like we put in our cars. But yeah, it's getting a lot of response all over the country, especially down south. The midget race was so awesome last weekend that I heard a lot of guys talking about that race. All the back and forth from first and second between Bliss. That was just some awesome racing going on there.
I was just thinking a terrible thought, Rice. We are so old. He's only 21. When he's old enough for the Fast Masters, we won't even be around.
That's right.
Well, the leader once again,
I am.
leader once again working heavy traffic, fighting again with Keeker as he moves to the inside of the 29 of Fry.
I guess by then we're just going to be hovering around the racetrack.
Yeah, hovercraft probably. Some space-age technology for sure.
I sat in one of those, and they're awesome cars. Boy, they're really neat.
So you watch these cars, Gary, you notice that they're not very twitchy. They're nothing like the midgets that we see moving around all over the place. You know, they're sliding sideways, losing the front end. They're moving all over the racetrack. These are much more stable, and they feel much more stable when you're in the cockpit. But because of the stability and the weight, it also makes them a little bit harder to get around anybody because they don't respond. You can't just turn that thing left and go around a guy like you can in a midget or a sprint car sometimes.
19 laps to go, and notice, if you will, Parsons has moved up on the rear of Bliss. So we could have a shootout for second right here. Look at Parsons. Now there's a lap car in between. That's Tony Elliott in the orange 18, but there goes Parsons to the inside. And he will dispatch Elliott going into turn one. And there's a look at Kitty Parsons.
You know, you talk about these cars being a lot more stable. I remember when I first started driving the Silver Crown cars, we always called these the Cadillacs of sprint cars or open wheel cars. They just drive like a big boat or a big Cadillac.
Yeah, they're pretty comfortable. They're comfortable on a half mile. They're even more comfortable on a mile. And pretty nice race cars to drive. But I'll tell you what, those two guys out there in front right now are not...
they're not driving like Cadillacs.
No, they don't think they're Cadillacs. They think they're quite tough to handle right at this point.
They go by Greg Staub in the white gold numeral number 44, and there's Parsons back there in third. He'll look to the inside of Staub as they go through turn 4 down the straightaway, and there's your gap between first and second and third. 43 laps now complete.
Yeah, these first three guys have really pulled out to about a straightaway lead on everybody else.
Well, we understand that Jeff has to go. We appreciate, Jeff, you coming by. Congratulations on a great season so far, and good luck the rest of the way.
Thanks, Gare. Thanks, Lair. Good to be up here with you in the booth.
Good luck, man.
Thank you.
Nice to have Jeff Gordon along with us here once again at Indianapolis Raceway Park as we continue to watch JP, Johnny Parsons. JP is 48. You got to think maybe he'd like to be in the Fast Masters in a couple of years.
I'll tell you what, he's thinking about those young masters in front of him right now, man. He knows that race car has won here before. He knows it can go as fast as anybody here. But right now, he's trying to figure out how many laps are left and whether he can really afford to go for them now or he needs to save it. Well, there's 46 laps down, so he can't afford to wait anymore.
Our buddy Stan Fox is not in this competition, but he made the observation that they really have to put more fuel in these V6s because they have to weigh so much. And so they're starting the race with about 15 gallons more than what they would normally need to go the distance.
Well, they're 75 pounds lighter than the V's. As we said last year, they were 175 pounds lighter, and that gave them quite a bit more advantage. But they're still, even though they're 100 horsepower less, 75 pounds lighter, I think later in the race they might just have an advantage. We're going to find out real shortly.
There's a good look at Jimmy Sills and a statistic there. He's led all but 6 laps. We're working on lap 48 right now, so we're getting down to the waning moments of the mellow yellow 100 here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. And look at the traffic. Sills pinched all the way almost to the grass.
This is going to be the chance. This is going to be when everybody wants to take a shot at him. And here goes Bliss. He goes for it, but he didn't quite get there in time. Sills did a masterful job getting around those guys. They were 2 abreast. He went 3 wide. He knew he couldn't afford to wait. And that move right there might have just won the race for Jimmy Sills.
Well, Bliss is 6th in the point standings. Jimmy Sills is now 8th. Bliss, of course, won, as we told you earlier, at Phoenix in the Copper Classic back in the winter months. It was nice and cold here in the Midwest. It was hot out west.
Jimmy Sills did a great job getting through that traffic. I got to tell you, he moved down. He knew that he could not wait. He knew Bliss was close to him, and he moved down 3 abreast and went right on around him. If he hadn't, Bliss had a great opportunity to get around him right now.
Jimmy Sills was the fast qualifier in the Bob Kutsani Pioneer Concrete entry. There's the gap between first and second in the final 10 laps of the event. Lap 51 just about to be completed in about 3 car lengths. Half straightaway back is Parsons. Does Parsons have something left?
Mike Bliss is driving the wheels off that thing, trying to catch Sills at this point. He knows where he's at, but he just can't quite catch him.
That was Larry Dixon running very slow down on the inside in the Tomax entry. Car owned by his brother. And now 8 laps to go.
Now, Sills seems to have him covered. Bliss really made a run at him, really tried hard, got very, very close to the fence a couple of times, running that race car in there so deep, and just can't really meet. Sills just seems to have things pretty much in hand at this point.
Well, Sills has won twice in Silver Crown competition, and my old buddy Larry Rice has taken 5 victories.
I think I've run a couple more of them than he has, though. He may catch me here for long.
You've raced, what, 100 starts. Not bad, not even starting until 1973, which meant you had to make almost every Silver Crown race sanctioned by USAC to accumulate 100 starts. Waning laps at this one, though. They're working on lap 53, and once again, they're back up to traffic, and that's Bob Fry in the Boston Louis car. And if Parsons has something left, he better show it right now. But look how he does close in.
He closes in. Bliss closes in. You know, the traffic plays a big part. They get some more cars, which it looks like they're going to. Bliss may have his chance, and here he goes.
There it is.
He's
There
going to
it
give
is.
him a shot.
The
Look
third
at that.
turn.
Man, oh man, he drove that thing in there 1,000,000 miles an hour, slid right up in front of him, and look how far Sills
Sills has got a problem. Sills is in trouble, backs out of it.
Man,
but he continues on around, though.
I couldn't believe that he could make that kind of a move. And, of course, when Sills didn't continue to keep going, you know, something was wrong.
What would that have been?
It might have jumped out of gear, because he's going again now. Look at Parsons. Parsons is right behind him. If that thing jumped out of gear, I can't think of anything more unlucky that could happen. But I don't know what else could have happened.
Parsons goes for
look
second.
at this.
There goes the engine. There goes the engine. Now, this will likely drop to yellow because he's going to have oil all over the groove.
Man, oh man, did that thing go up in smoke.
Woo. All the cars scrambling in behind him. And yeah, there's oil on the racetrack. There has to be oil on the racetrack with a blow-up like that. As Sills takes that exit road down the back straightaway. 56 laps complete.
Well, that
will move Parsons up to second.
Well, this is going to make for a 4-lap shootout. It should be a dandy because Bliss is leading her. That's bad luck for Jimmy Sills. Damn,
55 laps now, we're being told by USAC complete. 55 laps complete. So we'll have a 5-lap shootout. And here it comes once again. There is the pass for the lead.
Look at this. Bliss just goes around him, just really smokes her down in there. I think at that point, Sills thought something was happening to the engine. He probably got out of it, decided, heck with it. There's only a few laps to go, stood on it again, and that's when she went.
Take one more look at the pass for the lead going into 3. Bliss takes the lead from Jimmy Sills. So we have 5 laps to go in the Mellow Yellow 100. We come back for the finish from Indianapolis Raceway Park.
For over 30 years, Northwest families have trusted their cars to a Northwest company, Waltz Radiator, Muffler, and Brakes. Waltz is the undisputed leader when it comes to repair or replacement of your vehicle's exhaust system. Waltz uses original equipment, manufactured parts, and guarantees the mufflers for as long as you own your foreign or domestic car or truck. Plus, Waltz will beat any written estimate on repair or replacement of your cooling, exhaust, or brake system. 30 years of trust, quality, and value in the Northwest. Trust your car to Waltz. Waltz Radiator, Muffler, and Brakes.
It's the 2-liter engine. Hot audience out there, guys. Good show tonight, huh? Oh, there's someone from HBO at table 7.
HBO, man, that's where the big boys play.
It's HBO. HBO's for somebody. I'm nobody.
This is our big break.
No, you go first.
You
go
could have
first.
worn my other shirt. Is there really somebody out there from HBO tonight?
Nah, you kidding? Why would HBO come to a dump like this? But they're always funny when they think there is.
If you think you've seen funny before, just you wait.
The Royals have turned things around and have surged to the top of the AL West. They'll face the power-packed Rangers live on ESPN Wednesday Night Baseball.
Come on, let's get a cold one.
Our total attendance for today's game.
Oh, would you look at this beer line? I'm going to go back.
What? Foul ball? No, I'm not.
Foul ball! Foul ball? Foul ball? Out of the way! I got it!
If you want great taste that won't fill you up and never let you down,
Make it 2 Bud Lights, please.
make it a Bud Light.
Hey, you got another ball?
We're live in the infield with a disappointed Jimmy Seals. Jimmy, you came a long way. You led most of the race, and what's taking place?
Well, we had some motor problems. We dropped a cylinder, and I could feel the motor starting to tie up, and Mike got by me, and I looked up at the board, and there was 5 laps to go, and I thought, well, I'll try and hang in here. Maybe it'll last another 5 laps, but something came apart in it down in turn 1.
If you hadn't had any engine problems, could you have held off Bliss?
Yeah, you know, I could have run a little bit harder. My tire was still working good. The Goodyears were staying with me, and the car was working nice.
Well, we're disappointed Jimmy Guy, and Jimmy, we hope you come back and race with us again sometime.
Oh, yeah, I love to come here and run.
Back up to Gary and Larry.
Well, now, does Johnny Parsons have something left in that little V6?
We're going to find out real shortly. I'm going to tell you.
If you got him, show him right
That's
now.
right. If you got them, that full house, baby, you better lay them on the table.
9 cars remain on the lead lap. Wally Shear has the furled flag out, indicating we're going to go green the next time by. Some oil dry down there in the corner in 1 and 2 from the oil drop from Jimmy Sills' car. So now, the next time by, they go racing. Let's take a look now at the top 10. Mike Bliss, Johnny Parsons, then it's George Snyder, Stevie Reeves up from the 9th starting position, Jim Keeker rounding out the top 5, then it's Ronnie Schumann, Eric Gordon, Steve Butler, Jim Mahoney, and Wally Pancratz. We got a 5-lap trophy dash, Rice-A-Roni. They're going to drop the green flag, hammer down. Here they are. What does Johnny Parsons have to show in that V6? He won this race a couple of years ago. Mike Bliss, of course, won earlier this season at Phoenix.
It looked like Bliss just got a real good jump. Oh, they're really sliding around down there in the oil dry. That's Kitty down there. She's cheering him on. But Bliss seems to have so much straightaway speed. Parsons closes in, getting into the corner, but he doesn't seem to be getting through the middle of the corner any better than Bliss is. Bliss gains a little bit on the straightaway. Parsons closes in, getting in, but he just can't close it enough.
7 laps now complete. There's the gap, about 2 car lengths between Mike Bliss and Johnny Parsons. Then it's George Snyder. Then it's Stevie Reeves. Reeves started back in 9th position. He's had the best drive of the 4 right now as far as advancing from a starting position. Laps wind down. Lap 58 now complete.
All 4 of those cars seem to be pretty equal in speed. Bliss has the easy place because he's out front. Snyder doesn't seem to be able to do anything with Parsons, and Reeves can't do anything with Snyder. So it's going to be tough, it looks like, for these last few laps.
If he wins this one, will assume the points lead. He is right now 6th in points. It'll be his 2nd victory this season.
Well, all these guys know this racetrack, obviously. They all run here a lot. Snyder doesn't run here as much as the other 3. And they know what the race cars are doing. They're trying to inch every bit of speed out of they can right now, but it just doesn't seem to be enough. Bliss seems to have handles.
We'll look at the white flag this time by Mike Bliss, about to pick up his 2nd pavement win of the season. The first coming at Phoenix back last winter in the Copper Classic. 1 lap to go. I don't think Parsons has anything left for him. He has to hang on right now and battle for 2nd position because George closes in 3rd.
Now, Snyder doesn't have enough left. Look at Parsons, though. He drives that thing in there about as deep as he can stand it, trying to catch him. Gets her a little sideways, but just not.
There is the checkered flag. Dual checkered flags for Mike Bliss. He wins the 2nd time this season. Johnny Parsons will nail down 2nd. 3rd goes to George Snyder. 4th to Stevie Reeves.
Bliss drove one heck of a race, you know. Other than that first big slide job he gave Jimmy Sills, which I thought was going to give him a little trouble, he drove a very smooth, very smart race, as did all those guys. I think Parsons really expected to have a little more left there at the end, but he just didn't have anything for him.
Well, Del McClure has been a car winner for a number of years and has had some success, and he kind of faded just a bit. Then he got hooked up with Bliss, and they've had a lot of success already this season.
Right. Of course, Nolan, who owns Parsons' car, that car's won a lot of races, and with Parsons in it here the last couple of years, they've done real well, too.
So the True Value Silver Crown victory tonight going to Mike Bliss out of Milwaukee, Oregon. He pulls to victory lane. We'll have a chance to visit with him momentarily as we are live from Indianapolis Raceway Park. And there is a good look at the youngster as he climbs out, acknowledges the reception from the fans here. And there's a good look at Mike and a handshake, and we're going to come back to talk with our victor. We are live from Indianapolis Raceway Park, so don't go away. The fans aren't leaving, don't you?
The 93 Jaguar XJ6 at $549 a month. It's a dream come true. See your local Jaguar dealer for details. This offer is for a limited time only.
Burt Reynolds for Quaker State. The big Q stands for quality. Always has, always will. You know, when it comes to protecting against friction, nothing beats Quaker State. When it comes to protecting against viscosity breakdown, nothing beats Quaker State. When it comes to keeping engines clean, nothing beats Quaker State. Take it from me, for unbeatable protection, nothing beats Quaker State. It's one tough motor oil.
Okay, how about off the tree, through the trap, onto the green, nothing but cut. Too easy.
bounce on the sprinkler head, hit the flagstick, nothing but cover.
The Michelob Pro Athletes Golf League Invitational makes a splash. Tuesday on ESPN.
Oops.
Saturday Night Thunder has been brought to you by Jaguar, the spirit of competition and the technology to produce the world's fastest production car. And by Quaker State, the Big Q is one tough motor oil. Onboard cameras provided by CarQuest Auto Parts. For your nearest CarQuest store, give them a call, 1-800-492-PARTS.
We're down here in the pit area with the runner-up, a man who charged hard and tried, Johnny Parsons. Johnny, could you caught him if you had another 5 laps?
We tell you, had it all hung out then. Hard telling. You know, we were hoping to be a little stronger at the end.
Now, were you aware at all how close George Snyder was behind you, coming up behind you there?
Yeah, it's pretty close. Every once in a while I'd get a glimpse of his crew member giving him a sign, so I figured he was right on me. In a race like this, you know, these cars usually go 100 miles, but this is more or less of a sprint race, and you know, the guys in this field, like they are in the nature they drive, you're sprinting the whole time. So we're happy the MIG car, the Columbus container car, was right up there at the end.
And we were watching your young bride down here in the pit area. She's quite the cheerleader. Now, it would be great if you guys could get a radio and communicate. Have you ever thought about that?
They don't allow radios here, but we don't really need to communicate on things like that. I understand she's injured her knees at times in the pits before, but I keep trying to tell Kitty to calm down.
Well, an excited Johnny Parsons down here and happy with a second place, gets a victory kiss from his bride. We'll go over to Dave Despain with the winner.
Well, indeed, and we have just lost the light in victory lane, so I don't know whether you can see the winner or not at this moment, but if you can, I'll tell you what, they could probably see the reflection off the teeth with that big smile. Congratulations, Mike Bliss. Great run.
Thank you very much. I want to thank people from True Value and Mellow Yellow for putting on the sponsorships for this race. Without them, they couldn't make it happen. And I want to thank Del McClure, car owner, and Doug Howell for setting it up, and we had a great car. We were kind of concerned with the right rears throughout the race, and I just drove it and really drove off the corner just thinking about the right rear the whole race, and I think we pulled it off.
We were curious about that. The guys were speculating that perhaps when you made that move and skidded up past him, which, by the way, was a spectacular pass early in the race, that you might be overusing the tires. Were you thinking about that at that moment?
No, that was just something I wanted to do right off the bat. I wanted to show them that we could get out front and see how fast we could run out front at my own pace. And then again, Jimmy got by me, and I wasn't too concerned with that because I knew I could drive back by him. I just conserved the right rear, and Jimmy used it up. I could see it starting to blister, and I knew I had the chance right there.
Kind of became a gift for you when his motor went south. Did you see that coming?
No, I didn't see that. I must have got him the lap before because it was still running all right. And when I went by him, I just thought it was his right rear tire.
His yellow, of course, set up the 5-lap sprint to the finish. Parsons had been coming at you. I don't know if you were aware of that, but he'd run you down from a long way back. Were you concerned on the restart for the 5-lap sprint?
Yeah, I was really concerned with the V6. I looked up at the board under the yellow and saw Parsons there, and I just thought, all I got to do is protect my line getting in because I know I can get him out. And I was really concerned, but we pulled it off.
You're having a terrific season. You started the year with the Silver Crown win out at Phoenix. The midgets are really going well for you. Is there any one thing that's turned this year around for you?
I don't know. You just have these, seems like last year I got second and everything. I think everything's kind of clicking. You know, you have one of these years that everything just goes right, and Jimmy Keeker had it last year in the Silver Crown. He won both of these, and this year I think it's my turn.
All right, well, congratulations on a great run. We're going to have the opportunity to find out more about this young man. Got some time to still have some fun on a Saturday night. Stick with us as the Thunder continues.
Jim was going where no man had ever gone, into the darkest jungles of Malaysia.
You find it, Jim?
Yeah.
Thought you could use a cold one.
Great. Ice cold O'Doul's. Not alcohol, and hey, only 70 calories. Just right for a true adventurer like Jim. Jim was going where no man had ever.
When you want the refreshing taste of beer without the alcohol, think O'Doul's. It's what beer drinkers drink when they're not drinking beer.
Great look. Beautiful hair. And only weeks ago, she came to my salon with a problem. Dandruff. So I showed her what Head & Shoulders can do. We washed half her hair with regular shampoo, the other half with Head & Shoulders. The result? Regular shampoo side, dandruff. Head & Shoulders side, flake-free. Looking good, Sally.
Thanks to you.
Head & Shoulders, because beautiful hair can't have flakes.
Michael, you just won your 3rd straight NBA championship. You hungry for your 4th?
I'm hungry for a Big Mac.
Yeah.
We're down here in Victory Lane right now. Let's talk to the man who finished 3rd and a guy who, well, he was eligible to drive Fast Masters. Now, George, are you happy you were in the Silver Crown race, or would you rather have been in the Fast Masters race today?
Well, I'd have rather been in both of them, but as things turned out from last weekend, things were a little rough, you know, so car shortage was a little short, so I'll be there the 10th. I'm going to run the 10th, so I'll enjoy that, I think.
Now, how about tonight's race? Could you have caught up with Bliss and JP there? You certainly had him in your sights.
I don't know. I really didn't expect them to get started that fast. The first 10 laps or so was pretty quick, and I thought I'd hang back a little bit, but you couldn't do it. It was a sprint car race, and it was just flat out from the drop of the green to the checkered, you know. But I'd like to thank the True Value people for promoting this thing, and they're good people. Dan Cotter up in Chicago, and my people, the Skoll people, and my chief mechanic, Jim McQueen. He did one hell of a job. And hello, AJ.
Well, Ziggy, you know, you're only 3 starts away from catching a man who called the race tonight in starts in these Silver Crown cars. Larry Rice, any thoughts on that?
I think he's history.
Well, let's go up to Mr. History, Larry and Gary.
And I tell you one thing, there's no way you're climbing back in one of these cars for 101 or 102 or 103.
Snake can have it. He can just keep going. He can have that record, George. You're right. I'm history.
Talk about having a season. Mike Bliss won the night before the 500. He's won at Phoenix. He's won here this evening. This is the kind of season guys dream of, and this is what he was looking for when he actually moved back here this summer.
Well, yeah, exactly. He moved back here just for that reason, and he is having a heck of a season. The kid has been a good race car driver all along. He just never had the opportunity in good race cars.
Well, updated points. I thought Mike might take over the points lead, but Steve Butler still leads at 228, then tied for second, 200 with Ronnie Schumann and Mike Bliss. A likable family out of Milwaukee, Oregon. They travel back here. They watch their son's race. And, of course, Mike, as we indicated, he's moved back here to live this season with aspirations to moving up. Let's take a closer look at Mike Bliss.
The history books tell us that on June 12, 1909, the first ever race in the IndyCar National Championship Series was held in Portland, Oregon. Through the years, the Pacific Northwest contributed significantly to IndyCar racing. There's Len Sutton, a 7-time Indy 500 starter. He was from that neck of the woods, as was the late Art Pollard. And the first man ever over 200 at Indy, Tom Sneva, who won here in 1983. One day, 28-year-old Mike Bliss hopes to add his name to that storied list. With the help of his father, Mike began racing at the age of 7, driving quarter midgets in the Portland suburb of Beaverton. As a teenager, Mike chose to ignore the more traditional stick and ball sports. Instead, he went racing in stock cars and later open wheel cars.
When I got on the track, it was up to me, and I felt like I had a better chance, and I could prove to everyone, you know, that to myself I could do it. And when it comes to regular sports, you had a team. And not that I didn't work good with teams, but the racing, I love the challenge of speed, and it's a different outlook, you know, on sport.
Mike paid his dues in the Northwest's most popular form of racing, the rough and tumble super modified. I'm happy to report that is not Mike into the mulberry bushes. This year, his season is off to a great start. He won the Copper Classic. Then just 3 weeks ago, on our last televised Thunder event, he drove Ralph Potter's V6 midget and held off a stout challenge from Kenneth Nichols with just 2 laps remaining. He won the traditional night before the 500 right here at IRP. Now, that victory was significant because just 2 years before in the same race, he suffered a broken leg, the worst injury of his career. Last month's checker also vindicated the difficult decision to move to Indianapolis for the summer and race full-time, leaving his job and family behind in Oregon.
The city of Portland, you know, and the Northwest really isn't a racing community. You know, they get robbed from the papers, don't write a lot about them and everything. And back here, it's all you do. Everywhere you go, you see a race car trailer, you see people walk around with race car shirts. And back here, the people just live and die for racing, it seems.
And so for Mike Bliss, this famed old racing town is his field of dreams. The Speedway is his target. Geographically, he's moved into the right neighborhood. Realistically, he knows getting from trackside to the cockpit is a tougher move to make.
I've been here probably for last 5 years, And this year was the first time I ever went to the race, because it never really interested me, but every time I leave this place, I think of, boy, I would sure love to get in one of those cars, because I know I could get it around the track, but the chance of that is almost like winning the lottery. To get in one of those cars, I think you'd have a better chance to win the lottery, because it just takes a lot of money. But I feel it for myself, I could get it around the track.
You know, Rice, I have to tell the race fans, that track at Portland, when you saw him go off the track in the Super, there's no guardrail out there outside 3 and 4. There are blueberry bushes. And when you take it off the racetrack, you climb out of the race car, and your white driving suit is all blue and purple.
Well, if you go off the racetrack out there, you got a lot more worries than blueberries, let me tell you.
Let's go back to the pit area and Dave Despain.
We're down here with the guy who walked up just a few minutes ago and did one of these. Like, I choked.
Choked.
In the Fast Masters competition tonight, Pete Hamilton had a great opportunity to go on to the final. And doggone, rookied out, you said, eh?
Yeah, geez, what a rookie mistake. I can't believe it. I haven't done that, I think, since I was about 17 years old. But I looked up coming off a 4, and I thought I saw the checker. And so we weren't going to run the road course in the last lap, just shoot on straight. By the time I got to the flag box, I was going way too far in there. Saw that it was one more lap to go. Tried to woe that baby down, and took some pylons down the end. But
we opened the show tonight with the smile on your face, and that smile seems to have held on throughout. I wonder if this might not bring one more smile to your face. We put together a little piece on Pete Hamilton. Not going to have time for that, they tell me. What it dealt with, of course, was your incredible career, short though it was, wonderfully successful in stock car racing, highlighted by the 1970 Daytona 500. Tell me about that day, that moment. How does it live now in your memory this many years later?
that moment lives pretty good in my memory, because that was probably the biggest thing that ever happened to me in the way of driving a race car. And Richard Petty gave me a call. He said, you know, about a month and a half ago, and he gave me a call and said, come on up. And it took me, I don't know, 10, 15 seconds to come up there, and I did. And we hit it off pretty good. Went to Daytona, and I guess I was ready. Certainly they as a team were ready. And I don't know, we just kind of came through the pack. I saw a number on the board, and a few laps to go. David Pearson and I had a little tussle for it, and we won that show. But let me tell you, that one, after I got the checkered flag, I think I run another whole lap hard. So I didn't make a rookie mistake down there. So I guess we missed out on coming back this year, but maybe we'll get invited back next year. It was fun.
Couple things impressed me. First of all, we do the before and after headshots, the guys in their prime, the guys today. You don't look a whole lot different. And the other thing, the other secret I'll let you know, I just see him pull that thing out of his hat, or out of his ear. All that chattering that I hear in my ear all the time, you were hearing all the time, and it didn't throw you a lick. You might have a great career. You could take Gary Lee and Larry Rice's job.
Yeah, thanks very much, Dave. I'll pass. I was hearing two things going on. I'm trying to figure out what I'm saying. I'm listening to this other guy. You got a tough job, my friend.
I wouldn't trade jobs with you. You look like you had a great time here all weekend. I think you really represent the spirit of Fast Masters. We thank you for coming. You're a tribute to our game. Thanks,
you. Dave.
Pete Hamilton, final thoughts from the booth with Gary and Larry.
Well, what a potpourri of motorsports. Let's take a look at what we have and what we've had this evening in the way of results from our 60-lap Mellow Yellow event. Once again, Mike Bliss takes his second Silver Crown victory of the season over Johnny Parsons, George Snyder, Stevie Reeves, and Eric Gordon. In the second five, we have Ronnie Schumann and Jimmy Keeker, who won this event last year, Steve Butler, Tony Elliott, and Jim Mahoney. As we continue on through the pack, Bob Ciccone and Ronnie Burke, Bob Fry back after 2 years away from competition, Greg Staub and Gary Heber. In the 16th position, Dan Drynan making his Silver Crown debut, Bill Bowie and Jimmy Sills, Trey House, Larry Dixon. And we continue on with the final drivers, Tice Carlson, Chip Thomas, Tony Stewart, who dropped out early, and Gary Cameron. We have had a potpourri of motorsports this evening. I'm delighted for Jaguar that they're all back in one piece. We're not going to have to slam and jam all week long to get them put back together. But we actually have 2 weeks to get those cars ready, because we're at Winchester on the high banks over the holiday weekend next week.
And the USAC races at Kokomo tomorrow night, and Martin, Michigan sprint cars next week also, so don't forget that.
All right, let's go back trackside once again. Dave Despain.
Guys, it was just a terrific night here at Indianapolis Raceway Park. As the fans make their way toward the exits, they certainly got their nickels worth here this evening. A tremendous Silver Crown 60-lap feature, and everything that we always hope for from Fast Masters. Brian Redmond and David Hobbs move on to race in the finale. Donnie Allison, Pete Hamilton, who rookied out, he says, and Harry Gant, who had a mistake of his own. And if you weren't here to enjoy it, the qualifier saw David Hobbs and Benny Parsons in the battle of the broadcasters that put Hobbs into the feature. So after 2 weeks, we have the drag racer McCulloch and the road racers Aiken, Redmond, and Hobbs all qualified for the championship finale coming up in August. Fast Masters is going to be sensational. We'll take a break next week. No Fast Masters. Thunder will be on the high banks of Winchester, 9 o'clock Eastern Time, 6 o'clock on the West Coast. Sure hope you'll be here as we celebrate the 4th of July. Was it a wild night at Indianapolis Motor
The fence up here between 1 and 2, they've never fully recovered. He cannot hold his head up exactly straight like he used to. Therefore, it's got that little tilt to it, and it's that way whether he has his helmet on or whether he doesn't.
Well, of course, as we said earlier, some veterans are saying the best midget race ever, at least the best on television, won by that man right there, number 61, out of Meridian, Idaho. That is Randy Talsma. First time at Winchester. He qualifies 4th fast. Pretty impressive.
He is very impressive. It's going to be very interesting to see how well he adapts. He's qualified 4th, so he's evidently adapted very well. He really adapted well at Raceway Park, much better than most.
Chris Malone brings them down. Bill Carey looks over. There's the green flag. Our first heat race underway, 8 laps in length. The first 4 will transfer. And immediately the young Jack Runyon in his first season of USAC competition takes the lead. Steve Barth and Akari Phil himself rides in second. And there is Kenny Irwin. He's up to 3rd.
Kenny Irwin made a good move right on the outside. He just kind of stayed in the line, let everybody else sort out, and went right on around. That was a nice, smooth move. Didn't look very effortless, but it went to the front anyway.
Closer look there at the battle for second position. Steve Barth rides in second, the yellow number 14. And the orange and black number 7 wins car of Kenny Irwin. Irwin makes a move to the inside, but they're both chasing young Jack Runyon.
Jack Runyon has been very impressive. He started here last year. He won a heat race here, I think, last year. He's done a very good job. He's learned quickly, and this is a very, very tough place to learn, and he's learned very fast.
Of course, his dad, a car owner for Stan Fox for a number of years at Silver Crown, the True Value Silver Crown competition.
I think you're seeing Kenny Irwin right here being very, very cautious. He's much faster than Barth, but he wants to make sure that when he goes around him, he gives him plenty of room. He's going up at the top. He's trying to diamond down from the bottom, coming off the 4, but he doesn't have enough room. He just doesn't have quite enough speed going down that straightaway to give him a shot going into the corner.
4 laps down, 4 laps to go. Remember, only 4 transfers. So we've got a pretty good dice going on for that 4th and final transfer position. That's Critter Malone in the dark number 7, and Mel Kenyon right there makes a move on the inside. And here comes Randy Talsma. So you have 4th, 5th, and 6th right together on the racetrack. And obviously, Randy, if he wants to learn something, can follow Mel. Mel knows his way around this racetrack.
Oh, Mel almost found out what that concrete was like. Again, he got all sideways there. The Winchester wiggle that we talk about so much. He got in there, got a little bit sideways. And you can see right there, the same way. He goes down through those little ruts, down those little bumps. The car bottoms out, throws those sparks out. That's what you're seeing. It's off the frame of the race car.
Since 1962, Mel has started 22 features here at Winchester. We're in East Central Indiana. There's the move on the inside. That's the battle for second. They almost come together. White flag.
Boy,
1 lap to go.
That was really close, Gary. He got in there and he got that little wiggle going, and he just couldn't keep the race car down, and he almost ran into Barth.
Let's go back and take a look at the battle for that 4th and final transfer position. 4th place now is Critter Malone. That's the battle for 5th. Mel Kenyon up high on the yellow number 3. Down on the inside is Randy Talsma, and those two may have to go to the semi, yes, as Critter Malone in that dark 7 car will take the 4th and final transfer position.
Critter Malone did a really good job right there. He stayed right in the middle of the racetrack, right in the groove. He made those other guys go someplace where they didn't want to go. Neither one of them felt comfortable enough to go down there and go fast. Talsma, I think, was being very cautious. He's heard a lot about this place. He wanted to do well, but he didn't want to do anything silly.
Young JR, they call him. Jack Runyon drives for his dad. You did that early on in your racing career. Sometimes that's good and sometimes it's very difficult, but he takes the victory in an impressive drive for the youngster in the Jack's Tool entry. As we are live from the Winchester Speedway on the 4th of July weekend, we have more heat race competition. Those 4 transfer to the main event.
The USAC Midget Series at Winchester, Indiana tonight. And if the first heat is any indication, we're going to see some new stars and get an opportunity to talk to some new people. Jack Runyon has won the first qualifying heat race and shot right by victory lane and went back to the pits. Said you didn't have any idea you'd be getting in victory circle, huh?
It surprised me. We qualified not too well and just went out there and we really just gassed her. And the only suggestion my crew gave me was just gas it, and that's what I tried to do. And Party Time rental, Jack's Tour rental, Bob East, everyone's really gave me a hand, and we got the car around the track fairly decent. Now it's just time to start winning instead of doing good in the heat races.
Exactly. The guys in the booth raised the issue of driving for your father. Your dad's been a car owner for years. How does that work? How does the family chemistry work out?
Well, he tries to give me as much constructive criticism as possible, and I try to listen to it, but a lot of times I think I know a little bit more since I'm in the driver's seat, but he has a lot of experience with this kind of stuff, and he's a very admirable guy, and I really respect him, and I like to be a driver for him.
I bet he's proud of what you did here this evening. I want to ask you about a future development in your career. You're going to have a V8 at Milwaukee. Tell me about that.
It's a pounder. We have a brand new motor, Runyon patent. It's going to be a pounder. It just now got off the dyno today, ran excellent. Everything is awesome with it, and we're ready to go out there and do some good with it.
All right, good luck tonight in the main event. Congratulations to you. Jack Runyon has won the first qualifying heat race. Hey, ESPN flying the flag, too, here at Winchester tonight as we celebrate Independence Day. We'll be back with more in a moment.
Cody's in trouble. Ciccone is in trouble. Hard to the wall. He rips out the front. Another car hard to the wall. Three down. 3 or 4 cars involved.
I'm fine. I'm really disappointed. Somebody just touched my wheel. You know, racing that close and did a 3-point landing. No flaps. That's called a short field landing with no flaps. And that's it. That's what it's called.
He says you have to remind me of that kind of stuff, don't you? This is Bob Ciccone live and in the flesh, and I'm here to ask you, what's been happening here this year? You've been struggling a little bit. What's going on?
Well, Dave, I've just been like car hopping, and this particular race car here, we only ran one time, and we had problems in the warm-ups. And so tonight, it's running a little bit better. We still have a little more work to do, and we'll know in the third heat. We'll know exactly what's cooking.
You're going to get it figured out, obviously. The rain is going to stay away tonight, and I assume you're going to keep the rubber side down. No more Winchester moments, okay?
No more Winchester moments. You know, it's really weird. Every time I see that, I start to, like, get pains in my neck. It's really weird. But you know, actually, all kidding aside, I got 2 offers to get shot out of cannons, and also they want to, like, save the crash test dummies, and they want to use me because I'm cheaper. Like, you know what I mean?
Do me a favor. I like my job a lot. I'd like to be your agent, okay?
Thanks.
That's Bob Ciccone. He's gearing up for the 3rd qualifying heat race. We are running the heat races here at Winchester on Saturday Night Thunder. It's the United States Auto Club Midgets helping us celebrate the 4th of July. Guys who are going to call the action, Garen Lair. Look at that inboard.
In front row, Jeff Howardson. We take a look at Jeff on the left there, and Mark Gerke out of Panama City, Florida on the right. Inside second row with the camera mounted on Ted Hines, car number 25, Chuck Leary alongside in 31. In the third row on the inside, Andy Michner in 6M and Dan Drynan, your second fast qualifier in the 3 car. Rounding out the field, Craig Bradburn in number 58. Once again, Ted Hines will carry you around the Winchester High Banks with the CarQuest cage cam. Now remember, just a couple of years ago, Ted Hines was introduced to this racetrack right here, driving for Raleigh Helmley out of Vincennes, Indiana. Caught that mushy inside infield dirt and grass and took a wild ride, but he was all right.
Boy, I hope he doesn't do that with our cameras on board. We'll get some excellent shots, but it won't do any good for the cameers.
Yeah, we'll get a one shot before they tear the camera out. But there, as we take a look at Howardson, that is a 3rd-generation driver. Of course, his brother has raced here. His dad, Jackie Howardson, was a contemporary of yours, Larry Rice, the Silver Crown cars, and his first look at Winchester.
Yeah, he's never run here before. I think he's a kid that's going to take his time and maybe feel this place out a little bit. He knows enough of the history. His father and his brother have all run here, and he knows that it can bite you. So I think he's going to get its respect before he tries anything too harsh.
Half a lap to green. Remember, Danny Drynan in this race in that black 3 car. He'll have a 33rd birthday celebration tomorrow. Up in front in that orange and black car, Mark Gerke out of Florida had a big fire in that car last week at Salem. $1,000 over the damage. Now the green flag flies in heat race number 2, and immediately Jeff Howardson takes the lead as we ride now with Hines down the backstretch. And look at that great jump by Leary in the black 33 all the way up to 2nd.
Boy, did Hines get low coming off that corner.
Oh, hard into the wall and over the wall.
Oh, my.
Mark Gerke in car number 14 has had terrible luck here at Winchester. We just mentioned that he raced at Salem last week and had a big fire in that car. He's actually been devoting most of his time this season to the Winston All-Pro Series, where he's been running for Rookie of the Year. Just got this new Klein chassis together with that Toyota power plant. That's the four-banger out of a Celica. And he took that ride right over the wall. You saw the contact right in front of the camera car as the safety crew now runs over the wall.
Yeah, you can see that he got up over a wheel, got against the wall, and just went over and out. It was, it doesn't happen very often here. That wall is slanted in. Let's watch here, Gary, again, see if we can see. He gets in, he just runs right up over the right rear of that tire, got up in the air, and when the cage comes down, he just wasn't lucky enough that the cage caught him. He went on over and caught the fence.
One aspect of going over the wall at this part of the racetrack, those trees can actually cushion the blow and absorb some of the energy.
Exactly. But right there, he just got in too hard and went up over Leary's right rear wheel. It wasn't really anything that Leary could do unless he slowed down unexpectedly. As you can see him, though, from this in-car camera shot, you'll see him catch those trees, as you said, Gary, and you're right. A lot of times it can actually soften the blow. It acts as a cushion as you get outside the racetrack.
Here comes the contact right here. He started to go down low. Did not look like he ever tried to brake. He got over that right rear, and he spun around one time and climbed over the wall. The red flag is out, and you can see the emergency crew there. Some USAC officials looking down into what is a ravine down there at the bottom of those trees.
Well, that's a 38-degree bank, and on the other side of it, it's just as far down the other side as it is down to the bottom of this side. So it's a long way down to the bottom of that ravine, and obviously he's gone down there quite a ways.
Well, of course, a couple of years ago, we saw a sprint car go over the wall there and hang up in the trees.
Well, we've seen several guys get over the fence. We saw George Snyder get out over 1 and 2 few years ago.
Bruce Field was the sprint car driver I was trying to think of over the wall, and he was hung up in the trees for a while. They had to cut him out, but he was all right. George suffered a couple of broken arms in that violent crash he took over the wall here back in the 70s. But once again, the safety crew right there, and obviously we cannot give you any word until some word is passed on to us from USAC or from the emergency crew members, members of the Randolph County Fire Rescue Department down there as well. And of course we can...
Well, there's hardly any way that you can get a camera up that bank. I mean, it's a long way to carry it up there to try to get any kind of a shot at all. So it's probably not going to be able to see what's going on out there. We're just going to have to rely on the information that we get from USAC.
Well, we understand now from USAC that he is talking to the rescuers. We'd heard some applause from the grandstand below, which obviously is a good sign. Some announcement had been made that he was talking, and apparently, well, once again, these cars are built. We don't like to see that kind of abuse, but the cars are built to take.
He had no way to stop that race car from that point. Here he goes, up in the air. The right rear is barely touching there. By the time he hits the fence, the brake lines are all busted and everything, so he's history there. And he's just along for the ride. And thank gosh that he is talking to the people. This
is with the in-car camera.
The man to beat for the championship. But this season in which it was all coming together for the Arizona native came apart in a big way at Springfield, Illinois. Somehow Dan survived, but the crash left many, including Dan himself, wondering if his driving days were over.
I just couldn't stand it. I couldn't sleep. I had my arm in a cast that had to sit straight up. I couldn't lay it over. I couldn't do anything. My tailbone was broke. My collarbone was broke. My shoulder blade was broke. I lost my finger. My eye was screwed up. I was like, man, I don't know if I can ever do this again.
Drinan, here changing front tires on Michael Andretti's Indy car, came to the midgets after stints with Michael and Mario. It appeared the future was bright for this self-proclaimed fastest tire changer in the business. In fact, the allure of racing seduced Dan, convinced him he didn't need a college education. After 2.5 years, he dropped out of the mechanical engineering program at Arizona State. That's a decision he now regrets.
I bypassed a lot of intelligence, and I got held back in a lot of areas. When I was working for Craco, I was working very closely with Peter Gibbons, who was the head engineer at March, and he was helping me design my new midget at that time. And there was a very open possibility for me to go in as his assistant engineer. But because I didn't have that piece of paper, the degree on paper, I only had practical experience that it wasn't allowed, and my career was kind of stymied and put another direction at that point.
And so 3 years ago, Drinan struck out on his own. He left IndyCar racing, set up this fabrication shop, pursued his dream of designing and driving his own race car. with memories of that Springfield crash ever present. He and his team have built a brand new midget, one that's left the competition howling. They say the unique suspension and in particular that left side bodywork give Dryden an unfair advantage. Dan says it's legal and that his motives have been entirely misunderstood.
There's no spot on a midget right now that you could put a decal and see it on TV. So I said, okay, let's look at that whole picture and what can we do about it? We came out with the body work on the left side. We came up with a sponsor package to go on that program. And it's the only car, if you look back at your tapes of your races, that you can actually read the sponsor's name on TV.
Though it is yet to win a race, USAC has requested modifications to the car. Dryden and his team are determined to persevere, to overcome adversity, to become stronger than ever. His philosophy, learned while working with the Andretti's, reads, "Don't judge me by what I've done, but by what I'm about to do."
They put something inside of me that said, I don't ever want to have what's available to everybody else. I want something better. And they're never satisfied with what they're sitting in. They always want to improve it. And I've taken that mindset and put it not only into the chassis, but the way I drive today. We don't sit in the pits when there's any possibility of being on the racetrack and improving our setup or anything. You got to take that and put all the way through your whole program. I think that's what really shows.
Larry Rice, if there is one lesson to be learned from that, your son is racing this evening in Southern Illinois. For all the youngsters that want to race, great, but get that slip of paper from college. You can do more with that than your experience.
Exactly. It'll hold you back in a lot of respects. And in that feature there, you saw that orange car bouncing around like a basketball. That was none other than Mark Gerke in that same crash we alluded to a while ago. He had a fire down in Salem. I think you already mentioned that. So it's been a terrible 2 weeks, and even last year wasn't so good either.
Let's go back to Dave Despin in the pit area.
Well, yes, indeed, it's been tough times for Mark Gerke, but the good news, if you have just joined us, this young man whose car saw the throttle stuck and sailed all the way out of Winchester is now en route to the local hospital for what is just a perfunctory, we hope, check and some x-rays to make sure that the things the medical personnel still don't seem to be able to believe that he is in fact A-OK are true. He was laughing and joking. He said, hey, I've been through this before, most notably, of course, in that Springfield crash. Gerke is okay. He'll be checked out, and we'll get back to the action as the midgets refire here to continue this qualifying heat race right after this timeout. USAC midgets, I understand the phones have been ringing. Hey, we didn't see it. We didn't see Gerke's crash. You got to pay attention when you watch the Thunder on Saturday night. We're going to give you one more look. Down into turn number 3 and up over the rear wheel of Chuck Leary goes Mark Gerke. The throttle sticks. The car goes high, vaults the wall. In the old days, that was the big danger of this racetrack. Cars that hit the guardrail and bounced over. He cleared it completely. Gerke is okay, and we're ready to go back to racing.
The Joy Chitwood Thrill Show is at Sandusky Speedway in northern Ohio, but we've seen our share of thrills this evening already. So, guys, let's settle down now. Did someone say we had a full moon out, a buck moon this evening, whatever that means?
Whatever that means, it sure isn't doing us any good at this point.
Once again, this will be the start of heat race number 2. We'll go for 8 laps, and the first 4 will transfer. We ride with Ted Hines in number 25. He'll start inside the second row, directly behind Jeff Howerton. Up there on your right in that black 31 is Chuck Leary. They come off the corner. Bill Carey looks them over. The green flag is out. We are underway. And once again, Howerton gets a good jump.
Once again, Howerton gets a great jump. He pulled right out in front of Leary very easily, just as he did the last time. And I said he was going to take it a little easy, but he doesn't look to be taking it easy right now.
Danny Dryden in that car that he designed and built moves to the inside, way down low. And you can see all the quagmire down there from all the rain. But look at Michener. Michener in that white number 6 car almost won at Salem last week. Had some mechanical problems. George Tucker put the engine back together, and he's racing now up in 3rd position.
Yeah, that was a 23 car of Howerton to pull down on the bottom, I think, back there in the back straightaway, and he's going to pull in because he was having a misfire in the engine, I think, Gary.
Well, that will leave Leary out in front. There's the 3rd-generation driver, Jeff Howerton, making his first appearance here at Winchester, and there goes Dryden to the inside, and Danny Dryden has the lead. Leary drops the second. Dryden in that chassis that he built himself. Leary runs a beast, and that in the 3rd position is Michener.
Andy Michener, and he's running a heck of a race. We also had Ted Hines that pulled in the infield just a while ago, too, Gary, so we effectively only have 4 cars left in this race. and this is the race for first spot. And Dryden doesn't seem to be pulling away from Leary a whole lot. Leary and Michener both are hanging right there top.
The controversy on that side pod that he had was that the other competitors were saying, hey, it's aerodynamics, it's downforce, it's like an IndyCar side pod. He said, no, it's just advertising space.
Well, you know, you can look at it however you look at it. If I'm a competitor, I'm probably going to complain. If I'm Danny Dryden, I'm probably going to agree with him. But it, you know, there was really not much there the way he had it designed. But if anybody else tried to copy it, they wouldn't have to change it too much to make it a real airfoil.
Once again, there is your battle for the lead, and we call that the Winchester wiggle. The irregularities providing some sparks on the 4th of July weekend.
That's right. As they go through the corner, and that frame actually bottoms out on the racetrack. When the frame hits the racetrack, Gary, it takes some of the downforce off the wheels. And when you have a 2,000 or 2,500 pounds of downforce on those wheels, and all of a sudden it goes to 1,000, well, you're going to get a loose condition. That's what makes the race car jiggle around going through the corners like that.
White flag. This will be the final time down the backstretch as they hit into the high banks. About 34, 35 degrees. The final time through turn 4. Danny Dryden will win it. The only other car, well, the car right there in front of Dryden was Bradburn. He will finish 4th through attrition, basically, so he'll transfer to the main event.
Right, I think this is his first time here, and I think he was taking it very easy. But Dryden looked dominant in that race, but not nearly as dominant as I thought he might. Chuck Leary hung tough, and so did Michener. They both ran pretty
Dryden
good.
wins it, but Leary takes 2nd, Michener 3rd, Bradburn is then 4th, so those 4 will transfer, only 4 running. But once again, your second fast qualifier this evening was Danny Dryden. He wins heat race number 2. So we have one more heat race. We have the semi and a 30-lap feature from the famed High Banks from Winchester, Indiana.
Sports World. Meanwhile, we are back live with the USAC Midget Racing here at Winchester, Indiana, where Danny Dryden has just won the second qualifying heat race. Here's what all the fuss, all the controversy is about. This is Dryden's car. Radiator, oil tank down in this area. This was all covered with sheet metal. Danny said he wanted this advertising space. The other guy said, nah, it's some kind of a trick aerodynamic thing. He's cheating on us. Well, I don't think he's cheating on him, but anyway, that's a moot point right now. The car without the aerodynamic paneling has won the race, but the guys made the point that maybe you didn't dominate like they expected. How are you performing here tonight?
Actually, we took it pretty easy in the heat race. Cars very comfortable and didn't want to burn the tires off. We got 30 laps ahead of us, and that's the important part.
We opened the show tonight with a quote that I thought was pretty interesting, in which you said, hey, I don't think anybody can run with us tonight. You still feel that way after the heat?
Yes.
Confident man. Okay, let me turn it around. What's the biggest obstacle you've got to overcome here tonight? What's the hardest thing that you got to beat in order to win Winchester?
Keep us together and run 30 laps. We've had some troubles this year keeping focus on getting to the end of the race. It's there. We've talked a lot this week. The whole team, we're very close, and we feel pretty good about it.
Congratulations on the heat race win. We wish you good luck in the feature. That is Dan Dryden. He has won the second qualifier here tonight. The fans are ready for heat race number 3, which is about to fire as we continue our July 3rd celebration from Winchester.
With the USAC Loctite sprint cars tomorrow here on the high banks, along with the NASCAR Sportsman and the stock 4s. But Mother Nature right now is dictating a change in format, Larry Rice. We understand only about 15 or 20 minutes away we have a downpour, and so following this heat race we will dispense with the scheduled semi, line everybody up in the feature, and go racing before it rains.
Well, I think that's a pretty good idea. You know, discretion is the better part of valor here, so you better try to get the show in if you can, when you can, and it's not very far to Muncie, Indiana, I can tell you that.
So once again, no semi. The first 4 will go on to the feature and assume their qualifying positions. A lot of extra bonus money being provided this evening. Here is your Wins Challenge point standings right now. Mike Bliss with 45 points. Andy Michener is second with 40. The winner of that first heat race, should Jack Runyon win the feature, he'll pick up an additional $2,000 this evening from wins.
Yeah, and that multiplies every time somebody doesn't win it, so next week it could be whatever, 3,000 on up, right?
Season's in, of course, they'll have $5,000 plus whatever is left over that has not been claimed by either a heat race or a fast qualifier winner. So a lot of money kicked into the kitty from wins. And obviously right now, though, we're trying to take the checkered flag and beat Mother Nature. So we are ready now for heat race number 3, and let's take a ride. Well, there's a look right there.
That's part of Mike Bliss.
Mike Bliss, yeah, the blue number 6.
We're just riding along with him in this race. They got a shot out the front and a shot out the back, so we should be able to see the people he's going to pass and the people he just passed. At least
Interesting
that's what he hopes.
combination there. That is a beast chassis with that Potter V6. That engine has been very, very competitive. The Potter family won the Car Owners Championship in USAC Midget competition last season.
And we mentioned a couple weeks ago that Ralph Potter was in the hospital. He's out of the hospital. I talked to him a while ago, and he said that while he was in there, they shot some of that dye in his heart to see where the blockage was, and he actually died and had to jump start him with those electric things to get him heart going again. So he's real happy to be here watching the race, and I'll tell you.
Only racers would say jump start him. In row 1, Tracy Hines on the inside, his first time to Winchester. Bob Ciccone, the veteran, outside number 6. In the second row, Mike Bliss. There's the guy we've been talking a lot about. And Brian Gerster alongside in 21. In the third row, Ronnie Johncox in 5J. Stevie Reeves, your defending national champion. He leads the point standings right now. He starts in number 9, and Tony Stewart back there in number 4. Now, Stevie Reeves, his wife is home watching this evening. Melissa just had a tonsillectomy yesterday. You know what he said to me? He said, you know, I thought it'd quiet her down for a while, but it hasn't. He said, but don't tell her that. Don't say that I said that. So
Nobody wants their wife to know.
No one heard us say that, so we wish Melissa well. She would love to be here with Stevie this evening, but she has to watch us on television. Stevie Reeves, your defending midget champion, and he leads the point standings right now by 7 points over Irwin. Another driver that has shown a lot of promise is Brian Gerster. He has really advanced in equipment this year, had some older, tired equipment the last couple of years, came along, though, and has upgraded to a beast with the Gertie power plant and is doing very well, has a lot of promise.
Well, the kid's done a great job. He's learned to qualify and run that car very fast. He's a little tentative still passing, but I don't think that's all bad. I think sometimes, especially when it's your own equipment, it's better off to be a little tentative and not have to take that thing home and pass. Another guy I want to talk about is the guy starting on the front row, Tracy Hines. He's driving the Rose City BMX car, and he ran second last week on the banks, first time ever on the banks. Yeah, at Salem, so he has a lot of high hopes for this evening's race, and he starts on the inside. Let's see, it's a drag race down there with Bob Ciccone, the veteran. The stat-built chassis got the advantage, but look at Hines on the inside. This is impressive. Tracy Hines with that Pontiac power plant has the lead. Look at Gerster on the inside. Boy, did you see the back end of that car jump up when Gerster hit that one bump down there? I don't think I've ever seen one jump quite that high, and he didn't even seem to wiggle too much. Really amazing.
Jim Hines, that is Tracy's dad, was hopeful that Tracy would not race and follow in his brother's Ted's footsteps, but he's showing a lot of promise. He's impressed a lot of folks, and look at this. Leading lap number 2, and look at Gerster on the inside.
Gerster's trying to go around him, but Stevie Reeves is going to get him on the outside if he stays down there and gives him a little hole. Oops.
And look at Stewart, Tony Stewart, in that Scat V4 beast. We've got 4 beasts running 1 through 4, and we've got a multitude of engine power plants.
Oh, Gerster hit that little bump and moved right back up in front of Stevie Reeves. Reeves had to cut low to miss him right there, boy. Some pretty tough driving, but on breakout.
Reeves into the, no, that is number 4, Tony Stewart. Tony Stewart in the wall, upside down, pirouetting on top of the roll cage.
You can see that those wheels are still turning. He still had his foot on the throttle. That was what was causing that car to pirouette down the track like that. And he just got into a place where he hit a tire, his left front hit the right rear again and right into the fence. So he just didn't get quite as high.
He was complaining in practice the car was misfiring, like there was a problem with the ignition, and Raleigh Helmling and crew went to work on this. This is a heck of a birthday present for Raleigh Helmling, who's 42 today, and he's got to go back and rebuild his race car.
As a present, he gets a crashed race car, yes. But and it was misfiring during qualifying. I did hear it missing very badly. Here's where you can see it right here. These guys have been jockeying back and forth pretty hard. The inside and outside. Right here, Stewart just starts to go to the outside a little bit. Gerster gets a little loose. Reeves gets off of the throttle, and Stewart had no place to go.
Well, that's what happens. It's a chain reaction altercation because you're running so close together. When something happens, somebody backs out of the throttle.
There was nothing he could do. There was nothing really any of them could do. They were all trying to avoid. That's racing. Gerster gets a little bit loose. Reeves climbs out of the throttle, keep him running over him, and the third guy back is the one that eats the fence because of it. He had no place to go. He just barely hit him, just enough to nose that car into the fence and tore off the right front. Then he got upside down.
Tony Stewart, who has been very impressive in the Silver Crown Series this year, as well as the sprint cars, picked up his second career sprint car victory earlier this season. Actually went back and won at Salem, which is where he went out of the ballpark last year. You can see the emergency crew there working with him. A lot of the energy had been absorbed before that car actually made contact with the inside grass.
Yeah, see, he hit the ball pretty hard, though. I'll tell you what, when you hit the, here's moving around, he's shaking his head. You can see him right there. He's going to climb out.
They rolled the car back over before he climbed out.
But I can tell you, when you're running 115, 120, at places on this racetrack, you're probably running 140 miles an hour down at the end of the straightaways, down at the end of the back straightaway. You're running really quick, and anytime you hit the cement wall, it's going to hurt you, and it's going to get your attention, and it's just going to shake you up a little bit. And I think that's all he's doing right there. He's trying to gather his thoughts because that scrambles your head a little bit.
He is 5th right now in the USAC Copenhagen School midget point standings. He's been very competitive in the midgets with the Scat V4 there of Raleigh Helmling, also in the Silver Crown Series. He finished 2nd at Phoenix this year in the Silver Crown car and won that sprint car race we talked about. Right now he's being asked all the questions that all you race drivers get asked when you get upside down, and they are:
what's your name? Where are you at? What's today's date? What's your wife's name? And if you fail any of those 4, you're off to the hospital.
All right, let's go down and get an update from Dave Spain.
Tony got a perfect score. He got all the answers right. I think they may take him and check him anyway. His first words as he got the helmet off was, "Man, I'm beat up." And then after they talked to him a little bit, he said, "Well, I'm okay. It was just a normal deal. I've been pounding around pretty good." But he has no apparent injuries. And again, he was fully alert and got the answer to all 4 questions. I had to think about those a minute when you were running down those guys. He is okay. The car's pretty beat up. Happy birthday, Raleigh Helmling.
Yeah. Where are you, Dave, and what's your wife's name? And where's your wife this evening?
I lose track from week to week. She's home watching on television.
Well, I'll tell you what, there must be something about that full moon, Rice-A-Roni, because we've had some wild action here, and once again we take a look at Tony Stewart getting over the right rear of Reeves and then catching the fence and getting upside down.
Right there's what hurt. When he hit that thing sideways and then bounced up on his head, it didn't feel very good because he hit that thing probably running 110 or 112 mile an hour. Right here again, chain reaction. He's the last guy in the chain, and bang.
The chain broke right there.
That's
so
right.
Once again, he goes in for a checkup, and I'm sure he is going to be just fine with some good racing rheumatism tomorrow as he goes back to his home in Columbus, Indiana. And Raleigh Helmling takes the race car back to Vincennes, Indiana to fix it. We're coming back with more action from Winchester. Stay with us.
Winchester, Tony Stewart takes a crazy ride down the backstretch following Mark Gerke's flip out of the ballpark. Track cleanup continuing over on the backstretch. We will restart the 3rd of the qualifying heat races here. The plan is to go directly into the feature here this evening because of the threat of rain. We said at the top that the forecast was much better than it's been here all week. You know how the forecast goes this time of year in Indiana. Let's check on some of the other recent open wheel action. Last weekend was jam-packed with Silver Crown at IRP and sprints at Kokomo, and Gary Lee has the call.
We all thought Jeff Gordon had bragging rights for the best save at IRP with this beauty 2 years ago in a midget. But it may have been topped by Jim Keeker's acrobatics in the first heat after he touched wheels with Bob Fry. Our in-car camera shows how close Keeker came to getting upside down. In the 60-lap feature, Jimmy Sills kept a narrow lead over Mike Bliss until Sills' engine gave up with 5 laps to go. Bliss held off Johnny Parsons during the final laps to pick up his 2nd Silver Crown win of the season.
I wanted to get up front right away and see what we had, see if we could get away, and it worked out. We got around him. It seemed to be pretty easy. The car handled very well, but coming out, I just was concerned with the right rear. Jimmy got around me, and I wasn't really concerned with it, and we just took it from there, and once I got back by him, it was pretty easy.
The next day, the USAC sprints were in Kokomo, Indiana, where in qualifying, Dan Bucher lost control going into turn 1, tried to save it, hit the dirt and the wall, and got upside down. He was not hurt. In the second heat, watch local boy Tony Plew in the yellow 32. He makes contact with the right rear of Jeff Donaldson and is almost launched out of the ballpark. He keeps it inside, though, and he was uninjured. In the feature, Trey Howes took the lead from the outside of the front row by taking the high line past Kokomo's own Tony Jarrett. Jarrett was involved in the battle of 2 Tonys when Elliott, in the 17, ran over the front of him, causing him to spin and collect Brian Hayden. Hayden was able to keep the engine running, though, and he stayed in the race. The rest of the night, it was a battle of the high road versus the low road. Dave Darwin, in the Valvoline 36, took the high line to get around Trey House and win his 2nd sprint car feature of the 1993 season.
All right, now let's take a look at upcoming events here at Winchester Speedway. The 4th of July celebration continues tomorrow with the Sprint and the NASCAR Winston Racing Series. And they're right back here on July the 10th with more of the stock car action, the NASCAR Winston Racing Series. They're warming them up for the restart of heat race number 3 here with the call, Gary and Larry.
Well, 3 of 8 laps are now complete. We have 5 laps to go, and your leader will be the number 7 car. That is Tracy Hines. He will be followed by Gerster in 21, Reeves in 9, the Potter V6, number 6 with Bliss. And the number 6 of Ciccone. So only, we say only 4 transfer. That's a misnomer this evening because we have a number of cars torn up already. So everybody's going to run the feature. It's just now determining, you know, regaining the position that you acquire from qualifying for those that have followed USAC racing over the years.
Exactly. And you were talking about Tracy Hines and being with a family of racing where his father's driven for years and years and years. Ted, of course, has been a great race car driver for several years around here. And he never had any interest in racing until just the last couple of years. But it looks like that interest is paying off.
That car is owned by a gentleman out of Texas. And he is being challenged right now for the lead. There is a move to the inside by Gerster. Look at those guys sawing those steering wheels. And here comes Reeves on the high side.
Yeah, Gerster stayed down there far enough that time. They gave Reeves that hole. Reeves just took it and went with it.
Reeves is up to second, challenges for the lead, and that car that was made famous, that white line of Steve Lewis. Look at that, they almost got together. Maybe they did touch. The car made famous by Stan Fox over a number of years. The Steve Lewis Performance Racing VHT V-Skirt, and right now your defending USAC midget champion is out in front. He's pulling away. The battle is for second between Tracy Hines in the Rose City BMX number 7 and the Gerster number 21.
I think Tracy Hines definitely had the attention a while ago when, boy, he almost touched him. I think he actually did touch the left front of Tracy Hines, and he had to get out the throttle.
You were just riding with Mike Bliss. As Bliss goes around Gerster for 3rd, Gerster drops back to 4th.
Yeah, Gerster, I think, is being a little bit careful right there, but Bliss is really moving up fine. He's really takes his time. He measures things up and really does a good job here at this racetrack.
There's the white flag, and it's going to be tough on Melissa Reeves to be home watching her husband race and not be. Oh, look at that slide on the part of Mike Bliss. He almost got into Hines.
These guys prove me a liar. Every time I tell them somebody's doing a good job, nice and smooth, they come in there and do a little slide like that and scares everybody to death.
These guys do this, and you beat on me, and I come away black and blue. There's the checkered flag as Reeves takes the victory, and 2nd will go to Bliss, 3rd then to Hines, and 4th to Gerster. I tell you what, I'm impressed with some of these young guys.
Some of these young guys are adapting really, really well. I got to tell you, of all the racetracks I ran during my career, I think this was the toughest racetrack to really get accustomed to and run. And these young guys seem to be coming in here nowadays, taking these race cars and just taking the bull by the horns and going right after them. They don't seem to be intimidated one bit.
There's a look at the white number 9, the VHT Lewis Racing entry.
Bliss, he wins the 3rd heat over Mike Bliss, Tracy Hines, and Brian Gerster. Hines and Gerster, the youngsters, of whom Gary and Larry spoke rather impressively. They did a great job here tonight. Here he is, the defending champion. It's about time we got to talk to you here on ESPN. You guys been struggling a little bit, but you're still right there in the point lead.
Well, we've won 3 races, which is more than anybody's won this year. We just, when the TV comes out, we've been having problems. We've been starting dead last and 11th, and we've been having good finishes. We've been finishing top 5 all the time, but tonight we're back up to the front, so we're looking forward to it. And my wife had her tonsils out yesterday, so I want to say hi to her and Steve Lewis back in California. Hopefully we're going to do it for you tonight, Steve.
We call that sleepy trip disease, by the way, when you can't win on TV. Obviously, the issue now is hurrying to beat the weather and then run the 30-lap feature. Are you set for the main?
Well, I'll tell you what, we struggled a little bit. We had a clutch go bad, so that's why we sent the car on back to the pits. We're going to change the master cylinder, so we're going to get it going. The guys are doing a good job. The Gertie motor's running good. That Beast chassis, Bob East, he knows what he's doing. My hat's off to him. So, you know, hopefully this is our place. We run really good at Winchester, and hopefully this is number 2 here this year.
All right, man, we wish you good luck. That is Stevie Reeves, the reigning champion in the midget division. We're at Winchester, Indiana, where the fans are digging the action, but worrying about the weather. Rain may be on the way. We'll be back to see if we can beat it. Spin cycle and got it back to full size. That's Dale Earnhardt's car. I'm kidding. What's going on here is that we've got the Winston local racing series here. The stock cars scheduled to go in the doubleheader with the USAC division, the sprint or the midget cars tonight. The midgets need about 10-15 minutes to get turned around for that main event, so that is underway right now. We will get the main back just as quickly as possible. When you have the threat of rain, the first thing you want to do is get a lightning rod growing out of the side of your head, right?
Number 3, Larry Rice, he was just push-started, which means he will have to start at the back of the pack. And also Stevie Reeves alluded to problems this season starting at the back of the pack. Guess who also was push-started?
This is going to make for a very, very interesting main event with these two guys starting in last row.
Front row, Steve Barth and Mike Bliss. In the second row, on the inside, Andy Michener in number 6. Stevie Reeves, he goes to the back of the pack. Third row, Dan Dryden, nope, he's back there on the backside too. Kenny Irwin will be in the third row. On through the pack, Chuck Leary and Brian Gerster. In the fifth row, on the inside, Tracy Hines. Outside, young Jack Runyon, they call him JR. Sixth row, Chris Malone, they call him Critter. And Mel Kenyon, the 7-time USAC Midget King. The 7th row, Randy Talsma. He won at Raceway Park 2 weeks ago, 4th fastest qualifier this evening. And Bob Ciccone in number 6. In the 8th row, Ted Hines and Richard Warnes. Row 9. On the inside, Jeff Howerton. Outside, newcomer Craig Bradburn. In the 10th row, Ronnie John Cox, and as we told you, because of the push starts, we'll have both number 9 and number 3, Stevie Reeves and Dan Dryden at the back of the pack.
Well, it's really a bad break for those guys, but it should make a great, great race for the fans because those guys are going to be coming through there quick.
We talked about the Fast Masters resuming at Raceway Park next week on the 10th of July. Don't forget the Indianapolis Soapbox Derby is also next Saturday, and guess who's going to be there in the Oil Can Derby? Another match race between the two of us, Larry and Gary, so come out if you're in the Indianapolis area and join us. And Dave, we're going to take you along with us. How about that?
I'm going to be busy that weekend doing Fast Masters. I'm not going to let you off the hook. I want a prediction before this thing starts in about 15 seconds, and I'll take Mike Bliss.
I will take Mike Bliss.
I think I'll take Mike Bliss.
All right. How about that? Mike Bliss will be very tough to beat. He starts up in front. He's won a couple times this season. He likes this racetrack. He goes well here.
But I got to tell you, Danny Dryden is a man with a mission. He wants very, very badly to win this race. So if he can get through traffic very quickly at all, he could be tough.
All right, you're going to ride along for the start. Bill Carey has the green flag out. 30 laps. We are underway up on 34-degree banking.
Yeah, look, as we go through here, everybody's down at the bottom and clear up the top. There's a big hole in the middle, but nobody was brave enough to head for that hole. But there goes Mike Bliss, just as we thought. Right into the lead, coming through 3 and 4 first lap.
Look at the sparks coming off those cars. Look at Dryden moving through the pack. He pulls up behind Chris Malone, and then behind those two will be the white number 9 of Stevie Reeves.
Dryden is really after. Look at Kenny Irwin. He had quick time tonight. He's also on the move towards the front.
Oh, you talk about a guy with a mission. Look at him drive the wheels on that black number 3. We still cannot figure out exactly why he has that car painted black. And with a number 3, there's some connection with, you know, that guy in black down in NASCAR land, Dale Earnhardt.
That was Randy Tolson. He was just, there we got real sideways. Looks like...
That was Leary in the black 31 car up behind Bart. There's the battle for the lead. That's the black and orange number 7 wins car of Kenny Irwin. And the Potter V6, a car against the wall. That is Tolsma in car 61. Tolsma, Randy Tolsma, who won 2 weeks ago. He's from Meridian, Idaho, having his first look at the Winchester High Banks, and he brings out the yellow.
Well, he had his look the hard way, I'll tell you, because he got in the fence pretty hard. The right front wheels off of that thing, and you know, whenever you hit the fence here, you hit it hard because you're going so doggone fast, and it's hard to tell what really put him in there, but it wasn't good.
3 laps have been completed. I think we can take a look on the replay, Larry.
Our camera guys never let us down, did they?
Oh, hardly.
As we see him coming right through here, we're watching right here.
Larry, to your right.
Barth, you're going to see him coming off from the right-hand side. Looked like he got into it.
May have made contact with, well, either Chris Malone or perhaps Reeves. There were a bunch of cars right there, but he is okay, but some heavy damage there on the right front. A lot of fireworks being provided by the drivers. The fireworks were supposed to be provided by all the banks here in the Winchester area, but the drivers are providing their share of fireworks. We're coming back with more, only 3 laps complete.
Saturday Night Thunder. Go by in the background, and they go by without Randy Tolsma. We opened the show by finding out your perceptions of Winchester before the race. How about now?
I'd like a little better shot at it when I got tonight. That looks like a front hub broke on us or something, and I got in the wall pretty easy, but the speed sector cars seemed to be good underneath me all night, and we were just learning the racetrack, and we had a little difficulty in the heat race, but we were just learning the place and getting used to it.
Make any contact with anybody or just go straight into the fence?
No, you know, I was having a little bit of a front end was tight on me and it was pushing up a little bit, so I thought I was getting cautious of maybe a tire going down on me, and I went in a little bit easy, and that lap got me, and we got in the fence, but nobody else was involved.
Pretty weird experience, though. You lose a wheel. Randy Tolsma lost the right front. The car is going to be hauled away in the background, and we'll be getting back to green flag racing here at Winchester as they prepare to restart the feature.
Look at the front of the pack. Running back there in 10th and 12th would be Drinan and Reeves. Drinan starting at the back of the pack along with Stevie, and he's up to 10th already, and Reeves is up to 12th.
Right, you know, and the point that Tolsma made is he broke something on the right front of the car. This racetrack really punishes a race car. You can't believe how much pressure is on the right front corner of that race car as it's going through the corner. This is a view back from Mike Bliss's car back towards Kenny Irwin, who's running in second place. A great shot.
Once again, only 3 laps complete. This is a 30-lap main event. Now, keep in mind, we're concerned about the weather situation. 15, 16 laps would comprise a full race.
Yes, and they're going to try to get those in. Again, there's Drinan, who's running in 10th position right now. Reeves is 2 spots behind him in 12th, so those guys have gained about 10 spots already and still have a ways to go.
Drinan is sponsored by McGilvery's Pub in Indianapolis. I ate there this week, and they've got one of his driving suits hanging on the wall.
Well, Kenyon is sponsored by Kelly's Pub, and I ate there too, so heck with you.
They have his driving suit there? Who has your driving suit hanging on the wall?
I don't know.
It's still in your closet. There's Stevie Reeves, the white number 9. That is the VHT Steve Lewis Performance Racing B-Scurdy. The car comes out of California, is maintained in Indianapolis. The driver from Speedway, Indiana, presently leading the point standings. You know, it goes all the way back to, what, 1975, 76. We had a repeat champion in Sleepy Trip, and right now that guy's going to do it.
Well, he could do it. It sure could. He was telling me this week he saw Bobby Grimm. He's out of the hospital, and we want to wish him well. We know he had a bad time in there, so we're glad to hear he's
We also
out.
know he's watching this evening.
That's right.
Green flag flies, and look at that move by Irwin, and here comes Bliss.
And look at
Bliss got caught asleep right time, and Barth comes to the inside, and Bliss goes from first to third on the restart.
Barth did a good job. He got a good restart, but right behind him, that's Leary, who really got a shot too. I'll tell you what, these guys are all racing to the front, racing hard.
Barth now drops to 4th. That is a car that he and his brother built. The other 3 up in front are V's chassis. One riding second is a V6. That's the Potter V6. So successful in the midget competition last year, won the car winner's title. Irwin, as we're riding along with Bliss now, back there in second position.
Right, you're looking at the back of Bliss's car. You can see all those guys behind him kind of sliding around. He's really working hard to keep up with Kenny Irwin. Kenny Irwin was the fastest qualifier here tonight, remember, and he is really running good. But Bliss is keeping right up with him.
Kenny Irwin continues to lead your top 4 right there. Bliss, then Leary, and then Barth. Now, at this point, what's the strategy for, is he riding back there in second position, kind of taking a measure of what Kenny Irwin's doing out there?
No strategy, Gary. You got to go for it. Look at this, 2 cars in 1 corner. Drinan comes past. I think that was Brian Gerster in a 21 car. Man,
he's up to 6th.
He is flying. I told you, he was a man with a mission. He's going to go for it.
Up to 6th right now as they complete 7 laps, working on lap 8. Hey, he has enough time to cover the back of the pack and win this thing.
7 laps. There's still 23 laps to go, and he's already up to 6th position, so he's really flying.
Kenny Schrader went from the back of the pack to lead there at Daytona today. Let's see if it can history can repeat itself.
Hey, our open wheel guys did us proud down there today. Kenny Schrader and Jeff Gordon both did great down there today.
Car slowing down along the main straightaway. That's John Cox in the 5 car. And there is a look again at the black number 3 McGilvery entry of Danny Drinan.
Boy, they're into some lap traffic up in the front here. Boy, it's really getting touchy. There's Andy Michener trying to get under Brian Gerster right there, and that's Drinan has caught both of those guys, but they've been racing side by side for a lot of laps, so it's going to be really tough for him to see what happens.
Drinan, that black number 3, has a Pontiac power plant. He goes to the high side of Michener, makes the pass, moves up another position, stays on the high side, now ducks to the low side. And that car is handling any place he drives it on the racetrack. Michener tucked in behind him.
Michener's going to try to, Michener, that white number 6 car, is going to try to follow him. Look how fast Danny Drinan is right through the middle of the corner. That's Barth that he's right behind. Really, really fast right through the middle of the corner.
He takes a look to the inside, trying to go for 4th position. He almost lost it right there. Actually lost a position. Now drops to 6th behind Michener.
Well, he's got to go back a couple of spots to get his heart started again after that, I'll tell you, because that really gets your attention. When you're running this 120, 130 miles an hour at this racetrack, and you get that far sideways, it really gets your attention.
4th, 5th, and 6th. Mitchner to the low side, lost some ground right there. Barth, and here comes the black 3. Look at this. Dirt tracking through the corner. He is sliding that car around, slinging that car around.
Well, you just can't do that too many times to get by with him in his racetrack. Sooner or later, if you keep sliding that thing sideways, it's going to bite you. He's got to be a little more careful, a little more cautious, pick his time. I know he wants to win the race, but he's got to finish it first to win it.
And look who's right behind him, who's really not abusing the tires as much as Drinan. And Reeves motors by on the inside. Reeves moves to 6th now. Drinan drops to 7th. Reeves is up to 6th from the back of the pack.
Look at Barth and Mitchner, inside, outside. Oh, Barth moved right up in front of Stevie Reeves right there. Almost got him into the fence. Reeves just turned left, got out of the throttle, and then went right up back up the side of him.
He's going for 5th position. Steve now has 5th. Stevie Reeves up to 5th. Barth is 6th, and they're fading in 7th. Perhaps with some abused tires is Drinan.
I think exactly. He used his tires up, and look how smooth and straight Stevie Reeves is. You haven't seen him sliding around on the racetrack. The race car's still straight, and he's going to the front. But look at Kenny Irwin.
Yeah, Kenny Irwin in the orange and black wins number 7. Drives a car owned by his dad, Kenny Irwin Sr.
He's got that wins car out in front now by about half a straightaway. Drinan is slowing down on the back straightaway, Gary. It looks like he's decided to...
Well, earlier he talked about the mechanical woes. The car has been fast but not reliable. So once again, he fails to finish here this evening at Winchester. Now 18 laps, 19 laps now complete, 11 laps to go. And the guy to watch right now is Stevie Reeves, because Reeves is really putting on an exhibition. He goes to the inside of a car down the backstretch. That would be Ciccone.
Well, you can see here that our leader is really putting a big lead on the rest of the field, though. That's Irwin who's really pulling out in front of everybody else.
Well, we have a change for 2nd position, too. It looks like Leary has gone to 2nd. Andy Mitchner is in trouble coming off the 2nd corner. Andy Mitchner in the number 6 car slowly down the back stretch. Is he going to stay out there or head back to the pit area?
Reports are that he spun, Gary. He actually spun, kept the thing going, and is back out on the racetrack again now. That's very difficult to do at this racetrack, I'll tell you.
With 8 laps to go, we take a look at Jack Runyon there in the red number 7. And that is Steve Barth in the 14 car. And look at Runyon to the inside. He is having a good ride.
Yeah, Runyon's running pretty hard. Barth seems to be fading. I don't know whether his tires got a little bit hot when he's fighting there with Mitchner for so long or not, but he seems to be fading a little bit. Runyon is still going to the front.
I'll tell you what, this Runyon kid is a fast learner. He's had some mistakes, been upside down about 3 or 4 times this season, but he's really catching on.
Well, he was just 2 years ago, that kid was running modified midgets, never ran anything bigger than a 250cc motorcycle engine, so I think he's running pretty quick.
How's it feel to have your kid running a modified midget this evening in Marion, Illinois, and you're here in Winchester, Indiana?
A lot better than if he was running at Winchester, Indiana, I'll tell you that.
You were someplace else. Well, that battle continues for position between Barth in the 14 car and the 7 car.
7 laps to go this time around, Gary.
And I think it's a battle for 5th position. Yes, it is. Barth in 5th. Runyon is 6th. But look at the gap there. There's nobody out in front of them. They're racing for position, for 5th position. Irwin continues to lead, and Leary now is up to 2nd.
Irwin's pulled out to a straightaway lead over everybody else with 4 laps to go, and just continues to pull away. Look how
he's lapping Mel Kenyon right now.
And he did it very easily. You know, Mel Kenyon is no slouch at this racetrack, and he pulled around him very easily.
Once again, that battle for 5th on the inside, the red 7, the Jack's Tool rental entry. That is Jack Runyon, and up in front is Steve Barth. Barth is 5th, Runyon is 6th.
Runyon just doesn't seem to be able to muster the horsepower and the handling to get around it. He tries him on the inside, but when he gets down there, he kills all of his momentum. He kills all of his speed down on the bottom part of that banking and just doesn't carry it down the straightaway far enough.
That's the advanced racing suspensions, entry number 14, and that suspension certainly gets a beating here at Winchester. There's the white flag, 1 lap to go, and Kenny Irwin is really going to take advantage of the situation tonight and perhaps take that point lead back from Stevie Reeves.
He's going to be a very, very happy young man. He did a great job qualifying here tonight. He did a great job running the race. And he's had a little tough luck this year. Even though he's up in the points, he hasn't had the victories that he really thought he should have. And this is going to go a long way for him and the Wins Company to get back on track.
There's that battle for fifth. Who's going to take it? Barth, the yellow 14, Runyon, the red number 7. Runyon, a last shot on the inside, and Barth, I think, hangs on by a nose.
Yeah, Barth hung on all right, but I tell you, Runyon did a smart thing. He got up on that bank and tried to slingshot down across the bottom of that bank, but he just couldn't quite pull it off.
Well, we can tell you that Reeves actually finished third. As we take a look at the team there, Kenny Irwin Sr. owns the car his dad or his son drives. And there's a look at the crew and the guys that put a good set of wheels under Kenny Irwin. But how about that drive from the back of the pack for Stevie Reeves when he finishes third?
Well, you don't want to forget Leary. He finished second.
Second.
That was quite an accomplishment for him. It was just a couple years ago that he was running the Speedrome and nothing else. So he has some things to be proud of, too.
Let's go down and check in perhaps with what happened to the black number 3 and Dan Drynan. Dave?
Yeah, a lot of long faces down here, but they should be proud of the ride they turned in tonight. Dan Drynan, first of all, what broke? What put you out?
I see the screen tore off the injectors. We just run a screen over our injectors, and I think it might have sucked a rock down something and hurt thing inside.
You were just charging. You and Reeves coming from the back of the pack was great fun to watch. You got her sideways a couple of times. Did you cook the tires?
Not too much. I mean, I was leaning on it hard to get through there in a hurry, and I was being real conscious of that, but it's a long ways to go from the back.
Now, we're giving folks another look at it here while we talk to you. Obviously, when you're in that situation, the first question is, how'd you get in that situation? Car just wouldn't fire or what?
We had a little wiring failure on our starter assembly, something that I hate having to use here anyway, but it caught us out tonight, and we had to start back. Our Chapman train Valvoline car was running great. I was pushing hard, but trying to save it, and we just came up short.
Terrific drive. We'll look forward to many more this season.
Thank you.
That's Danny Drynan dropping out early here tonight. We'll talk to the guy who came from the back of the pack, and we'll talk to the guy who won the race when we come back to Winchester, Indiana. Thunder with the Fastmasters returning for round 3 and the USAC Midgets running at Indianapolis Raceway Park. Hope you'll tune in. We'll join you an hour earlier, 8 p.m. Eastern Time, 5 o'clock on the West Coast for a special 3-hour edition. And now we will talk with a young man who is really maturing in 1993 into a great race driver. He is at this moment the leader of the USAC National Midget Championship Division. Congratulations, Kenny Irwin Jr.
That's nice to hear. Me and Stevie have been having a good battle. I tell you what, this Wins Pontiac run great. I seen Potters I think they had a motor problem. I'd like to thank all the Wins people, the Wins distributors all across the country. We brought it home in first place tonight.
Don't want you to get too cocky. It's a 2-point lead. This is going to be quite a championship battle, and it's not just the two of you. It's a 3-man battle. Just look ahead the rest of the season. A, how are you going to approach it? B, how do you think it'll come out?
I tell you, it's going to be a big struggle with Mike Bliss coming up, with Reeves. You know, the dirt is more of Stevie's premiere, and tonight I think we're a little better set up on the pavement. But I mean, it's going to come down to the last race out in California, and I hope we come out on top.
We've seen you pay your dues in the midgets and now move up. You're running the sprints. You're running the Silver Crown division. How is that helping you to mature as a driver?
I tell you what, it helps out quite a bit. Dave Calderwood out of California sent back a couple sprint cars for us to race, and you know, going to the high horsepower sprint cars and then coming back to this, I mean, it helps you out tremendously. In fact, we're racing the sprint cars here tomorrow.
Yeah. It's going to be a big weekend for you. What's the long-term plan? Where do you want to go with this career?
I tell you, I'd like to, I mean, my thoughts are going down south like Jeff Gordon did. I'm trying to make contacts down there and just see how it goes.
You make a lot of contacts in Victory Lane on television, young man. Congratulations to you.
Thank you very much.
Great run tonight for Kenny Irwin Jr. as he wins the race at Winchester and takes over the National Midget Championship point lead. We got some time. We'll be back to talk to Chuck Leary and Stevie Reeves as we continue our coverage of the midgets from Indiana. The fireworks celebration has begun here, marking the end of tonight's midget competition. And we have the opportunity to talk with a young man who had a great run here tonight. In fact,
It is his best run thus far of his career. You'll see it next week, I'm sure, on Speed Week, as we check the highlights at 7:30 Eastern Time and 4:30 out west. And now we're going to get a chance to talk to him right now. His name is Chuck Leary. Chuck, congratulations to you. Got to feel good to run top 3 here.
Yeah, it feels good. And first of all, I'd like to thank my sponsors. Since 2 weeks ago, I forgot to do that. I'd like to thank Leary Construction, Comet Kart Sales, and Monroe Custom Bodies, and Beast and Gertie for the engine.
Been doing this about 3 years now, and this is your best finish ever in the national division. You're considered a national midget rookie. How does it feel to run this close to the front?
Well, at the start of the season, I didn't know I would run this good, but as the season progresses, I just keep going a little bit faster and getting better. So, you know, hopefully, you know, we'll win Rookie of the Year. That's what our goal is.
Well, that's a big step in the right direction here tonight, and really it was a pretty uneventful deal for you. A pretty calm, cool, and collected race, unlike the guy we're going to talk to here in just a moment.
Well, at the start of the race, I got up high down here in 1 and 2, and got up in the marbles and almost hit the wall, but after that I kind of got it together. But, you know, we're real happy, and, you know, we'll just take it from here.
Let me congratulate you once again, and pardon me for walking in front of you here, but I got to go talk to this guy next door. That's Chuck Leary, who finished second here tonight. Steve Reeves from the back of the pack all the way to third. Great run. Congratulations.
Well, thanks. I think I kind of jinxed myself when I said we'd get it ready, and, you know, the guys worked their tails off. My hat's off to them. They do their job week in and week out. They always have the car right on. I mean, the chassis was right there, just like I said in the heat race, but coming from the back, you know, that many laps, it's hard to do.
And tell me again why you had to go back there?
Well, the starter took a dump on us tonight. That's, you know, we've been having some problems here that, you know, the clutch, we can't get pressure in our clutch, and when you have to push off, you go to the tail, and that's just one of the unfortunate things about the starters. But, you know, I love the starters, but when stuff like this happens, it's too bad, you know, you got to get penalized like that.
Hey, it gives you a great opportunity to be the big hero on national television. We were watching Drinan all over the racetrack because he was leading the charge, and you seem to be running a lot straighter than he was. Was that the key to getting all the way to third?
Well, we chose to go with a hard tire. That's, you know, we qualified a little bit slower because of that, and, you know, because it's hot out today, so we thought later in the race we'd be fast, and it proved to be right. You know, at the beginning we struggled, but at the end of the race we were right there, but we started too far back to be right there.
It was a great run nonetheless, and I presume you were aware that Kenny Irwin was up there leading the race and taking over your point lead.
Well, we don't know where anybody's at starting that far back, but when I didn't pass him, I knew he was still in front of me, so we were pedaling even harder. So, you know, there's a lot of races left, and we don't count points till the last race of the year. So, you know, we're looking forward for the rest of the season, and hopefully we continue our push to the front.
In the last race of last year, this was the man who pulled out the championship. He'll try to do it again in 1993. Great run tonight for Steve Reeves. Back topside to Gary and Larry.
Okay, it's time on the count of 3 to ooh and ah, because all the banks here in Winchester have gotten together to sponsor the fireworks show, and they're shooting off some fireworks right now, and I duck every time they blast.
They sure are loud up here, I'll tell you that. And they're pretty, too.
Well, of course, you talk about that ride from Stevie Reeves, and as he said, I probably jinxed myself by talking about the problems we've had before, but that happens with the starter rules. It's the same for everybody. The starter doesn't work, push start, you go to the back of the pack.
Well, it happened to he and Danny Drinan both. Unfortunately, they had to start in the back, but it made for a good show for the fans. I mean, those guys were really standing on the gas, going through the pack, and it was a great, great show for them. But unfortunately, Danny didn't finish. Stevie could get only to third, but made a heck of a show passing all those guys.
Well, Kenny Irwin now takes the points lead by 2 points over Stevie Reeves. We're only midway through the season. We'll have a lot more battles to show you here on ESPN, and we're happy to be a part of what's happening here at Winchester, a very historic Winchester. Been around since 1914, which is the year that Larry Rice began his racing career and Dave Despain began his announcing career.
Ah, yes, the good old days. I did run a lot of races here back in the late 70s and early 80s, and, you know, I ran good here a couple of times, but I tell you what, I spent a lot of time in the back of the pack here, too, because it's a tough, tough place to run.
You never liked this joint, and I'm sure you don't want your kid racing
Well,
here.
you know, as well as I like Roger and Linda Holman, I just didn't care for Winchester. I can't help it. It was fun.
Oh, looky here. Yeah, but they were kind enough to put us on the cover of their racing program.
I know. I said I love them. You know, I think it's a great racetrack. It just wasn't my cup of tea.
That's lining bird cages throughout the Midwest this racing season. Oh, look at this. Off the first corner, the American flag, some fireworks on the ground, the bombs bursting overhead, and the trophy girls in Victory Lane.
We got just a second. I want to say hello to Melissa Kwasitich, I guess it's pronounced, and also Donald Dubnay, a couple of friends of ours who are in the hospital, and we just want to say hello to them.
Well, and also I understand we have some results back from the sprint car race up at the Speedway in Martin, Michigan, and it was won on the last turn of the last lap by Tony Elliott. Eric Gordon went second, Keeker third, Robbie Stanley, your defending two-time champion, is fourth. Greg Staub is fifth. Pretty good for Tony Elliott, who is recognized as a dirt track specialist. He's had a pretty good career on the pavement now.
Yeah, he has done well in the dirt most of his career, but he is learning on the pavement, and that's what everybody has to do. You have to kind of go to school. You have to run a few races.
And those guys will be coming here tomorrow because the Loctite USAC sprint cars are racing on the famed high banks here at Winchester. A big weekend, so if you're in the area, come and join us tomorrow for some great USAC racing. And we're going to come back with more from Winchester tonight. Stay with us. Of summer, and don't forget they climb that big hill they've got out in Colorado Springs, the Pikes Peak Hill Climb. That is tomorrow. The Loctite sprint car is also here tomorrow at Winchester. They'll be climbing the hills of Winchester. The Copenhagen Skull Midgets, of course, next week at Indianapolis Raceway Park with another round of the Fast Masters. And of course, we'll be there with live action, a 3-hour live show from Indianapolis Raceway Park next Saturday.
I'm really looking forward to it. You know, the Fast Masters are proving to be very popular around the country, but the midgets there also are very popular. And, you know, these midget cars put on such a great show. It doesn't matter whether we're Winchester, here, wherever we're at. IRP, they put on a really good show.
Well, there's a proud papa standing by right now in the pit area with our Dave Despain.
Yeah, I think it's a family reunion. That's a big thing on the holidays, right? Get the whole family together. Where better to do that than at Winchester? Give them a wave, give them a hi. You're all on television. I want to grab this guy out of the back. Come on up here, Dad. Kenny Irwin Sr., the proud papa. You got to be pleased with the way the kid ran tonight. Were you concerned at all about anything in this race?
I think when you're out in the lead like that, you're always worried about something breaking. And watching the laps go down, I picked it up at like a lap 14 when I realized, and it seemed like it was a 50-lap race after that. I mean, it seemed like it was forever. But I'm really happy for the job that he done. He done a super job tonight, and I would like to thank the Wins Company and for the fine job that they've done in sponsoring us this year.
I'm always curious when sons work with their fathers and advance their racing careers about Dad's perspective on it all. You know, there's always that thing about Little League dads pressuring their kids to go out and accomplish things. You put pressure on him to go out and perform?
I think Kenny puts his own pressure on. Both of us are very competitive, and we very much come to try to win a race. And I think Kenny puts his own pressure on him.
You jump up and down a lot, too, and I know you get excited about this thing. The other element, of course, is the danger. You see a guy go out of Winchester. That's got to stop your heart and think, boy, that could have been my kid. Does that cross your mind?
Every time that he goes out, I always ask for the Lord to watch over him, and that's where I kind of leave it.
It's a great run tonight. We congratulate you and the entire family.
Thank you very much.
That's Kenny Irwin Sr. wrapping up the family reunion here. Here are the results once again. Irwin beating Leary and Reeves for the top three. Gerrie and Allaire are going to wrap things up here from Winchester, Indiana.
Well, as we take a look at that final rundown, Mike Bliss fourth, top five, Steve Barth. In the second five tonight, we have Jack Runyon, a rookie with USAC midget competition. Then Bob Ciccone, Chris Malone. You can hear the fans oohing and eyeing in the background. Brian Gerster and the seven-time USAC king, Mel Kenyon. Then Ted Hines with a good ride in 11th. And Craig Bradburn, a rookie here at Winchester. Andy Michener, Dan Dryden from the back of the pack, and Richard Warnes. And then in the 16th to the 19th position, Tracy Hines, Ronnie John Cox, Randy Tolsma, and Heck Howerton. And look at the fireworks. Obviously, it's the 4th of July. Happy birthday, America.
And I'll tell you what, that's nothing compared to what we saw on the racetrack. Guys over the fence, into the fence, and through the fence.
So once again, we are delighted to be here at Winchester. We thank Mother Nature for cooperating, giving us a chance to run a full 30 laps this evening. For the fans here, they're going to get to come back tomorrow and watch the USAC Loctite sprint cars, because the sprint cars are going to come back from up in Michigan, where they ran tonight, and put on a big show tomorrow. And Dave, happy birthday, America. Back to you there in the pit area.
Yeah, indeed. That's the way we started this.